Last two catches, girl. Last two. Very good, Chonda.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the P Sara Oval here in Colombo for this second ICC Women's World Cup Qualifier day. Another 4 matches today. We've got Pakistan versus Bangladesh here for you, and this is going to be a cracking a match. It could be one of the games of the qualifiers. So we'll now, before we come back to the studio, we'll go down to Ebony for the toss.
Hello and welcome to the P Sara Stadium in Colombo, Sri Lanka, and today we have our second coverage of the ODI of the ICC Women's World Cup qualifiers, and we have Pakistan taking on Bangladesh. I'm joined in the middle by the two captains. We have Sana Mir of Pakistan and of course Rumana Ahmed from Bangladesh, and of course our umpire as well. So we'll be doing the coin toss for you now. Have you got the coin, sir?
This is a 10. This is a tail, mark 10, and head. This is the head. Okay. Host Bangladesh. You got coin and toss. Go loud. Tail. Tail. Yes, tail.
We like to bat first.
Okay. Right.
Good.
All the best.
Okay. So Sana Mir has won the toss. What are you going to do and why?
We are going to bat first. It looks like a good track and it might spin in the later innings, and the outfield looks quite fast, so we like to put runs on the board.
And any changes from your team from yesterday's game?
Yes, there's one change. Ayman is in for Maham and she's making a debut today.
And any changes? You obviously had a tough game yesterday, and now do you want to make any changes or try and approach any differently?
We are going to approach it the same way. We want to play a good, brave brand of cricket and do the best we can, and hopefully the results will be in our favour.
And also a personal milestone coming up, potentially 100 ODI wickets that you could possibly get. Proud moment, you think, when that comes for you?
Whenever it is, I think definitely it would be a very good moment for me. But for now, we are focusing on the result of the match. We are focusing on getting a good game under the belt for the next round.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations on winning the toss. Thanks for your time, Sana. Romana, so you're fielding first. What would you have liked to have done?
Actually, no problem. We are ready for both. Batting is no problem, bowling is no problem. We are ready for both.
And any changes from your team from yesterday's game?
No, from yesterday team, same team.
And you must have been happy with your first win against Papua New Guinea.
Yes, first match, first qualifying, we were happy for win, and today we also again win.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations again for yesterday's game and good luck for today.
Thank you.
Well, there we have confirmation that Pakistan have won the toss and they will bat first today at the P Sara Stadium.
Thank you, Ebony, for that. So Pakistan batting, and as we were saying, this Group B match, this could be the real contest in Group B, because we think South Africa are the best team in the group. Now, a couple of, not to be unkind to them, more minor sides, Papua New Guinea and Scotland, but these two, well, they played 6 times. Bangladesh have won twice, so could be really a key game. And there's the Pakistan side, and Anjum, who should we be looking out for there?
Thanks, David. Good morning to all. Yes, Aisha Zafar opening the batting with Bibi, but look at the middle order: Javeria Khan, Bisma Maroof and Rabia Shah, with Captain Sana Mir to follow. Should be a good batting order for Pakistan. But if you look at the Bangladesh side, we'll come back to it.
First ball of the morning then is outside the off stump and signalled a wide. So 1 run for Pakistan, and the innings not yet underway, so it's a little bonus. And both teams playing in green, which people watching will think, well, surely they should have a change strip so there's no colour clash there, but it's like turning up at a party wearing the same outfit. Good diving half stop, prevented a run there, so should actually be saying 1 for no wicket. We'll have a look at the Bangladesh team in a minute. Much better delivery and a little bit of shape away there. So on the spot. And here is there's the Pakistan team again. That you were just running down there, and some good strong batting lineup. See the Bangladesh team in a minute. Again, a little bit of shape away from the bat there, so already we're seeing a little bit of movement through the air. It's hotter here today in Colombo. Maybe that's just affecting the ball a bit. Maybe it's a ball that's more conducive to swing. That score showing 0 for 0 should in fact be showing 1 for 0 on the graphics there, but we had the wide to begin with. Just about got away with that one. It was quite a wide delivery. Jahanara Alam just straying a bit, but quite an impressive first over so far.
I like the fact that she's hitting good lengths, Jahanara.
Well, that played quietly back to her.
We've seen earlier in the games where earlier in the World T20s Bangladesh was playing against India and got a few matches to cover for them, and early on if Jahanara bowls a good spell, tight spell, that's the time that the Bangladesh look to be much more in control against their opposition, and she's hitting good lengths here, which is a good sign.
And a little bit of a edge, just perhaps trying to run that one down towards third man, not getting a lot of bat on it, through to the keeper, and that would have been a maiden over except for the wide first ball. So 1 for no wicket, despite what its our graphics are showing at the moment. I'm sure we'll get that sorted out. There were the two teams. Who are we looking out for on the Bangladesh side?
Sultana is definitely there right at the top. She will be one of the key members in opening along with Akhtar. But look at Sultana, Ahmed and Khatun. Definitely one of those middle orders that depend a lot. They like to use the long handle to good effect, but will definitely meet one of the reasons how Pakistan gives them a target to go out there and chase. Panna Ghosh right at the bottom, the experienced Panna Ghosh playing for Bangladesh. She's been around for almost 6 years playing for them and opening the bowling.
That ball just angling in and played away down to third man, the first run off the bat.
Bangladesh has also been around for quite a number of years in the women's circuit. I remember going and watching them play in a series in Ahmedabad, which they played against the Indian. I won't say the India A side, it was an India side, but a lot many hopefuls representing the nation that time. Oh, that's a beauty. That's one of the best balls of all morning that we've seen. Just bending her back a little more than the earlier one and using her height to good effect.
Let's have a look at this one again. The batsman was tempted. And a little bit of bounce. As you say, using her height.
Yeah, they've been around for a few years, as I was mentioning, and when they came and played a 3 ODI and a 3 T20 series against the Indian team almost 4 years back, the nucleus of the team has been retained. Talking about Panna Ghosh, Jahanara Alam, Rumana captaining the team now, Salma Khatun, and that is an important sign to maintain a team for a longer period.
Nice shot. lent on that one and racing away, as we saw yesterday. The outfield very quick here. Once the inner ring has been pierced, the ball's going to go straight away to the boundary, especially if it's timed like that one. To be fair, in the slot, but nicely timed and away between cover and extra. Save your energy, don't chase too fast after that one on a very hot day here. Playing a miss there, not sure there was a lot of movement there. I think she's just playing inside that one and not lucky to get away with that one perhaps. Playing a miss, always encouraging for the bowler early in the innings. And that one goes through to the keeper, completes the second over.
Now, how often have we seen a bowler just getting forced into pushing the ball slightly way back up after hitting a couple of good length deliveries, getting the ball to carry to the keeper and just pushing the ball up to get that extra swing, to get it in the slip cordon. But Aisha Zafar was up to the standard. She didn't try to overhit the ball and got a good boundary there.
I think that's one of the secrets, isn't it? Early in the innings, don't go at it too hard. Just find your timing and look for the gaps. The gaps are there, of course. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the inner ring at this stage of the innings.
Happy coloured faces there, Pakistan dressing room. Coloured, I say, is because the kind of cream that they have on their faces, it sometimes becomes difficult to identify which player is this.
Through to the keeper. Safety first, never mind the identity. Get that sun cream on. We don't want I don't want you getting sunburnt and of course all the problems that can come with that.
Oh no, since Jahanara Alam has been hitting good lengths, I'll just be tempted, if as a skipper, to get another slip in to give that strength to the bowler. She's been
Yes, I was going to say it's a nice firm shot square the wicket there, and nearly a bit of confusion between the batsmen, but
now she's getting a little bit of shape away from the right-hander. We know, and it's important time if Bangladesh can pick up an early wicket, because both the bowlers, both Panna Ghosh and Alam, have impressed with the new ball. If they can get a slip in, just put a little bit of extra pressure on the bat.
Played that one quite late. Pushed into the ring, no run there. Yes, I'd go along with that. I think at the end of the last over we saw a little run shot that was not really an edge, but it was fielded by slip. And she has shaped the ball away from the bat, and always a dangerous thing, that bit of away movement early on.
Yeah, and it's just one of those times when the captain feels, what if one just gets down to the leg side? What if one is flicked away on the onside and you'll be paying 4 runs?
Nice easy push there into the offside, and one more run.
And it's just backing your bowler there, that if you can encourage them and say, okay, maintain this line and length, I'm just strengthening the wicket taking opportunities for you as a bowler. It's just backing them and giving them more opportunities and more chances.
Not a lot of movement, but there is just a little bit of shape, isn't there, in the
and what I'm liking is it's just on the off stump, David.
Yes.
It's not going outside the off stump too much. She's depending, or she's hoping that the ball does a bit on its own. Just trying to hit a good length, keep a good line, and just follow that. Bowling to her field.
Again, good line, but a single there just to the left backward point. Important game this, and I think could be a real cracker here today. Pakistan will want to do what India did yesterday, which was put a lot of runs on the board and then defend it against a side that's been fielding for 3.5 hours and maybe a little bit tired after the break. Nice drive, won't get a run there into the cordon. Pakistan will be wanting to restrict them. They had a good win yesterday against Papua New Guinea. That game at times looked as though it could be competitive. Bangladesh made the lowest total of the 4 games yesterday, batting first, 215, and then saw Papua New Guinea make a reasonable start, build a platform, and then rather fall away disappointingly in terms of it being a contest. Ghosh 0 for 5. Bowler second over. Outside the off stump and through to the keeper.
Bangladesh has got a lot of expectations that they have to follow with and go forward. There's been a lot of development and improvement over the past few years, but they've just not been able to maintain their consistent standard. They came up in the T20s as well in India earlier last year rather. How time flies. Sometimes you just wonder it's last year or earlier this year, but it's just been almost a year now since the World T20s were there, and I got a nice experience. But it's just that in the longer format, they've not been able to maintain or earn that consistency at the international level.
It's interesting, isn't it? I think the T20, the shorter game, does bring the teams closer together. It's pitched up and driven, and a very good half stop there, and that saved a couple of runs. Good dive there at mid-on. Little pat on the back. It's always good to see the teammates giving each other support.
Yeah, full marks for commitment there by Jahanara Alam. She knows how important it is to save each and every run when a bowler is bowling. She'll expect the same from Panna Ghosh when she's fielding to return that favour.
Pushed into the offside. One of the taller bowlers in the qualifiers, Panna Ghosh. Does help, doesn't it, having that little bit of extra bounce? It's a little bit extra height.
Sorry for that. Talking about T20s, and you said teams get closer in a shortest format. Pakistan was also one of those teams which had an outstanding T20 tournament. They went on to beat India in the World T20s in Delhi, and that I thought was one of the very good games that we've seen from Pakistan women come out in strong manner to compete against the host nation.
Lovely placement. Found the gap. That's away to the boundary. 4 more runs. And yeah, Nahida really timing this one beautiful. Look at that. No effort, just pure timing, finding the gap, and that's away to the boundary. That's a delightful shot. A grace about that, wasn't there? There was an elegance about it, just timed beautifully. 4 overs gone then, 14 for no wicket. Pakistan will be reasonably happy with that. Bangladesh need a wicket. We see this in any form of white ball cricket. Take wickets, and that really puts the batting side onto the back foot. That's the first time there that Jahanna has strayed, and that's going to be 4 leg byes. Just lost her line a little bit, just going down the leg side, flicked the pad on the way through. Fine leg is, well, long leg really, and couldn't get around to keeping that one out. And let's have a look there, just as you see, just clipping the knee, and that's away and down to the boundary. That's a funny old game, cricket, isn't it? That counts as many as that glorious cover drive we saw just a minute ago.
Yeah, just glided it to the fine leg field.
Playing a miss outside the off stump.
But it's not a bad ploy if you can get a couple of deliveries shaping inside, shaping in towards the right-hander. Both Aisha and Nahida have been very comfortable on the offside. We've seen that both of them prefer to drive the ball. It's not going to be a bad ploy if you can get one of the balls to shape in and just test how good their defense is or how good their on-the-drive footwork is, because they've not been expecting a ball to shape in, so that'll be nice.
It's the old Seamers 3-card trick, isn't it? 2 or 3 balls swinging away from the bat, and then one coming back the other way, and how's that umpire, and the finger goes up. 18 for no wicket. Good bowling if you can do it.
Better length and line. She's an experienced bowler, Shahnaz Alam. She's been around for a while now. Former captain also of the Bangladesh team in the last T20s that you were mentioning in 2016. She was leading this Bangladesh side.
Eased away down to third man. That should just be a single, and that's not quite such a spectacular stop as Jahanara's in the previous over, but Gosh doing the fielding off her fellow opening bowler there, sending the return in. Very straight approach to the stumps. Again, the playing them. It's not a lot of foot movement. Need to get that front foot across. Swish at it like that outside the off stump. 5 overs completed then. 19 for no wicket. Jahanara 0 for 5. Couple of wides in there. Generally been impressive. Talking of impressive, here comes Ebony, having done that wonderful toss presentation earlier this morning. I'm sure everybody who joined us at the start was most impressed with that. Quick look at the snack box as well. Pitched up and through to the keeper. Yes, not too happy with that. Good morning, Ebony.
Good morning, David. I'm looking forward to this one. I heard you saying earlier that you think it might be a pretty big clash, and I think this could be one of the games of the tournament. I've got a good
Certainly
feeling.
one of the games of the group stages.
Yeah.
Just little floaters, aren't they, outside the off stump?
Just tempters.
You'd be going for those, wouldn't you? You'd be.
What I'm looking forward to is these two sides have faced each other 6 times. Pakistan have won 4, Bangladesh 2. I just think Bangladesh, after having good warm-up, good win against Papua New Guinea, they'll fancy it.
That ball eased away for a single. Yes, it's cricket, well, sport generally, but cricket particularly about momentum. And you have Bangladesh coming into this game having beaten Papua New Guinea yesterday. Momentum with them. Pakistan, not the worst performance against South Africa. A very strong side. They'd be reasonably happy with the way they performed yesterday. A bit edgy there, and a good diving stop. If they'd have run the first quicker, they could have probably got a second, but they'll have to settle for just the one. They lost to South Africa by around 60 runs yesterday, but it was a loss, it was a defeat. And the momentum now for Pakistan needs to shift, doesn't it? They've got to come out and, well, they made a reasonable start, 21 for no wicket. But Pakistan, well, no, they've already lost twice to Bangladesh.
Completely agree with you there, David. And also, I got a chance to catch up out in the middle with David Capel, who's Bangladesh's coach. He got given recently a 4-month contract with Bangladesh. But I did like the way he was really drilling them out in the field before, and I think their fielding's been excellent so far today. They've dived around, particularly in the covers, seen them cut off a few. And I just wonder if him bringing his expertise in, he was former assistant coach for the England women's team. I think he might have got this Bangladesh side firing.
Defensive shot to end the over. Yes, David Capel, a former England all-rounder, and certainly knows his cricket. Very experienced coach now. So we talked about this yesterday, didn't we? With the practice before the warm-ups before the game. Sri Lanka just looked down. There was no energy there. And I thought the warm-ups from both sides today had a lot more energy and a lot more about it. And both of them will, be up for this. They know this is an important game. Not perhaps so much in terms of qualifying for the Super Sixes, but in terms of actually qualifying for the World Cup. Because the way this tournament works, teams go through to the 6 teams go through to the Super 6, but only 4 qualify for the World Cup finals in England later this year in June and July. And if these are 2 of the teams that are going to be in the Super 6, this is a very important game. That ball's played into the offside. We expect India and South Africa to be 1 and 2. After that, 4 teams going for 2 places. So if Bangladesh were to actually beat Pakistan today, that would put them in a very strong position to get one of those 4 places. Same in the other game, which is almost a mirror of this, the Sri Lanka against Ireland game. Sri Lanka were batting there and they were on 19 for no wicket after in the 6th over. Oh, another cheeky little leg by the look of it. Yep, 4 runs. She's found that boundary well in the last couple of overs. That's the second time we've seen a fine leg fall.
Tickled it, didn't she? Jahanara getting a little bit slightly short, only slightly short, but drifted. I think the key there was the line, just drifted towards that middle leg line, and it was put away. Well done for Pakistan.
Put it away with her leg.
Bit of a swivel on the
do that kick.
Back foot.
Kick a couple down to fine leg in your career, I'm sure, didn't you?
Don't know what you're talking about. All back there, DT.
In comes bowls again, and that's the ball that just shapes back in, and that's pushed up towards mid-on. But we were just saying with Anjum there that you it's a funny game. You can play a glorious cover drive and it counts exactly the same as just flicking one off your knee and 4 leg byes down to a fine leg. The score advances by 4. Aesthetically, we know which one we want to see. In terms of the game, they both count as much. Next delivery's down that way again. This time the keeper's got a glove on it. He's not going to go for 4. But a couple of runs, they're back, and there's 2 more. Was there a bit of bat on that, perhaps? Nope. More leg byes.
Could be time for it.
Leg byes now moves to top scorer. Leg byes into double figures, with Jaffa on 9 and Nahida on 7.
Just wondering if the captain might be thinking about just resting Jahanara. She's bowled well, but when you see a bowler bowl a couple of loose ones, sometimes it makes you think they've had a nice little stint, good couple of opening overs.
And in this heat, you don't. really want to be bowling, I don't think, more than 4 overs. She bowls again. That's a good line. Driven to extra cover. No run there. But maybe that'll be it for now. You were out in the middle earlier doing the toss. It's hotter today, isn't it?
It was unbelievably hot. I mean, I'm sure it might have showed if you were looking at the toss, just the heat out there. I felt it very much so, and it's noticeably different since yesterday. Yesterday, really, it felt nice and pleasant. I'm not saying it isn't pleasant, but you don't want to be wearing full trousers and a jumper and jacket today, because I think you'll be struggling, that's for sure.
A voice from the back of the box says you can't play in shorts.
We used to play in skirts. That's how I started my career.
You started in skirts?
Started in skirts.
Cool.
I really like the skirts.
I'd forgotten you were that old, Ebony. Huh? I thought that was back in the days of Rachel Hayhoe-Flint that they played in skirts. That ball was pushed into the...
Yeah, skirts. I played my early days up until about 14, so I'm guessing that would have been 1983 plus 14.
And it was sort of obligatory to play in skirts?
Yeah, everyone played in skirts. The long socks as well. Don't forget the long socks. They were also important for the outfits. And then there was this whole change from kind of international down, where I was really disappointed. I liked the skirts. I thought that they looked good. They distinguished you from the men. But the issue is when you dived around the field, you got horrendous scrapes on the legs. So it was a smart move moving to trousers.
A bit that easy to play in though, but really with pads and things and...
Yeah, it was fine. I loved it. I had no problem. It was just only the bruises and scrapes that you'd get.
There's a slash outside the off stump and a play and a miss. A little bit more on that one, perhaps, from Ghosh. Yeah, I thought it was... I thought it was actually a lot longer ago than that, because I know
it might have been international, but clubs still played.
Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, who was one of the pioneers of the women's game, who sadly passed away recently, and she was always talking about how sort of inconvenient, how difficult they were to play in. And that's driven away. There's a fielder out there, so that'll be just the single.
I was definitely in the minority in terms of liking it. I liked him. I really did. I thought they looked really smart. The socks, you used to have to tie like a ribbon around the top of the sock to stop it falling down. So you did that under and then folded it over. I just love the process of, they were more like culottes than skirts. They weren't straight skirts. They were more like culottes.
Backward point field in that one, a little bit clumsily, but prevents the single. I don't know, it'd be like the Scottish team playing.
But it looked good. That's the most important thing.
Well, yes, surely the most important thing is the comfort rather than the look, isn't it? And the practicality. Anyway, you had far less scrapes on your legs after you reversed to the trousers.
Exactly. Well, good start here from Pakistan. No wicket down. Oh, there's some good bowling early doors from both Ghosh and Jahanara, but they're seeing it through nicely. Like you said, I think actually following up from your point you were saying earlier about that last 4 actually could be a little bit of a battle. But from what I understand as well, you take your points through from this stage, the group stage, into...
So that's why this is important. This is almost a Super 6 match. Just as yesterday South Africa against Pakistan was a Super 6 match, in the sense that we strongly expect these teams to qualify for the Super 6. So we don't have a change of bowling. It's Hanara continuing. Players and supporters of Scotland and Papua New Guinea will say to, oh, hold on a minute, you're right. Them off, but we're just saying who we expect to go through. And Papua New Guinea today against against Bangladesh. Fell in a bit of a heap at the end to lose that one.
One thing I'll also add as well, which, you know, I was quite surprised when I read this earlier today, is that Bangladesh have only actually played 25 ODIs. They got ODI status in 2011, whereas Pakistan have been going since 1997, so they've played over 100 ODIs. So actually, in the context of these two teams, Bangladesh are actually on the ascendancy to have won already 2 out of their 6. To be going so well, I think they've got the momentum behind them at the moment.
Haven't got a wicket yet though. There's an appeal there, but I think that was going comfortably down the leg side. The keeper not really interested. Let's have a look. Going well down, wasn't it?
Yeah, going down. I think the danger is just the playing across the line from the batsman. I think if you were Bangladesh bowlers, I would still be quite encouraged by that. Just seeing that the shot selection, if you can get it a fraction straighter, kind of starting on that middle stump line and tailing in, you might just find yourself sneaking a little LBW in there.
That one's in the slot for the drive, and oh my word, that's going to go for 4. That really should have been stopped. Unlucky, because that could have gone anywhere. That could have gone anywhere after it. It was struck very firmly to mid-off, but really you've got to do better than that. That's gone away for 4, and the bowler is not going to be happy with that.
Yeah, it wasn't great fielding. We talked about how good they've looked so far, especially out in the covers, but that just completely rebounded off the fielder there. But well struck by Safa.
And up in the air and over the top, and that one's going to go away for 4 as well. So opening up here, Ayesha Zafar. Let's have a look. This is the shot of the morning so far. In the slot for it, but beautifully struck there over mid-on and away to the boundary.
It's the true bounce on this wicket that allows that shot. She knows that the ball's going to come through at a very similar, consistent height. Just picked it up off a length, but that last little wrist to flick it over.
Better length there, and she's angry with herself for flirting with that one outside the off stump. Through to the keeper, and that's the end of an expensive over, and that surely now is the end of Jahanara for a little while. 38 for no wicket.
And this is where teams, I think, show experience and knowledge, because say, for example, a more confident or more experienced captain may have seen signs in the last over that the bowler might have been drifting, maybe they're losing a little bit of focus and concentration, would have looked at the batsman and seen that they're starting to eye up the bowler and would have had the confidence to make a change earlier. Whereas when you're less experienced, you kind of hold on to the same game plan longer.
Yeah, the game plan, I imagine, was to bowl the first 10 overs, the power play, with these two same opening bowlers. But as you say, the art of captaincy is to adapt to the situation and maybe think, just look, hey, it's hot today, you know. She's bowled 4 good overs, but that last over just, maybe just starting to show signs of tiredness. I'd be very surprised if she bowls a 6th over. I don't think that would be good in this heat.
Do you know, if I was bowling at both of these two, I'd be tempted just for 1 or 2 deliveries to come around the wicket. Only reason is I've noticed, and we both noticed, that they're playing around their leg a lot. Obviously it will negate the LBW decision, but I would angle a couple across and just see if you get them in a bit of a awkward position playing across the line. I would only do 1 or 2 deliveries, but it would test them out.
That one's chopped in the air and it's racing away for 4 runs. A slightly streaky boundary there, but Pakistan now moving comfortably into the 40s. A little bit of coaching going on in the middle there. Let's see what she saw about this. Was it fair enough shot, maybe not as under control as it could have been, but 4 runs all the same. The delivery that Gosh needs to bowl, what you say, with them playing around that front pad, is just pitching it sort of fourth stump, bringing it back in. Sort of a bit like that, but needed just to come back in to the batter a little more. Zafar now on to 17. Do you feel that Gosh bowls a little bit within herself?
Yeah, I
You know what I mean?
completely agree.
She almost doesn't really get through it and could
I think
perhaps
it's to
find
do
an
with-
extra yard somewhere.
I think it's sometimes to be do with playing on subcontinent wickets that you subconsciously you think putting that extra energy in might not get you the reward, and so you see bowlers sometimes just not getting used to that, hitting that pitch.
Yeah, seems to be putting it there rather than bowling it there, and that's a wide. She didn't put that one in the right spot.
But as I heard you guys mention earlier, a very tall bowler, and most probably the closest likening would be someone like Jhulan Goswami for India, who's very tall, long limbs, obviously not quite as high, but when you see Goswami bowl, she is someone who tries to hit that length and hit that top of off stump.
It's almost floaty, isn't it? Almost floaty, but that ends the over. It ends the 10th over, so we'll have a little double change here in the commentary position. If I'll do that first, Ebony, I'm sure you've got something else to say, as you always have.
Always got something to say, David. Well, very well placed here for Pakistan. Going at 4 and over, we saw yesterday, actually, as much as this is not a very pacey pitch as such, it's consistent bounce. So batters, yeah, let's just have a little rundown of the batting card as well for you today. As we said, Pakistan won the toss and have chosen to bat first. No wicket down yet, but the two batters going nicely. Aisha Zafar not out on 17 off 36, and then of course Nahida going nicely, 12 off 24. They all look to pick up the rate, but Pakistan ticking nicely. Over to you, Roshan.
Thank you, Ebony. Thank you very much. Yes, it's been a good start for Pakistan. 43 runs of the first 10 overs. The kind of start that the batters would have wanted to give their team. So Pakistan winning the toss and batting first. Zafar and Nahida. That's the leg side field. That's a well spread out field, bowling to a slip, and a spread out field on the leg side. Going to see a bit of spin from the far end. Bowling a bit of off spin. Oh, that was a chance. That was a chance. Should have been taken. It was a sharp chance to slip. I don't think she was anticipating that. Khadija is the bowler. That went to her quickly, the slip fielder, and she just didn't hold her. I think it was Salma Khatun. Just take a look at this. Just take a look at this. Anjum's here. Just take a look at it, Anjum. Not ready.
Now Aisha was testing whether the fielder is awake or not. She played it right into her hands.
Yeah, that's the easiest way of describing that catch, because it was just a kind of a steer. It was a slip catching practice.
Yeah, it's been one of those catches which as a child you start off with when you start taking catches, and it was a regulation one. I think it's going to be a costly miss because, you know, Bangladesh has bowled well. They've not been able to pick up a wicket. A couple of opportunities just missing their marks. And this one was presented with a straightforward. And look at the bowler. First ball, if she picks up a wicket, she'll be all happy, all confident.
In fairness, I think the Bangladesh bowlers have bowled well, as you very correctly said. The seam bowlers have looked good, and they've run in and bowled hard with good pace. I like this off spinner, Kubra. Khadija Kubra, the off spinner. Seemed to bowl with nice loop, nice flight. Punched off the back foot. That's again another poor effort at point. That will race away to the boundary. It was short and wide, and she was onto it quickly. Just that little bit of space outside the off stump.
Just look at the back leg, just look at the right leg. Made a little bit of room. She knew that the ball is on the stumps. If she had missed it, may have been bowled. So just a little bit of room, adjustment, but played it really well.
Again off the outside edge. That ball just sliding off the face of the bat. A couple of runs will bring up the 50 for Pakistan. What a good start for them. It's been a bit indifferent in terms of shot selection, but 50 runs of 11 overs nevertheless is an excellent foundation.
And an expensive over comes to an end. Expensive, I say, because she's not picked up a wicket, Khadija. She's been taken to the boundary as well. And 2 balls just going from the slip cordon. 7 runs of that, and an easy 50 Pakistan has eased into without losing a wicket.
So it's a good start for Pakistan. I've been impressed with the 2 openers. I like the way they approach the game. Both Nahida and Zafar. Nahida in particular has looked very solid. She's not looked to blast the bowling. So another change of bowling here. Salma Khatun coming on from our end.
And she has a chance of making amends of that. She was the slip fielder who made a mess of the chance that Khadija had produced.
Well, played for some turn. That ball straightened up, I thought. This is an off spinner. That ball, Sava was expecting some turn off the track, but it straightened up. Again, there's very little turn. Just going straight through with the arm.
And it's too short in length as well. It was just a half tracker, and that's given enough time for Aisha Zafar to rock back on her back foot and place it. There's a big gap between backward point and short extra cover. I think what Aisha did the previous ball, Nahida missed an opportunity here. Not this time. She'll get more than one. Excellent stop on the boundary. Good stop and a good fielding effort. Certainly stopped 2 runs.
Nahida, the batsman or the batter. This ball again very short off the back foot, just punched square of the offside. One thing about ladies cricket that I want to find out is why do we have so many off spinners and just finger spinners, if I may put it that way. We haven't seen too many wrist spinners.
End of 12, 53 without loss, Pakistan. I think if you just look around the world of cricket, it's more of off spinners. I won't say that it's only in women's cricket that you've seen it. It's around, probably I feel, not for me, but I feel that it's easy to get started into a bowling of being an off spinner and then developing into a better spinner rather than being a quick bowler or a leg spinner, because either of that takes a lot of an effort. A wrist spinner takes a lot of an effort because you need to be good at it. A fast bowler needs to be working very hard on their fitness. But I think off spin is one skill that is slightly easier to start off and become better at it.
So they've taken the easy option. That's how it looks.
I think a lot of batters who don't bowl can be said about that, but I wouldn't say the same for a specialist off spinner.
So Khadija continues. It's been a little bit too short again outside the off stump.
But another thing I'd like to add over here, Roshan, is that now teams are even preferring to play a specialist leg spinner and or a specialist left arm spinner ahead of an off spinner. Because teams have started feeling that if you have a good leg spinner who can turn the ball away from right-hander, or a good left arm spinner who can be very, very tight with their line and lengths, they've started preferring that option of a bowler. So, things are changing, but yes, that's my answer to that.
Yeah, I think they're looking at the leg spinner, the left arm spinner more as wicket-taking options, because there is limited over cricket has developed a lot of defensive bowlers, and they need someone who can come on and get you those wickets. Otherwise, like yesterday, Sri Lanka's effort, they just didn't know how to dismiss batsmen. Just talking about Sri Lanka, they're playing Ireland today. I'll give you the scores: 29 for 2 in 10 overs versus Ireland. These are Group A games. Thailand versus India. India going great guns. Thailand on their knees virtually, 18 for 4 in 9 overs. The Indian bowlers getting stuck into the Thai batsmen. That's in Group A. And then Group B, Scotland versus South Africa. Scotland batting first, 27 for 2 at the moment. So Khadija now looking to bowl much slower. That last ball, 56 without loss at the end of 13. Zafar and Nahida still looking quite good, 21 apiece.
And a good sign there was also that when she's tossing the ball up in the cordon of the stumps, she's getting turn as well. Salma Khatun will continue from the other end.
So Zafar the batter with a slip. Nice easy stance for her. She has a very nice approach about her, good technique. She's got a very balanced base as a batsman. Feet not too wide apart, but just enough. And also I like that stride forward, not that she's trying to commit. A very still head, as you could see. Just not moving with the head, but just keeping it very still. And just that stride, that's what I like. She gets into good position.
Yeah, the Pakistan openers have been impressive. Impressive because they've looked to score runs. They've looked to attack, especially early on. Might not be the case right now, but when the Pacers were bowling, they were looking to attack. And that's a very positive sign.
Sabha has been good because she's been working the ball around. She's been very active with her running. And I also like her technique, like that stride forward, like the balance she has at the crease. So this is a very solid base for Pakistan. They're looking at something really big here.
Yeah, they would want to. They would feel that they are a better side, and they would want to dominate that over the Bangladesh team. Could be close. Could be close. If she had hit over there, would have been curtains for Aisha Zafar. Fargana Haq was the fielder who ran in from mid-off to stop that ball.
That definitely looked out, without doubt. She was definitely short of her crease. Take a look at it. Oh yes, she was definitely short of her crease. She was struggling. She was not looking to crease her bat. She was just reaching for it. That's not the right way of completing a tight run. You'd be expected to crease your bat as you go along. But on that occasion, she was just trying to reach rather than really crease her bat. So she was very, very lucky.
Wasn't in the team, Aisha Zafar, for the World T20s for Pakistan, but has been picked for the 50-over format.
So Zafar on strike. Just a hint of turn. We're looking for a couple here. Nice deflection, fine. Played with very soft hands, just waiting for the ball to come onto her. Couple of runs.
A couple of runs means that they're easing into the role of trying to accelerate the scoring rate. 61 of 88 deliveries Pakistan has already scored off.
I've been impressed with Khadija, the way she's bowled. She's bowled with good loop, looking to spin the ball. When you look at the way she's looking to grip it, you could see that those two fingers are wide apart. That's an indication that you're trying to put in a lot of revs on the ball to try and get some turn. We haven't seen that dip and turn, but she's definitely trying.
That was worth a shout. It was pitched middle and off and missed the line straight away. Was it doing too much? Is the answer that the umpire can only give.
That's behind point. That should run away to the boundary. This has been the problem of the Bangladeshi bowlers. They bowled 4 good deliveries and then they've come up with 2 loose ones. And to the credit of the Pakistan batters, they have pounced on it. Just like this. Just playing it very late and very fine. Should have been a better effort though.
Yeah, and that's what Khadija has been mentioning. She was unhappy with the effort of Panna Ghosh there at backward point. She felt that a better effort could have stopped that. She's all the reasons to be unhappy. Aisha Zafar would have been back in the pavilion if in the first ball Salma Khatun had taken that catch.
So last ball of the over. 65 without loss, 15 overs completed. This is a good start by the Pakistan batters. Very good start indeed. Good toss to win and had no hesitation in batting first. The Sara Oval, it's bright and nice today. And well, India Sri Lanka played the opening game in the qualifying round. Now it's Pakistan Bangladesh playing here. Quite a few games going on elsewhere. India taking on Thailand, Sri Lanka versus Ireland. So Nahida on strike. She's been the most sedate out of the two, 21 of 36. Both players have very interesting batting techniques. So Khatun continues. She's good off the back foot. Likes to punch anything short and wide. But on the front foot, I've noticed that Nahida doesn't have that long stride forward. She tends to play more off the crease from where she is, but loves to get on the back foot for anything short and wide. Good off the back foot. While Zafar, the other batter, has looked far more enterprising, liked her technique more. Just like that. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a very fine delivery. Went past the outside edge. Playing for some turn, I think. It's been a very measured approach by the Pakistan openers. 2 balls to go in the over. Ebony's back. What do you reckon? Good start by Pakistan batters.
Yeah, really good start, isn't it? What's interesting to see actually is the wickets held up nicely over since yesterday's game.
Now, why wasn't that given? Now, to me, that looked out unless it was off the bat. Let's see.
Only thing I could see, I just thought towards the end of that shot there might have been a bottom edge. Let's have a look. She's gone wide of the crease, bowled it, but it's definitely got that slight under edge. But if it didn't, that could have been plumb.
Yeah, so there was no signal from the umpire, so that was the indication why she didn't think that was out. But yes, that was a very dangerous shot to attempt because it was a line ball.
And bowler's gone wider there as well, which sometimes just allows them to throw it in or dart it in towards the crease. But like I was saying, Roshan, yeah, I really like that this wicket's held up. You know, we're going to see a lot of games on it. But I wouldn't say there's been any sort of deterioration since yesterday's game. So batters can hit through the line. They can trust the bounce at the moment.
So Kadisa continues. It's very close to the stumps. And one other thing is that the girls are light. So the chances of pitchers getting scruffed up is very little. So you wouldn't find the rough edges and you wouldn't find it roughing up. So that's the advantage.
Good shout there. That was one of those ones to try and get the umpire excited as well. Going down leg, but can understand the excitement.
I think Bangladesh are desperate for a wicket here. They're quite desperate. They realize that they can't allow this partnership to carry on for too long. I've been impressed again, as I keep saying, with Zafar, the way she's batted. Her technique looks good, as we're discussing with Anjum. Looks very solid at the crease. Good base she's got. She's got that nice stride out. Very different to the way Nahida has been batting.
It has, and like you said, with a good wicket, they're able at the moment to play through the lines. They could have had actually a few more boundaries if the extra cover wasn't such a tight field.
Nahida, on the other hand, is someone who seemed to be not really glued to the crease, but doesn't really move her front foot too much. Seemed to be far more comfortable on the back foot when there's anything short. But Zafar has been so different. I like that stride forward. I like her aggressive intent to try and get to the front foot, try and pick the line, the length early.
Some movement going on, it looks like. Umpire's just waiting. To turn, but not much in it for the bowlers, is it? Whereas we saw against India yesterday, there was some good flight, good bit of guile, some drift actually in the air from some of the spinners. Today, Bangladesh spinners haven't been able to extract anything really, and there's not that much turn in the wicket, so it's going to be a tough going. Something I wanted to talk to you about, Roshan, actually, is actually about the coaching of the women's side. The women's game's progressed not just on the field but off the field. So today, for example, Bangladesh have the captain, the coach even of David Capel. He was an English player, so I'm not sure if you would have heard of him.
I've heard of David Capel.
Yeah.
He was considered the next Ian Botham when he first came on for Northants.
Yeah, he's Northants guy, yeah.
But sadly, he was a poor imitation of Ian Botham.
So it didn't quite
got
work
anywhere
out.
close. Khatun continues. In fact, on the subject of Sir Ian Botham, there have been quite a few they tried. The closest they got were Flintoff, and now Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
They're the closest.
Yeah.
I mean, they tried, I remember, quite a few names. Capel was one, Pringle was one, then, Chris Cowdrey came and went, but he wasn't anywhere close. Mark Elam, Chris Lewis, quite a few all-rounders that England tried, just wanted that Botham kind of player, because Botham had just retired, and they never really found that right link. And one player I thought who could have possibly developed was the late Ben Holyoke. Very sad that he
very
was lost.
Talented cricketer.
Absolutely talented.
Yeah. Him and his brother, two unbelievable cricketers.
This is in there, but it's going to fall very safe. No fielders in that short fine leg position. A couple of runs. How important is the short fine leg when you're bowling off spin? And also considering the miscued sweep.
You need that protection, don't you? It's one of the first positions I would put in. I mean, fair enough, they're not necessarily got the pace to play the paddle, but still it is a valued position.
Again off the outside edge. Playing for some turn, I get the feeling, with that bat slightly opening as the ball hit the outside edge.
Just to continue the point on David Capel, and also Pakistan's coach is Kapir Khan, so he was a former test player as well.
Never knew that Kabir's here. He's a good friend
yeah,
going
yeah.
back a long way.
Oh, really? So, and what's good to see, I guess, for women's cricket, for example, the England women have Mark Robinson, who's the England coach, and there's more and more male coaches who have real international experience, not just, men who maybe coach at, development level or the more mid-tier performance. These guys are former internationals, and that must bring a certain level of, one, credibility, but also, two, knowledge that will grow the game.
Yeah, that's what Sri Lankans are doing. I was talking about Hemantha Devapriya. Of course, not a big name in terms of international cricket, but certainly a very fine player. Should have played for Sri Lanka. We come to that after this ball, because Khadija will continue. And he was sadly on a rebel tour to South Africa. That was the second rebel tour in the world after England. I think England under Graham Gooch and boycott, and that bit went. And then the Sri Lankans followed immediately after Sri Lanka's first test match. They went and played 2 test matches in India, and then they also played in Pakistan, and then they went on a rebel tour. So Hemantha Devapriya, thought of as a very exciting young wicketkeeper batsman, was lured in, I suppose, by the money. But then sanity prevailed. He's back in the system. Good coach. He's in charge of the Sri Lankan women. And the other guy is Oshadi Veerasinghe, a fine right-arm off-spinner, played a lot of first-class cricket, knows his cricket. So that's a good combination that the Sri Lankans have come up with. And again, as you said, males coaching.
It's really good for the game, and I think it's just going to continue to grow. For example, Australia have got Matthew Mott, and he comes with great coaching credibility as well. So
should turn at square leg. It does. She was not covering it. Square leg is always the case. It tends to have that curve as you play the sweep shot, and she didn't have it covered.
You're completely right. To be honest, a good shot option. Got really the bat out nicely out in front of the crease. Just have a look at this here. Saw the length early, got the hands completely through it. But here we go, the spin. And that's experience as well, just knowing your positions. If you know your field position, you know which way the ball will turn.
Exactly, you should know when you're at deep square leg, that curve. You should always. Now this is again asking the question given. This time Ravindra Vimalsiri, the Sri Lankan umpire, thinks that she's out. Again, I thought that Nahida's problem is that she doesn't have the stride. She tends to play from the crease, and that's the reason why she's been given.
Well, good delivery. I think it was just a fraction quicker, nice and flat. But that turn, there's a nice bit of grip there. You can see reaching forward. The batsman doesn't look convinced, but from here, it feels right. So she's got to go. Like you said, she all day her feet hadn't quite moved. She hadn't got that movement that she was looking for.
So Bibi Nahid out for 28. Pakistan's first wickets down in 76 for 1.
Well, looks like they're going to have a drinks break. I don't feel, even looking at yesterday's game, that it's an easy wicket to take wickets on. And so whereas we saw, for example, India yesterday only 3 or 4 down going comfortably into the 40th over, I think even if you bowl well on here, it's hard to extract wickets because it just slows off the pitch, doesn't it? It gives the batsman time. So wickets are vital. Good that Bangladesh have managed to get their first one, but they're going to have to find a way to squeeze a few more out. Otherwise, Pakistan will score a lot of runs.
Well, it tells me that teams with stronger batting lineups are likely to win more games here, because I haven't still seen the penetration. Maybe India had a few penetrating bowlers. I've seen very little so far. Just seen three teams play, and very early for Bangladesh to even pass any judgment on them. Sri Lankan bowling completely lacked penetration. I thought the Indian bowling was good, and they were made to look even better by the approach of the Sri Lankans. They were never put under pressure. So if you have good batters in your lineup, and if your batting is strong, maybe that's the kind of team that will really push the others. And let's see how good Pakistan batters are.
Yeah, well, they'll test themselves out here. Look, they're just having a quick drink. I think there's a few rules about drinks breaks. I heard the umpire actually. It's Ravindra, is it? I met
Ravindra Vimalsiri, another first-class cricketer from
was
Sri Lanka.
he? Yeah, because I asked him if he was still playing, because he was just talking about he's local. I think he said he's not too
He's
far
a
from
policeman.
here. Is he a policeman?
He's an inspector.
No way.
He's in a very important part of the Sri Lankan police, I believe. Now this is the look of the bowling card. This is the 2 opening bowlers look good. The Bangladesh girls, Alam and Ghosh. Well, Chopra and Khartoum, the two spinners. Chopra should have had a wicket with her very first ball when Khartoum in fact had slipped, missed a straightforward chance. So she's anyway made amends, got a wicket. And just on the subject of Ravindra Vimalsuri, I believe he works for the intelligence, the police intelligence. So he's an inspector and a very smart one.
Wow. That's interesting, isn't it? Because I got chatting to him out in the middle. He was talking about, but I didn't realise he played international. But it makes sense because he was saying, "Oh, I've been to London a few times, which is where I'm from." And he said, "Oh, I've played over there a few times." And I was like, "Oh, where have you played?" But he didn't elaborate that he's played at the highest level.
No. I don't think he played at the highest level.
Did he not?
He would have played league in England.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but I mean for Sri Lanka,
No, he didn't play for Sri
not
Lanka.
very
What he did was he played a lot of first-class cricket.
Okay.
He was a very fine batsman.
Mm-hmm.
In his day, very stubborn batsman, and it's good that players like him is taken to umpiring because you'll bring so much of knowledge. I believe it's good to have not that non-cricketers don't make good umpires, but if you have played the game, you might understand it a little bit better. You see, particularly the telltale signs of players, the giveaways of players will be understood better.
Wow, there's a lot of giveaways.
So Wadud is the new batter. So last ball of the 19th over. Khadisa getting the wicket. Dot ball to end the over. It's a good one. 76 for 1. 19 overs completed. That's Pakistan after they won the toss and decided to bat.
Well, Wadood's in, faced one ball. She's also known as Khan as well. Javeria Wadood. But she's very experienced as well, another player who's been around for a while for Pakistan. I was saying earlier actually that Bangladesh have only played 25 international ODIs. They've been around since only 2011, whereas Pakistan series have had over 100 ODIs. So there's a big difference between 100 and say 30 versus 25. So some of these Pakistan players have got some good experience. They've played a number of games. Whereas for Bangladesh, a lot of players have only played, say, 10 ODIs, 5 ODIs. It makes a big, big difference.
Yes, certainly. That's true. So, change of bowling, Rumana Ahmed coming on. Well, we got a leg spinner. Always excites me. These kind of bowlers, leg spinners, left arm leg spinners, the Chinaman, a genuinely fast bowler. Like to see them, they are the rare species in the game today. Because you wouldn't find too many attack. Oh, they're asking for the question. Catch, and it's given. Turn and bounce. Always leg spinners are exciting, and they're the type of bowlers that could give you wickets.
That is an absolutely brilliant delivery. To come in for the second delivery, we saw it first one, didn't we? Got some height. Look at this. It's got up above the eye line. Really brilliant. Fox the batsman. But just that last minute, some good turn. Well taken, actually, by the keeper who held her line. But well deserved there. The captain straight in on the action. Much needed, but we said Bangladesh, it's hard to get wickets out here. If your captain can bowl like that, well, who knows?
Bangladesh have come back very strongly now. Don't forget they've dismissed both set batsmen, and they got 2 new players in there. So this is the time that they need to try and pressurize the new batter. And this is where I think that Pakistan have lost the initiative. You don't lose 2 set batters immediately close to each other. You need someone settled to carry on. And
it's not easy coming in against the leg spinner as well. The ball's turning away from you. If you find yourself pushing and poking and prodding at it, I always felt more comfortable with an off spinner as a right-hander because the ball's at you so you can follow it. So you're right, they've lost the 2 key batsmen, or batters even, and equally now captain's in and spinning in the ball nicely.
Yeah, could be a very decisive wicket, I must say. Bisma Maroof is the new batter. She's a left-hander. Now, she might like the ball spinning into her. But this could be a very decisive wicket. And I like to see how the Bangladeshis will approach this situation. How will they set about? Will they try to bowl defensively or will they go for the wickets? I think they need to go for the wickets here.
I think another delivery like that, get it above the eye line, you get them enticed into the shot, but we saw some real grip actually. The most I think we've seen all day, would you say?
Yep, I agree. And why not a forward short leg now? Come on, have a short leg. New batsman in, leg spinner bowling. Go for the wickets. There you are. You need to have a man, or do you need to have a fielder? Not a man at this stage. You'll have to summon one.
You need to be out there on the field, or you need to be the coach shouting this from the boundary
No,
line.
because I think you need to pounce on every little opening. It's about winning moments, isn't it?
It is. It completely is. And this is the thing, especially when you've got a pitch, like we say, if the batsmen get set, they can stay there all day. You need to get them while they're fresh, the nerves are up, and get some people right under the helmet.
Come on, Maroof, get in a short leg. They got a slip. Get the short leg in, create that uncertainty. Try and work on the batter's mind. What wouldn't you want when you're in for the first time? Do you like to not have a short leg as a batter, or do you want to have a forward short leg? I always try to think what a batsman would not want to have when you come in.
Also, as well, when you're close into the bat, you can chirp a little bit more. And I know the women aren't as bad as the men as such, but you can still have a little bit to say. Not as bad. The men like a chat.
You mean to say the women have nothing to say?
No, we're just nicer human beings. Much nicer human
my
beings. But
goodness.
they'll still be, I mean, in this scenario right now.
I'm still to find that woman. 76 for 2, 20 overs completed.
Oh, well, this is a good little turn here for Bangladesh. Excellent to pick up a couple of wickets, and great it was the captain. You often need the captain to show their hand. She's got a bit of movement off the pitch, a bit of grip, which is nice to see. So, David, you'll be pleased to come into a bit of action, I'm sure.
I was just enjoying that bit of banter with you and you and Roshan there.
Well, look, women, you can ask
where
Anjum.
are
I'm
these
sure
women?
she's had a bit of chit-chat. Actually, I'm sure you have, knowing you. You used to give a lot of sledging, and you should quiz her about that.
Did you used to have a little bit of a
I
chirp?
didn't sledge, but I'd say a lot. I loved fielding in the covers and at mid-wicket, and after every single ball, I'd run in. You know, I'd be the first one to pick it up, even if it's been defended. You just have something to say, just something. Just throw in a little comment, remind them that you're on top. I loved it.
Oh, Ebony, Rainford-Brent. Dearie
We
me.
should have played together.
There's still time, Ebony. Charity game somewhere, perhaps.
I don't think you're meant to come to charity games and start sledging, David. Save it for international high performance.
Ah, fair enough. Khadiza there, eased away, backward a point for a single. Haven't seen. We saw the same yesterday, didn't we? Just those 2 overs towards the end from the leg spinner that were produced the turn. The finger spinner's finding it a lot harder to get turn with that sort of pitch. Yesterday, of course, we had Vaidya, 2 overs towards the end. Plenty of spin from her leg spin. Quicker delivery there. Pushed into the onside for a single. Those 2 quick wickets will have given Pakistan something to think about. 76 for no wicket. Cruising. Couple of wickets for. It does make you think. 2 new batters even in at the crease. Ball driven up to mid-off.
Well, these 2 batters, both Javeria Khan and Bisma Maroof, are one of the most important cogs in the wheel in terms of where Pakistan finishes at the end of 50. They've come in at a time when there has been a decent foundation. The score was reading 73.
A little bit of uncertainty there, not a lot of foot movement, a little bit of playing it from the crease. And a third wicket goes down. Not happy with that. Not happy with that. Wadu turns round and signals to the umpire that she got bat on that. I don't know whether that'll perhaps bring a little visit to the referee's room at the end of the game. And well, if she didn't get bat on it, it was a pretty straightforward decision. But we see she was just about to raise the bat there. Thought she just got a bit of glove or something on there.
I reckon she did. I reckon she got the glove and a little bit of the under edge of the handle over there. Maybe from another angle we'll be in a much better position to confirm at least what I have observed. But yes, it's a big wicket. As I was mentioning, Javeria Khan is a top-class batter and an important cog in this wheel for Pakistan team. But this is definitely a big wicket for Bangladesh team.
Javeria gone, just a single. And all of a sudden, Bangladesh are right back in it. Two dismissals there for Khadiza. 2 for 24 now.
And you see the reason why Rumana Ahmed, the captain of Bangladesh, has continued with Khadiza. She feels that when she started, she was unlucky, and she's one of those bowlers who will definitely going to pick up a wicket. She kept the pressure on, and look at the pressure that Rumana has created. She's got a forward short leg, she's got a slip in, got an extra cover, catching, and look at that delivery, right on the stumps. Excellent over, successful over from Khadiza. 21 gone, 78 for 3.
So all of a sudden, 76 for no wicket, cruising becomes 78 for 3. So the spinners doing the job here in this Group B match. The probably the most competitive of the you would look on paper of the matches in Group B. Didn't look like that when Pakistan were racing away to 76 for no wicket. You thought, oh well, the senior side here asserting themselves, and all of a sudden 3 wickets going down. Rumour now wicket maiden to start with.
And if you look at that field, David, you'll see 2 fielders catching in on the drive, one on the on, one on the off, and so many animated players. Everybody's trying to set the field in.
That's swung away back with a square. Good stop. And again, that keeps the pressure on. Little fumbles in the field, or if that had got a pass for a boundary, then the pressure comes off. A little bit of the steam is released. At the moment, certainly a pressure situation here for these 2 new batters, as that one's passed outside the off stump. Ooh.
Get in a slip in, get a slip in, get a slip in. That's what Rumana must be asking the wicket keeper. Can she get another slip in? Which fielder does she take out?
Little shout more from enthusiasm, from any sense of a wicket falling there. Well, it certainly was an LBW, and there was no bat on it for the catch behind. Tossed right up. Has that spun inside? No. I thought for a minute that had just gone through and missed everything, but that's she's really giving this some air, and this is exciting bowling. This lovely to see. Next delivery just turns gently into the onside for a single. So Rumana doing her side proud here, but you would think maybe just put a little bit more pressure on.
they've got the pressure going for Pakistan right now. You certainly see a strong body language emerging from the Bangladesh fielders. Everybody trying to share their inputs into the game.
That time she didn't quite get that right, over-pitched, but got away with it. That is the end of another very good over from the Bangladesh captain, with just the single coming from it now. 2 overs, 1 for 1. And maybe could have been just a little bit more attacking, maybe tempt the batter to have a drive, and you've got a slip in place. Go on, see if you can drive that. Offer them just for a couple of overs. Just for a couple of overs. Another wicket now and you'd be right on top. 2 attacking fielders.
Trying to be getting their players in their perfect order that she wants her to be. Khadija knows that she's getting a good line and length. She's one of those senior bowlers in this Bangladesh lineup. Got a slip in, got a short extra catching.
Khadija pushing the ball through. She's bowling at a much quicker pace than her captain, who's giving it a lot of air and getting the ball up above the eye line. Different styles, of course, spin bowling. Not least that one's a finger spinner, one's a wrist spinner. That's a bit more air this time. She's animated. She's really enjoying this, isn't she?
And she's into her 6th over now. The captain has persisted with her. And the reason is that she's been one of those bowlers who looks like picking up a wicket any time.
They're tentatively forward, defensively. Not thinking about runs, just thinking about survival at the moment. Oohs and ahs every ball, with of course the ball spinning away from the left-hander.
But Bisma Maroof, she's been a seasoned campaigner for Pakistan. She's not going to be giving in easy while she's batting out there. She's a leg spinner herself. She knows how important this time is to play off as a batter, because when you're a bowler you think every ball is going to get your wicket.
Great tension out there at this moment. Great contest going on. That's the end of another very good over, another maiden. So the pressure going on. Let's have a look at those wickets that fell, because remember, 76 for no wicket, and a clatter, I think we could call this. Let's see if we can get through them. There's the first one, an LBW. That's a classic caught behind. And, delighted with that. And then the LBW. Complaining really that maybe she got a bit of glove on it, and maybe she did, but the umpire's decision counts. Another ball floated up and played quietly into the offside.
Three down, and Abidi finds herself in a situation where needs to resurrect an innings that the openers had built a foundation of.
Bowling absolutely beautifully here, isn't she?
I do reckon it's a nice time to get in a quick bowler from either of the ends.
Down the pitch, and this time that's swung away, but fielder out there at deep mid-wicket, so no boundary. You get a quick bowler on at this stage.
Yes, I wouldn't mind getting a couple of overs in from either a Panna Ghosh or Janara Alam, especially Panna Ghosh. From the other end, Khadija's bowled 6, you don't want to go into another spinner who's also going to be a off spinner, and give an opportunity for these two to settle in.
Down the pitch again, and a diving half stop. Will that keep them down to the single? It does. So again, good work in the field from Bangladesh. One more run, but they are now using their feet to the leg spinner.
They're starting to dominate the leg spinner, which is actually a good sign. That's what Rumana would be wanting, that they attack with those close-in fielders. At least they can be hoping for a mistake from other. Oh, that's a shocker. That is definitely not going down well with anybody who's a Bangladesh supporter on the cricket ground. Sanjida Islam.
Oh dear, cover your eyes now. Let's see. Whoops a daisy. We've all done that. Well, I'm sure Ebony hasn't, but the rest of us have. And away for.
And it never looks pleasing. It never looks nice. Even if you won the game and you go back after scoring 100, you'll still think about, oh, I'll let that one go. And how ridiculous was that?
Bad feeling, isn't it? And you have to apologise to the bowler as well, and the fact that the doesn't help.
I think as the culprit, you only look for a hole at that point of time, and you only wish that not many saw it.
We've got the change in your bowling, but you wanted Golsh back on, but we're going to get another spinner.
Another off spinner. Salma Khatun, she's already bowled 4 overs for 11. She bowled the end where where Rumana Ahmed was bowling earlier on, which is the pavilion end. She's been asked to come back and replace Khadija.
It's what you called for. It's a very firm shot down the ground, and that's a boundary. That's a nice boundary. So you just feel the pressure is coming off now with a and the misfield. You just feel that might have been the moment that the shackles were released, and the run's starting to flow again for Pakistan. Remember, they went from 76 for no wicket to 78 for 3, and a good few cheap overs bustled through as well. And of course, if you get a 4 off the first ball, you can then just work the gaps for the rest of the over, and there's no pressure.
As a captain, you look at your options in terms of bowling. If you're a Bangladesh skipper, you'll be looking, which is the best bowler that I can turn to at a time when I need to maintain pressure and I can pick up a wicket. And what are the options that I have to keep safe in my kitty, considering that you go back and you need somebody to plug in those runs in case there's a flow of runs. And this is the crucial stage in the game. You're halfway down into the game, and this is that crucial stage where as a team you're just on top, you're making waves, you're keeping the pressure on, and your fielders don't support you, or your bowlers. That's a good stop though. That's the effort that is required.
Fielder's certainly making the effort there. 90 for 3 now, approaching the halfway stage of the innings. A little bit behind us in the game between Sri Lanka and Ireland. Sri Lanka have moved on to 62 for 2. They're in the 23rd over there, so that sounds like a good contest as well. Worked quietly away for another good single. So that is the halfway stage. 91 for 3. And time for Anjum to move out, and Ebony to move back in. There's the the scorecard. Seen some cracking spin bowling from both those two, Khadija and Rumana. And a good game of cricket going on here at the moment. Just been pegged back in the last 5 overs or so. Tossing that ball right up in the air.
This is really good from Bangladesh. It's changed the score from looking like a 240, 250 to now thinking more around the 180 mark to 200 if they bat well.
Quicker delivery, that's going to be a wide, and it's going to race away for at least a couple. Is that going to get to the ropes? Yes, it just pops up over the ropes. 4 wides being signalled. So that goes down as 5 in the book, does it not?
Yeah, that's pretty poor there from the captain. You could see actually from the bowling action pretty early on, the shoulder dips and she was falling away very much to that offside and speared it down the leg sides. Just lost a bit of shape.
Try and put a bit more into that one, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
She's going back to the high loopy deliveries there, and that one probably should have been punished as well, but just played up to gauche mid-on.
It's what happens when you're not in. You don't use your feet and capitalise as much as you should do.
That one's driven back. When she's bowling at this pace, then you really have got the time to get down there, turn a good length delivery into a half volley or even a full toss. And interesting one, was that the googly?
It's either the googly or a good bit of drift back into the off stump. But good delivery, good change up actually. We've seen a lot of these turners, but nice to see that one going back in. You feel
Well
if she was
bowled.
to bowl that googly again, actually she might want to get close to the stumps because it was just kind of angling down the leg, but you didn't feel it had the impact of if it would have kicked straight on.
That was a little bit uppish, that drive, but got away with it. So in the end, not the most expensive over, but just those 4 wides, or 5 as it goes in the book.
Having a look at how many overs Rumana Ahmed, I think that's the end of her 3rd or 4th, so she's got plenty of overs left, which is good. I guess the question is about how much impact she can have. Let's have a just double check of that.
Even
She's
in
bowled
this,
4 overs.
yeah, I was going to say, even in this, even the slow bowlers in this sort of heat, you can't bowl them for too long. That's ball's through away. That's going to be away for 4 as well. Popping up over the ropes. I know it's not as obviously energetic as bowling quickly, but at the same time the concentration goes a little bit, doesn't it, after a few overs. Beautiful placement there.
Yeah, I really like the way she waited on that shot actually. She got into position early but just waited a fraction and then punched it into the gap. It's a good gap actually between extra cover on the inner circle and the deep cover.
Good delivery there, and just drifting in a little. Thailand threatening to get 50 against India. 48 for 8 in that Group A game. Quick single there. Oh no! Oh, yee. Batsman was home.
That's
Good
hurt
bit
the
of-
fielder there.
Good bit of backing up.
That has
but
hurt
that
the
was
fielder. She's had to dive. The person backing up, she's just holding onto her hand at the moment. There we are. We can see the keeper. She's trying to help her out, but that looks like the spinner,
Oh,
Khadija Kubra.
that hurt. I felt that up here. completely unnecessary because the batter was home. There was no chance of a run out. Sprinting through now. I like to see that. We should have seen more of that, I think, from the game we were watching yesterday. That quick single, push, go, yes, you're home. It's a safe one.
Makes such a difference, doesn't it? You can add 30 to your score if you just knock it about on those dot balls, turn them into something. So great to see. Oh, look at the captain there. She's in deep thought, contemplation.
Bowled well, hasn't she? Bowled very well. That's the end of the over. 102 for 3. Have a quick look at those scores. Thailand have indeed got 50. They're 54, but they've lost another. 54 for
but
9.
They've got past the 50 mark.
They got past the 50 mark.
That's going to be a tough game. I mean, we're talking the best team, arguably, in this tournament versus, you know, an up-and-comer who are putting in some time, but that's going to hurt for Thailand.
Scotland are 74 for 4 against South Africa. 74 for 5. Oh dear, commentators curse that, so they've lost another one. And the other tight game, Sri Lanka now 75 for 2, so just starting to accelerate, and that'll be a bit of a worry for Ireland. Well bowled.
Bowled. The batsmen could be in danger if they stay on the crease here. It's the flight that's doing them. Sometimes you've just got to, like you said earlier, just get to the pitch of the ball. There's so much time, but if you get caught waiting, there's no pace to work with.
Really tossing it up, isn't she?
Really what they want to do is move one of these cover fielders out, and so if you can pierce the field once or twice, it just takes that pressure off.
Well bowled, pushed back, and good running.
And why that's really good cricket is if you can do a couple of those drops and runs, it creeps the fielder in, and then when you do pierce the field, it makes it that much easier. So good cricket here. They need to get that breakthrough. Maroof, the left-hander, so the field will now change. Just getting our field sorted. Slip coming out. Now we know what's going to happen now. There's going to be an edge go through slip, isn't there? Always happens. Not this time. That's just tickled around the corner very nicely. Possibly get a second run if she wants to. Good running. Excellent. Both batters alert to the fact that there were 2 runs there. This is, from the captain's perspective here, she really should have a fine leg to the left-hander. She's turning the ball into Maroof there. And now she's made the change, but that really should be in place all the time. The batsman will take that option. It's very easy. Just looking here at the field now, that fine leg has now come into play, or 45.
And a defensive block there, just into the offside. From this stage, 105 for 3, what are we looking at? You reckon 210, 220? Does that depend on wickets?
Yeah, I think it does. I think that Pakistan don't have the depth they, say, for example, India we saw yesterday have. So I think if Bangladesh find a way to just squeeze out 1 or 2 more, I think after then it could really just start to go downhill for Pakistan. So if they get to the 200 mark, 210, I think that would be good. I'm just nervous for them that 1 or 2 more wickets, and you know, it could end up being a 170, 180 kind of score, and that leaves them vulnerable and opens up the game.
Certainly does. That would create a great run chase this afternoon, a great amount of intrigue. Pakistan would have to bowl very well, I think, to defend 170, 180. They'll want something north of 200 and look to accelerate away. Still a far healthier situation for Bangladesh than it was just before the drinks break.
New bowler here, Shayla Sharmin, about to take the ball. So it looks like we're going to have a slightly different attack here. Left arm, turning the ball away from the right-hander. Let's see if there's some more action. Poor delivery to start there, and it got completely put away. Well done by the batsman, but it was short. It was really dragged down. I think that's what you call buffet bowling.
Short and wide. And that's what happens to you if you get tucked into the buffet too much.
I mean, even the batsman, you saw there was an extra step into it and nailed it into the gap.
Better length there, but you can't afford this level. You just can't afford that opening delivery, can you? You've got to be straight on it right from the start. Keep the pressure on. Let the batsman get on top, and that's a good delivery as well. But again, very, very good running. Impressed with this pair, as you said. Little push into the offside, run quickly, brings the fielders in, they're alert for that, and then poof, find the gap, get the ball past them. Very, very good cricket.
Good running from Pakistan, really impressed actually. They've definitely improved in this area over the last couple of years. The new coach must be drilling them as well, which is good to see. Trying to loosen up again, the bowler. Just done a few bowl throughs there. Still thinking, well, it's interesting to bowl a few after you've actually delivered 2 or 3 balls. Maybe she doesn't feel warm, even though it's baking hot out there.
Maybe just a little bit of nerves as well. It's just a little bit of tension in the bowling arm, and
so she's really taking her time. Eh? She's taking off the strapping. Oh, it's all happening. I'm not sure the umpire fancies that. Holding things up.
Nearly got out his disposable gloves to hold that, didn't he?
This is why has she just changed bowling arms? And I know I might be thinking she was bowling before left arm away from the right-hander. She's now bowling right arm to the left-hander.
Well, we might have to. We might just have to have a little look at these two different actions then.
Is that legal?
That's. I suppose if you tell the umpire what you're going to bowl before you bowl it, and the umpire tells the batsman.
Well, that would make sense why she did have those bowl throughs, because we said it seemed odd. Well, I think this is the first time I have ever seen this. Right, let's have a look now. Is she about to bowl with her left arm?
I believe she is. Yeah.
She is.
Here we go. Well, you bowl one side of the wicket with your left arm, and you bowl the other side of the wicket with your right arm. Makes perfect sense to me.
Well, this is going to be the most fun commentating stint I've ever had. We can judge whether she's a better left arm or right arm bowler. I mean, how many times do you get to do that?
Fabulous.
This is great stuff.
Well, that's one of the. They say if you watch enough cricket, you'll eventually see everything, Ebbs. But I tell you, that really is.
Oh, look at that! That is unbelievable, and that would make sense. She had strapping on both hands, so clearly she took it off. Well, actually, on the right hand she had it. But Shayla Sharmin, that is a name I will never forget. The first bowler I've ever seen in international cricket to bowl left arm to the right hander and right arm.
And to bowl very well to both of them. I wonder which way she started. There was 1 or 2 instances of that in batters. Notably, Mike Hussey, the Australian batsman, who he started life as a right-hander, and in his up until his I think he was 12 or 13, and then decided he thought he might go left-handed, and didn't do too badly.
That's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, I don't know about you, but I've tried throwing left-handed, and it just is.
But that's different, because right and left-handed.
Yeah, but even my batting left-handed looks
batting left and right-handed. The great The great Gary, no, not Gary Sobers. This delivery down the pitch and smashed back, and well fielded. And you get, you get instances of people playing golf. I think the old England captain Brian Close back in the day, I think he was actually a single-figure golfer, which will impress you and me. Right hand, left-handed.
It's got to be illegal to have that much talent, because I don't know how you can. How, I struggled all my life to train one side.
Am I right thinking Gary Sobers as well was ambidextrous? But I've certainly never seen it in a game. Never seen it in a game, and you say you haven't either.
The closest, I guess, we often see is batters who
swish it.
Yeah, switch hit, and some change completely. But to see a bowler mid bowling, this is great. Well, I know Roshan is going to enjoy this when he gets in.
Roshan's going to be back at the end of this over. Roshan, we've got one of the bowlers who's bowling ambidextrously. The leg spinner tossing that one up. Roshan will no doubt have a story.
Roshan's always got stories. It's like story time with Roshan. Well, the captain's moving our field here. He's just moving that.
We just wanted to get through this over, get it finished, so we can see the right and left hand bowler again.
To be honest, it has made me, I know there's an over going on now and I'm excited, but I am really looking forward to seeing this again.
Tossed up, driven, but doesn't beat the field.
Good use of her feet there by Abedi. Just went to the leg side of the ball, gave herself a bit of room, but had the time with the flight in the air.
I wonder what the laws say on that. Presumably the ambidextrous bowling, presumably you have to tell the umpire each time you change, because as we know, when you're about to face a new bowler, the bowler has to say right arm over, and the umpire tells the batsman right arm over, 3 to come or whatever. And if he doesn't tell the umpire that, he's signalled a no ball if you come in and bowl, as you know. What happens if he doesn't? Well, we're going to see it again now. But what happens if there's no sign to the umpire?
It'd be a no ball.
Do you have to change every time? Do you have to tell the umpire every time? Okay, I'm going left-handed now.
I'd love to be the captain here. I mean, I'd use this to the hilt. Really, there's so many opportunities.
Let's see what Roshan's got to say.
Wow. I think actually, if you look at the action, I think that we'll see a bit flatter with the left arm. Kind of comes in round arm, but fires it a bit more. Let's have a look again at this bowling.
Actually like a left-handed bowling. Nice loopy flighted orthodox kind of spinner. The ambidextrous spinner. We had a Sri Lankan under 19 lad who used to do that. Never knew the term, to be honest, ambidextrous. I was wondering what this was, and then suddenly realized it was someone who was bowling with both the left and the right hand. Quick single here. Good running, very good running indeed. So cricket's evolving, isn't it? I mean, when the switch hit came, I was just wondering, I've been brought up on the old-fashioned game, where my coach used to say, cricket is, no, it's also a sideways game. You bat sideways, bowl sideways, field sideways. That is what the olden coaches would tell you. And suddenly when I saw this switch hit or the reverse sweep, I was kind of thinking, what's going on here? And now you got an ambidextrous bowler. And when you cap it all, when you bring in a Paul Adams or a Lasith Malinga into the equation. So it's completely unorthodox, completely different to the cricket we know.
Here we go. Right arm round. Oh.
She's just drifting down the leg side. See, it's a good choice. To the right-hander, she's bowling left arm, and to the left-hander, she's trying her off breaks.
Taking it away from the batsman there. I'm not sure there's as much of a front arm actually on the right bowling action. Just
I think she looks a natural left armer, but she's kind of, artificial with her right hand. But she's doing quite well because it's not easy. I can tell you as a kid. I'll tell you, you're telling me this story time, so it's a bit of a story. I can tell you as a kid, I dislocated my arm playing cricket, my right arm. So I used to bowl with the right arm. So when I dislocated it, I tried bowling with the left arm. Just couldn't get anywhere. I'm just wondering how these girls and how these kids could do that.
I'm hopeless. I've tried. My mum's ambidextrous actually, and I remember she didn't play cricket, but we used to go to the park as kids, and she would throw one right arm and then one left arm. You'd be like, Mum, what are you doing? I'm trying to practice like a certain type of bowler. But I then tried thinking, well, if my mum's got it, I've got it. No chance. It comes out backwards.
Yeah, we had a left arm spinner who played for Sri Lanka. I think it was in the 80s. His name was Jayantha De Silva. Not a big name. Oh, that's poor fielding. No excuse for that. Jayantha De Silva, he was never a big name, but he's played for Sri Lanka.
It's Katoon there. Head down. So she should, to be fair. If I was the captain, I'd have a word.
120 for 3.
This is not great, is it, for her?
Yeah.
And it can be seen by the whole world as well. That's the thing now, when everyone's tuned in, I'm sure there'll be plenty of fans back in Bangladesh watching and supporting. It's not ideal.
So 120 for 3, 31 overs. So just to get back to Jayantha De Silva's story, is to bowl with his left arm, he thrived with his right arm, but never tried bowling with the right arm. So that used to baffle me. How do you do that? I mean, you can throw with your right arm, but why not try bowling with your right arm? Well,
wow, just too much talent.
Unsolved mysteries. 120 for 3, Pakistan, after a good opening partnership, losing 3 quick wickets, and then Maroof and Abidi just trying to put things together here. So Bangladesh not completely out of the game, to be honest, but I must tell you that Pakistan seem to be gradually taking it away from Bangladesh with this partnership. 120 for 3. So Sanjida is the new bowler. Right arm medium pace by the looks of it. Quite a longish run. So Anjum, tell us a little bit about the ambidextrous bowlers you might be knowing, or if at all you know of anyone. Is this something new for you when you first saw it?
Yes, it is. I have never faced one. I've never bowled like one myself, and I've never commentated on one. So this is definitely for the first time.
So Sanjida. Oh, that's a wide. It's a wide. Very little use of a non-bowling arm. That first delivery, I thought. So just dragging it down.
But I've always felt. I was listening to your conversation with Ebony, and I've always felt that it's a skill. It's a skill which is God-gifted, and I won't say that you develop that skill on your own. It is a skill which you're born with. But then, by the time you realize, that's the time that you can develop or make it stronger than what it has been when it was gifted to you.
No is the call. So straight to the fieldsman at cover. What kind of score do you think Pakistan are looking at? Maybe 240, 250, you reckon? You think they can get there? 19 overs to go.
When the openers were batting, I was thinking anything between 250 to 270 they must be targeting, kind of where the start had happened. But those 3 quick wickets have... that's a loosener. That's a free gift. And Nain Abidi says, thank you very much.
Poor delivery. And mind you, that's the third ball she bowled. She started off with a wide, so she should be reasonably loose bowling that delivery. Just running in and bowling a very friendly, long, full toss. Just push through extra cover, not hit with too much of power. But a welcome boundary.
Considering that Sanjida has come into bowl in the 32nd over, I would have thought that the captain would have got her much earlier. You know that you need another 6th bowling option or a 7th bowling option, and get them at a time when there were 2 new batters at the crease, especially at the time when Khadija had just picked up a couple of wickets. You don't want to be leaking runs. And the reason I say that is the question that you asked, what are they looking at? With Javeria Khan back, Aisha Zafar and both the openers back in the hut in a spate of 3 or 4 runs, the onus was on Bisma Maroof to get the scoreboard moving. And Nayan Abidi, I think, has played a gem of an innings here by structuring that partnership with her. Now, they would definitely want, going in forward from here, to score something in excess of 210 to 220. Because if they lose a wicket here, Pakistan, they do bat deep, but they don't have power hitters as you would want them to come out with. Until unless Bangladesh bowls real bad balls.
Sanjida, of course, very gentle in pace. She's below medium pace. I think she's more or less military medium. She just runs in and seems to be looking to bowl some cutters. So complete lack of pace. That seemed to be one way of the women's game that's been used to or strategized to try and take away a lot of pace on the ball. Down to third man, just waiting for the ball to come on to her. Just a little nudge.
Yeah, it's just 5, isn't it?
I think the look at the batsman. I think the batsman's pointing to the leg umpire, and then Anjum here picked it up as well. I think that has to go down as a no ball because just 4 fielders inside the 30-yard circle. It's called a no ball. Now, sadly, it's been picked out by a batter rather than the officiating umpires. They should have been doing that. So they need to have 5 fielders inside this 30-yard circle in the second power play. Now look at the field here. There are 3.
And this happened just because Farhana Hawk, who was at that point in time the mid-off fielder, just decided to drop back to long off. While the bowler was bowling, the bowler didn't stop because she didn't have a clue about it, and Farhana just went back to the boundary. And that's the time just 4 fielders were inside the ring, and the umpire, the leg umpire, identified it, and that's been given a no ball.
So it's a free hit, is it? I'm not sure.
All no balls
free
have
hits.
become free hits now. Earlier it wasn't.
Isn't it the front foot that used to be a free hit?
Earlier, yes, till about a year and a half back, it was only. That's another gift. That is poor bowling. Because you're defending a ball where it can be taken anywhere and the batters will not be given out. You draft one down the leg side, and it's just helped on its way by the left-hander Bisma Maroof.
This is a poor over by Sanjida. She's gone for quite a few runs. In fact, she's gone for 11. This is her first over.
Early on, only the overstepping was given as a free hit delivery. It was a no ball, yes, but not a free hit delivery. But now each and every no ball that is bowled by a bowler, irrespective of how it has happened, is given as a free hit.
So from round the wicket now, Sanjida. Another quick single. Good running. Just dropping the ball almost at her feet. And a single to where square leg would have been. 12 runs of the first over. Big one for Pakistan. 132 for 3 at the end of 32. Maroof and Abidi now coming together in a very useful stand of 54 runs in 12 overs. So that's not bad. Almost 4.5 runs an over.
I think it's been very good for the Pakistan team because they've not gone out blasting the bowling. They've gone out running those quick singles, ones and twos. What was required at that point of time to just have a rotation of strike, keep the scoreboard moving, give each other time to settle in. I think both of them have batted very much sensibly, very much as an experienced pair for Pakistan, and that's why the recovery from 75 for 3 to 132 for 3, and a 50-run stand between the two.
See the ambidextrous bowler bowling now. Shaila. She continues to just slide down the leg side. That's a wide, and they'll get an extra run as well. As an off spinner, she's been wanting to bowl off spin to the left-hander, and she seemed to be just sliding down the leg side. That's a waste.
I agree. It's a waste. It's just gifting away runs. In the last 5 overs, Bangladesh has been sloppy. They've been very, very careless with their bowling, with their fielding. They're just gifting away runs to this Pakistan pair.
Now left arm round the wicket with the right hand on strike. Certainly has the right idea. Quick single here. Shaila has the right idea. She wants to bowl left arm, take it away from the batsman with the left hand on strike, just switching to off spin. The right hand on strike, switching to left arm spin. But when you switch to off spin, you need to be bowling your line and length. You can't be just sliding down the leg side, which we've seen in Shaila's case. Let's see what she does here. She doesn't seem to be spinning the
But tell
ball.
me, Roshan, isn't it a surprise package that you can have an advantage of bowling with both your hands and should be used as a surprise package as well?
Of course, I think so. It's a huge asset to me. I mean, which means you can throw with your left and right. So even in fielding positions, it becomes very useful. Because you could have such fielders in strategic positions, you know, where you could cover both sides quickly. So always, that's an asset. As you said, that's useful, that's a surprise, but it has to be well used.
Yeah, and if you overdo a surprise, it becomes monotonous, it becomes too easy, as it has become right now for both these batters from the Pakistan team. They're easily picking up singles. I feel the Bangladesh fielders are more confused than being pleasantly surprised, because the positions that they are supposed to be standing are coming out to be slightly wrong in terms of angles for both the left-hander and the right-hander, and it's easy singles for them.
I would rather have this bowler Shaila bowling more with the left arm, because she's able to be much better, more attacking, like her style as a left armer. As a right armer, well, she looks pretty ordinary, just coming in and firing the ball in. Doesn't really look like capable of dismissing the left hand, unless of course something silly happens on the batter's part.
None for 18. Shaila. And this Maroof drives and drives well. 33 gone, 137 for 3.
Partnership now, 59 runs. And certainly one player seems to be having a sponsored bat, the other one has no brand on it. So does it mean that ladies cricket isn't attractive to bat sponsors? I would think that, you know, any top order batsman of a good team should attract a bat sponsor.
Yeah, probably that's an indication from Bisma that I'm looking...
She's available for a bat sponsorship.
Absolutely. And she's looking for a good financial deal.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. But I think by this time she should be having one.
Yeah, it's a good observation, because I've, as far as I remember, and I won't swear by my memory right now on the bat, but I think she's always had one early on. But maybe it's just got discontinued. Remember, it's nearing the end of a financial season. So maybe the fresh season she does get one, or she's just almost finalizing one of her bat sponsor deals.
Jahanara starting off a new over. Right arm medium pace. Yeah, but bat contracts have come in and offered players great rewards, isn't it? I mean, I know of players who get paid lump sums per year. Some of them go on a match by match basis, plus massive incentives for hundreds, 200s, and amazing type of money that bat manufacturers have now started to pour into the game. How about you? Who sponsored you as a bat sponsor?
I was with BDM for a largest part of...
Rakesh Mahajan.
That's right, BD Mahajan and Company.
Yeah, I know him quite well. I've been to the factory.
Yeah, I've been playing with the BDM brand for at least, if I say almost the largest part of my playing career, till the time another brand under the BDM umbrella came in and shifted to an SM. So although it was the same family, it still remains as the same family. But yes, I've always played with BDM.
Yeah, BDM used to be a very established, quite an old brand.
Most sought after, one of the most sought afters.
I remember the brand SS used to be English, and suddenly I find it in India.
Well, these are few companies who've been around for a good number of years. They've been established companies. SG is another one, been around for many years. And I always tell these manufacturers that they've seen so much of cricket. They've seen so many players over so many years that they've been in the industry that they've probably watched more matches than we've actually played them.
SS used to be Stuart Surridge, and now it's Sareen. SS is Sareen. SF is Sareen as well. I mean, they're two, I think, family.
Absolutely, and they're good brands. Very good. The stuff and the products have been exceedingly good over the years and maintained their standards as well.
I had the privilege of going into the SS factory, the latest factory, and they turn out some fantastic bats. This is, I think, in where are they? They're just outside Noida.
Meerut.
Meerut, that's the place. I've been on a drive to Meerut from Noida. It's a long drive.
Shortly, they'll be having a new highway from Delhi to Meerut and further on going in. So, if you took about just approximately saying 2 hours to get to your destination, if you drive now, you'll in a short while of time, because they're constructing it now, you'll be taking less than 40 minutes.
Oh, that's fantastic, because I didn't like the traffic at all. It was horrible. Coming back in particular.
Talk about traffic, Roshan.
Oh,
it takes
yeah.
3 miles to
Sri
come
Lanka
from the
is the
hotel.
same. Sri Lanka is the same.
It did 3 miles, 50 minutes today in the morning.
Oh, well done, you've been quick. Isn't that a problem in the Southeast Asian region? So you haven't been to Bangladesh, have you?
I have. I have.
What about them?
No, you don't spend time because you don't move. You're just stationary, you see.
Yeah.
I remember having this conversation once with Athar, and he was complaining that Bangalore traffic is bad.
Oh, he has to be the last person to complain. Arthur, come on, Arthur.
And exactly the reaction from another friend of ours who was sitting in the complex at that point. Right? He says, "You shouldn't be saying that."
She should be the last to complain about traffic. Well, it's 139 for 3. 34 overs completed and just been handed over. Some results of the games that's going on at the moment. Group A, you'll be delighted, Anjum, because Thailand has been dismissed for 55 by India, and they're already on their way. They're 8 without loss in 3 overs. Sri Lanka, steady progress, very different to yesterday, versus Ireland, 29 for 2 in 10. They progressed in the next 22 overs to 122 for 3, so that's good going. Scotland, though, struggling a little bit with South Africa, 96 for 5 in 36 overs.
Thank you, David. That's informative for all our viewers.
David has been the one keeping a close eye on every game, been feeding us with information. Scores. Is that part of your daily routine, David?
Just keeps himself busy when he's
Keeping
not commentary.
yourself busy with something. 139 for 3, 34 overs completed. So Jahanara had the figures of none for 15. Change of bowling. Oh, well bowled, very well bowled. Excellent first delivery to the left-hander. Now this kind of off-spin bowling is good when a left-hander is in.
I think it's Khadija who's just come back, and just look at the impression that she makes the moment she comes back. She bowled 6 overs earlier, picked up 2 crucial wickets, and straight away Bisma Maroof knows that she can't take this one lightly. Even if Sharmeen was offering looseners, she's not going to be doing that, Khadija here.
Yeah, she looks a much better off-spinner. Khadija, she's definitely a front-line off-spinner. And she's an attacking option. Nice approach, very aggressive intent, looking to spin the ball. And always on the lookout for wickets here. And she'll enjoy with two left-handers, in fact a left-hand, right-hand combo. Good off-spinners bowl well to right-handers if they have that slider or the one that goes away with the arm.
Yeah, there have been a lot of variations going around with off-spin bowling. That the skill of traditional off-spin is getting reduced. They are only reserved for test matches.
Yeah, I agree. An off-spinner used to be such a wonderful sight, to watch. I've spoken to some players who faced Erapali Prasanna and Ranjit Fernando, who's a good friend of mine, who's current manager of the Sri Lankan side. He used to say Erapali Prasanna was always difficult to pick. Ian Chappell used to tell me, when we discuss spin, he used to think that Erapali Prasanna was the best spinner he faced because it's the dip he gets, it's the rev he puts on the ball, and that's because you're so correct and so fluid with your action. I believe to be a good spinner, you need to have everything in place as a bowler. Your arms, your legs, the stride, the pivot. When everything is in motion, you just make sure that you have that revs on the ball. So Prasanna, I think, was brilliant in that sense.
Yes, I'm sure, because we've heard so much about him. Haven't watched him bowl, unfortunately, but that's a welcome boundary. Khadija bowls one loose now, and Bisma Maroof just helps it on its way down the leg side.
Very well played, just drifting down the leg side and played and swept well. Very fine. So some useful runs for the Pakistan batters. That ball just sliding down the leg side. So on the subject of spin, I think I love those Indian spinners those days. Bishan Singh Bedi, again another very fluid, beautiful left arm spin. And Sri Lanka had a spinner called Ajit De Silva. I don't think you ever heard of him, but he too unfortunately went on a tour to South Africa and he was lost. And he used to be called the local Bedi because, again, Ranjit Fernando used to tell me that when he used to keep wickets for Ajit, when they both played, he used to hear the buzz as he bowls, the spin, the revs on the ball as it keeps coming to him, and it hits the pitch and gathers so much of pace because of the revs on the ball. So that I believe also used to be the type of cricket that was played those days. You wouldn't have the T20s, you wouldn't have the bashers, so the spinners would want to buy their wickets, so they'll try a lot of new things. But if you look at the current spinners, to me they're more dart throwers. Their feet so far apart, and their left hands and right hands don't align well, and they just keep firing the ball in. But of course, they've got the wrist into it rather than real imparting of spin with their fingers. So, well, that's how the game evolves. So, you can't blame anyone.
Yeah, I agree with you that the game has evolved, but I won't agree to the fact that the game has changed. It's improved, yes, but there's still times that you learn the basics and then you learn the advanced stages. So I agree that the sound, even when you're a non-striker and a good off-spinner is bowling the ball, that the sound of the revolutions going through and ball just bouncing by landing on the seam and getting that quick turn and bounce on the surface. I know what the thought that you're talking about, that keeper receives in their hand. But I still feel that even as a youngster, today you have to learn the basics of the game, even if you're trying to learn the advanced stages, because without having a very strong base in the sport, you can't muscle the ball away. And even if you're doing that, you're not doing it for too long.
That's what I believe, that a good test cricketer can be a good T20 player. But I don't know whether it could work vice versa. Because I'm talking purely in terms of foundation. Purely because a good test cricketer would need a solid foundation, good technique and good defense.
Nowadays, the only thing is that probably you walk into a 50-over team much easier, or on a T20 team of your club side or your country side, and then develop your skills required for test cricket, because there's more of one-day cricket or more of a shorter format of cricket. So you can't say that I'm going to make my debut for, or you can't expect, because the longer format of cricket has reduced.
I agree. That's how it has evolved. But I'm just trying to make the point that if you're a good, solid test cricketer with a solid base, you can always adjust. Let's just take a look at the batting card of Pakistan. 145 for 3, 25 extras That's a lot, isn't it?
That's a crime because when they go back and they look at, and I'm sure these extras are going to get a little more than 25, but Aisha, Zafar and Nahida started well, then there was a stutter, and then these two have resurrected. But for Bangladesh, I thought both the quick bowlers, Jahanara Alam and Panna Ghosh, started off well. Look at their bowling analysis, they speak volumes. Kubra and Salma Khatun came in and then got those breakthroughs. But Sharmin was the one who gave away extra runs. The wickets to fall, Khadija came in and got the first breakthrough of Nahida. Then it was Aisha Zafar who was dismissed by the leg spinner Rumana Ahmed in her very first over. And then Khadija came back and got another wicket. A little bit of unhappiness shown by Javeria Khan because she felt that she had hit the ball with her bat without it touching the leg guards, but the umpire's decision stays firm. She may be called for a little high tea later, but that's for later.
Yep. The tournament match referee Graham Lebroy, former Sri Lanka cricketer, fast bowler, would be keeping a watchful eye on such action of players. So players are ready to resume battle after the drinks break. Abidi and Maroof gradually taking Pakistan out troubled waters. So over number 36 about to happen. So 4.14 runs and over. That's the current rate of scoring for Pakistan, which is very encouraging. It can only get better. They've got 15 fours in the innings so far, but haven't seen the big hits. The 6 hits as yet. So Jahanara will continue. Ebony's back. 145 for 3. Good score, Ebony.
Yeah, they've done really well to rebuild this partnership, haven't they? There was a danger when the captain started taking wickets for Bangladesh. Well, that it could have just gone downhill, really. And you know, I've seen plenty of games in my time where that 1-2 just, you know, it becomes a big collapse. But well done to Pakistan. They're showing good fight, good skill. They've weathered a tricky period, and now, well, Bangladesh have to go back to their main strike bowler or one of their experienced Jahanara. Let's see if she can create some magic.
This is high, but it's going to fall safe. Not entirely off the middle of the bat. They'll get a couple of runs. Just looking to force the pace, looking to go inside out. Plenty of gaps over extra cover. Abidi, the batter, just looking to try and force the pace. The ball coming on to the bat on that occasion. Jahanara just a little bit quicker than the other seam bowlers we've seen.
Here we go. Here's the well done, very well done to Jahanara. I tell you what, as a bowler, after delivering that delivery, she heard that the call slightly thrown off, but she made the decision to throw to the right and end of the to the keeper. She did well there because that could have been confusing as a bowler. So here we go. Let's see if we can have a little look at this.
I really don't think there was a run there, because the ball didn't go too far off the bowler's body or hand as she tried to stop it. It was almost there. How can you run a single? There wasn't a run at all. Absolute confusion. And I think this is just what the doctor ordered for Bangladesh. Needed a wicket, didn't want this partnership to kick on. She should be disappointed. She has to be disappointed. It was her fault. Abidi, run out for 27. Pakistan 147 for 4.
The worst thing as well is she's done the hard work. You know, sometimes when you have to come in and start slowly because you've lost a couple of wickets, you make up, you start to get into your stride, and then that run rate, your strike rate even gets higher and higher, and it improves. What's happened here is she's had a slow start, but then started to get into her stride, and then when you finish and you've scored 27 or 51, doesn't look as good as, say, if you finished 40 off only 60 or 40 or 55. So I just feel that she'll look at that innings now and think, oh, by throwing it away, poor communication between the two of them, well, she's gone.
So Rabia Shah is the new batter, another left-hander. So this should help Bangladesh in their bowling makeup, because you rather bowl to two left-handers than a right-hand left-hand combination. You could use your off-spinners better. But I can tell you that this is a big moment that Bangladesh had this wicket, because this pair of batsmen was just looking to try and take it away from Bangladesh, and they were doing a good job. So Shah is the new batsman, or the batter. So in the 36th over, I think Pakistan should be pleased with their effort so far.
I think they should. I think they should. As well, if they're able to maybe weather another 5 or 6 overs, build another partnership, they can go big in that last 10 as well. We saw India kicked on nicely actually yesterday, because it's good true bounce. It's not a quick wicket, but it's consistent. You can score at the back end.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful drive, gorgeous shot through point, a lovely square drive to get a boundary, and the 150 is up for Pakistan.
Oh, with shots like that, you think you'd want to be batting up the order, wouldn't you? I'd be going to my captain, saying, look at this, got the width, but really committed to the shot, great wrists, and the timing was key here. She waited till the ball was right on the bat, let the hands go through.
Beautiful shot, absolutely gorgeous, just got onto it and drove it square and raced off the middle of the bat.
Jahanara can't afford to get wide, he's going to have to bowl tighter. And it was. Much better delivery. You know you're going to get punished. That's a good thing about coming in as a batsman, establishing yourself. It actually throws the bowler on the back foot. Yeah, just thinking about scores here now. I don't know, if you could go at, say, in the last 10 sixes, add another 60 in the last 10, and they can...
What is a good score in a ladies' game? That's something that has confused me. I've never seen teams make huge scores, but I've always seen 220, 230 seem to be a winning score all the time.
I think it depends what country you're at. If you see games in Australia, you'll see scores 270, 280 quite comfortably. But when you're playing in the subcontinent without the power to strike the ball, you will see the 220s, sometimes 240s. And so I think playing in the subcontinent is one factor, but also the power of the girls. And I think you're seeing a lot more in the top 4 nations, a lot more gym work. The girls are working out, putting on a bit, not necessarily bulking up, but they're becoming stronger in their core. And we're seeing more sixes being hit, especially the West Indians are very, very good and big six hitters. They've got good power, very dynamic. So I think it depends on where they play.
So Kadisa continues. So West Indian ladies, are they, we do know that the West Indian men can be very powerful, very strong as bowlers, quick. Do you say the same thing about the West Indian ladies?
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, one thing that was different with the West Indies women. Nice single there. Sherwin Campbell, who was the coach a little while, he's no longer the coach, but he was a coach for a little while. He, with this current team, picked maybe about 5 or 6 years ago athletes. So he looked for, they rebuilt the team from scratch. So Deandra Dottin, for example, who's very powerful, was a javelin thrower. And they picked up a lot of sprinters, former athletes, etc., and rebuilt from there. And that's why I think they've got the power, is because they didn't start necessarily with cricket skills. They looked for that extra power. So when we saw in the World Cup final, the women played Australia, the West Indies women played Australia in the World T20. Whereas Australia, they knocked the ball around, picked up some nice 4s. To see women come in and just start striking 6s, it was like a game changer. And they were able to, from nowhere, just power big shots. So, that's what's interesting about a team like West Indies, why they're dangerous, is because if you've got the ability to hit 6s, you can take the game away more so than, if you can only knock the ball about.
Oh, that should have been a brilliant catch had that been taken. Found the outside edge. And it, I'm sure, had that been taken, it would have been one of the catches of the tournament. She went for it. Never easy.
Yeah, just look at this. Good delivery, actually. Quite wide, but really got the batsman, but full stretch. Looks like the little finger got close. But commitment is the key there. The coach will give full marks for putting the body on the line.
No great amount of turn, but I thought it was a dip. Just enough turn to find the outside edge. Well played, very well played, excellently executed sweep shot, drifting onto the pads, and very well done. Welcome boundary, 7 runs in fact in the over so far.
Yeah, right length. Just got offside of the ball to help it around that angle, but picked it nicely. Fielder wasn't able to get the dive in. So good stuff here. This is good momentum, especially after losing a wicket. And maybe we could see a score of 240 from here if they keep going nicely.
That shot was a high skill shot. She had to get in line, get outside the line and play it behind square leg. It's never easy to do that unless you're sure of the line. I'm impressed with Shah. She's just faced 7 deliveries. She's already rushed up to 10. 158 for 4, 37 overs completed.
Yeah, and just following on as well from that point about athleticism, which we're seeing in the men's game. If you think about it, I say when I first started watching cricket as a sort of 10-year-old, 12-year-old, I didn't think the men all looked as dynamic as they are now. They're putting in so much work. They're diving around. But looking at this score now, here Pakistan are going nicely. 158 for 4. The key standout for me today has to be Zafar. Early doors, you really like the way she batted, moved the feet nicely. But they're still going.
Yeah, on the subject of men not looking all that athletic, Tony Gregg used to tell me those days that they hardly did any fitness.
Good old days then.
Yeah, he tells me an interesting story. I'll come to that after this ball. He says once, I really can't remember where this was, but it was somewhere in England. He said the then England fast bowlers, it was Bob Willis, I think Chris Soule was there, and someone else, and they put on their boots or shoes, and they started running. And then Alec Bedser, the then chairman of selectors, comes up to Greggy and wants to know what's going on with these guys. What's happening there?
What are you doing? What are you doing to yourself?
Yeah, I mean, he said something worse than that. Are they gone mad or something? And if you talk to the great West Indians, they would swear by Dennis Waite, who's to be their, I think, not was it the trainer or the physio, but never really too much of emphasis on training too much. They used to do their own training, they say. I don't think the West Indians needed power training. They were anyway strong, and you're right. We didn't see those muscular cricketers coming out those days. They were ordinary built. So no wonder that some of these bowlers have got quicker. But on the subject of fast bowling, we've seen a lot of ladies bowling fast here, and I can understand that subcontinental ladies may not be going to the gym for various reasons. But I'm going to ask you a question here. Jeff Thompson, who thinks that he was the quickest. Michael Holding thinks he was the quickest. But talking to some of the modern cricketers, they tend to think that the modern bowler was quicker than the bowler of yesteryear. How would you subscribe to that?
It's a really interesting topic, isn't it? Because obviously now we've got meters which can tell you. Now, I mean, I've just been watching.
And also power training, all that. That's what I'm saying.
I was just watching. There's a good quick single here. Well taken. Average bit of fielding, but well done from Pakistan, keeping the momentum. Yeah, I was just watching the Big Bash, and in the final couple of games, Perth Scorchers got to final. Mitchell Johnson was bowling quick. I mean, I know that he's retired now from international cricket, but he was clocking up 93 to 95. And I just thought, I know that there's these greats, the Thompsons, the Lillys, there's plenty, Malcolm Marshalls, and there's names go on. But I can't imagine people bowling quicker than these guys. I think they'd be up there. And also the pitches were different. So as a batsman, if the pitch is a bit dodgy, and whereas now you see a lot of true bounce, you can trust it. Good shot here, just nailing it out to the cover fielder. Yeah, I just feel that maybe the pitches as well might have had something to do with it, because if you had one which just raised off a length, whereas now you see these really flat pitches which true bounce, you can read it, then I think that most probably with quick bowling would feel a lot more aggressive, a lot more.
I believe if you talk of quick bowling of yesteryear, there could be, say, 3 real instances that they may want to talk about, or 4. Maybe the body line with Larwood and Bose, Then Frank Tyson, who's called the Typhoon. That was in the 50s, supposedly very, very fast. People like Richie Benaud would swear that he was fast. Then Lilly and Thompson in 74, 75. And maybe Hall and Griffith.
Yeah.
Those were the guys that used to be called quick and nasty. Used to be intimidating. Truman was quick, they say, but he was never intimidating. But see, that's how this question about being genuinely quick and how fast they were come into play.
Well, also the rules have changed a bit over time in terms
Oh, yeah,
of body
dragging,
line and all these
and
different
also
things.
dragging. You know about that? They used to drag their front foot. So you were allowed to drag. So you would ideally be delivering off, say, 20 yards, not 22.
Wow. So that makes a massive difference in terms of...
But not with Tomo. This was in the 60s and before. So maybe the Halls, the Larwoods, the Trumans used that, the Lindvalls.
So you could have had body line in those days as well. You could have really
And
bowled into the body and...
Until it was changed.
Yeah.
In I think it was in the 30s when Larwood started doing that.
Yeah.
At Bradman. Jardine thought you have 3 men on the leg side and keep bouncing at the body. And
Tell you what, thank God for helmets, eh? Because I wouldn't have fancied that.
it's an interesting topic. I love talking about this, particularly to the likes of Thompson and Michael Holden. I used to talk a lot about fast bowling, and they were right up there. They're well qualified to speak about it.
Interestingly, that one of the quickest women bowlers is Catherine Fitzpatrick. I don't know if you've ever seen her, but she has modelled, pretty much got the same action as Brett Lee. I think she might have worked with some of the coaches over the years, but she bowled. Nice shot there, looking for 2. They should have looked to potentially at least push for 2 there. Yeah, she bowled so very like Brett Lee, kind of that very tight gather. And she was able to get up to early 80s, and so there's something to do with one. There's natural kind of bowlers who, you know, Thompson, Lilly. You look at them. There's very, like you say, side on, gets through the action. But then you have the modern type of kind of biomechanical athlete.
Taken,
Great
good catch. Very good catch indeed. That was a sharp catch. But
Brilliant catch.
another important wicket for Bangladesh.
Well, the captain is delighted, and so she should be. Here we go. Look at this. She's come down the wicket. Head has come up slightly. That's what's done her there. You either got to go over the top, but good catch. Reaction. That's a pure reaction catch. No time to think. She held a good shot, but there she goes. Disappointed. Maharoof had a good innings, though, I felt. Especially coming in at a tricky time. She really built that innings, but now trying to share a bit of knowledge. And there we go, 35 of 52. Well, this makes it a little bit more interesting. I wonder if... I don't think the Pakistan depth of batting is as deep as, say, India, who were able to keep going throughout the batting innings yesterday. So Bangladesh here have a little bit of a window. If they could knock them all out, say for 200, 210, which is possible, then that gives them their real chance.
Yeah, we'll have a good game of cricket here. I mean, we'll have a very interesting game. Bangladesh will always want to fancy their chances. Let's take another look at this wicket and take a look at the catch. How sharp that was. As you said, very little time to react onto her quickly. And she had to make sure that her hands were in the right place. Had to move quickly. Good catch.
Yeah, just
in
towards
the
the
end.
end of that, she just backed away a little bit just to create room because the hands needed a bit of movement. But the captain will be delighted. If you want to take a catch, you definitely want to do it off the captain's bowling, don't you?
So 163 for 5. Once again, Bangladesh has this window where they have got someone who's not been there for too long. Shah, just 11 balls. Riaz just in. So, as you said, a window for Bangladesh. Now they need to come up with their attacking bowlers. You can't now afford to try your 6th or 7th bowler and maybe get a few cheap overs in. Now look to bowl them out.
Be ruthless.
Brought in a short extra cover as well. 39 overs completed. 163 for 5.
Just a little thing is in the screen, pause for a while, because if they're doing highlights, they can cut in without.
End of the over. Score 163 for 5. 39 overs gone. And well, Bangladesh have potentially giving themselves a little bit of a chance here. Shah's in going quite nicely, to be fair. First shot, she laced it through that offside with a wide delivery, and now she'll try and keep things ticking if she can towards the back end of the innings.
So the 40th over of the innings. So 10 overs after this one. Pakistan going at just over 4 runs and over. I think still 210 looks to be the score that Pakistan might finally settle into. Working it off her stumps. Oh, is that a direct hit? I'm not so sure. The wicketkeeper's taken a tumble. Let's take a look.
Wow. Ball nudged out. Good bit of movement, well picked up, straight clean into the hands. Oh, the keeper wasn't able to really get the hands around that one. On the move. Good throw, to be fair. You always ask of your fielders to get it in within that sort of 50 centimetre radius. She did the hard work, but the keeper wasn't able to hold on to it.
Just not balanced as she got to the stumps. She was on the move, just trying to take it and also flick the bails off. Asking the question, I think that's sliding down the leg side. That's a bit optimistic.
10 points for the... let's have a look here. Ball slightly wider the crease, definitely going down. But 10 points for the or not celebration, but the appeal there.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
So very wide slip, packed offside field for Jahanara. That's a poor delivery. Why is she bowling down the leg side?
It's not completing her action, is she? She's been really solid all day and followed through there. She's just drifting that bowling arm rather than bowling it, getting through the action.
Maybe her action is not in her muscle memory. She tends to forget. I mean, if you have it in your muscle memory, you just go through the motions. Just happens automatically. That's better. That's better. She certainly seemed to have the right idea with her length. She's going for that Yorker with the new batsman in. That's the best option as far as the bowler is concerned. With the batter just looking to move her feet, go for an LBW or the bowled option.
This could be a tricky time here for Pakistan. New batsman in. Score could go two ways, really. Bangladesh on the hunt. Energy looks a bit flat in the field, actually, from Bangladesh. I know it's hot. It's really hot out there. But you just need someone, whether it's the keeper. Usually you have one person who's kind of the chirpy person. And they were a lot more positive early on, but it's just drifted now.
Straight to the fielder. Nice looking drive again. In terms of the conditions, I don't think they can complain too much because they come from a fairly warm country. Bangladesh is a warm place. I mean, if England or Australia or maybe even South Africa were fielding, I can understand that.
True.
Bangladesh, India, maybe Pakistan wouldn't have too much to complain about.
Some of the hottest places I've played, Chennai, south of India. I remember it being late 30s at one point, and it was hard work.
Good leave, the last ball. 40 overs completed, 165 for 5.
Well, it's settling in here for Pakistan. New batsman Riaz has come in and weathered 6 deliveries. Pretty decent over there from Jahanara. He's bowled well today. A few loose deliveries, but has generally ticked on okay. But I think it's going to be the key. I wonder how many overs the captain has left. I would be tempted to bowl her to the new batsman as well, just because she gets it above the eye line. It might tempt her in. Well, let's see.
Thanks very much, Ebony. Moving out, we're about to have our first result of the day. India 53 for 1, needing 56 to beat Thailand. So that one It should be all over. Game of golf this afternoon. Swept into the outfield. Just the one run there, and the Scotland putting up a bit more of a fight against South Africa. They're going along. They've reached 132 for 5, but they're into the 45th over there, so they're going to get their lunch a little earlier than we are. And the other game very much down the pitch. Oh, that's a big shot. He's only going to get one because there's a Turco corner. And the other game in Group A, very much following this one. Sri Lanka women 164 for 5 after 40 overs, so almost identical scoring, with this one 167 for 5 in the 41st. There you are, you're up to date with all the scores on the doors. Just needing to push the accelerator here, Pakistan. That's a little sweep that just gets past the keeper. Must have come off the bat. Wait for the umpire. Yes, a little nick on that, so maybe keeper could have got a glove to that. It's one of those, it's not a chance, but it's one that you sometimes see taken. Keeper throws up a glove, the ball sticks, and the batter thinks how unlucky I am. Next delivery. Trying to sweep that one away, no contact.
The surprise part for me is that a leg spinner is bowling to a left-hander. You got 5 on the onside and 4 on the onside. The interesting part is that out of that, 7 fielders are inside the ring. When you have permission to have your 5 fielders patrolling the boundary and reduce the runs being scored, Bangladesh still chooses to have 7 fielders inside the ring.
Right. In now. So very well bowled. Bowled well, the skipper. 1 for 25. 9 overs to bowl. Sort of score. If you look at it from the two perspectives. I mean, Bangladesh, would you be seriously hoping to keep Pakistan under 200, or would you be thinking, oh, we'll take 210? And Pakistan, how far will they be looking to push on to?
For Pakistan, they'll be looking to push on, but being realistic from here in the 9 overs, I don't think they'll say that they can reach 230, 240. So anything about in excess of 210, 215, they should be happy for that. And for Bangladesh, I think they'll be happy as well if they're able to restrict them around 200 or under, or just over 200. They would fancy that. In 50 overs, 4.5 runs or less than 4 runs, and over if they have to go out there and chase it, they are very much in striking distance if they have a couple of partnerships going. So both sides, I think, should be equally happy by the end of the 50.
And a slip still in place. This is impressive. I think it's good attacking captaincy. 6 fielders inside the ring, including a slip. And well, that's gone aerial. And well, unlikely to have had a fielder there anyway. A couple of bounces. It's over the ropes at extra cover. Will we see a defensive position come into play now?
Well, I will think that Pakistan has 5 wickets in their kitty. They are looking to accelerate the scoring because, as I said, they would like to go closer to 220, 225. They would be looking to attack from here. And if you don't take a slightly defensive feel, I don't mean take out your slip, or if you think that you would need a slip at this point, I would rather say for a Bangladesh, it's important to stop that extra runs that you'll be giving as a skipper or as a team. Because whatever you give now, you'll have to go out there and chase them. And I mean extra runs.
Yeah, that's spot on. But the other way of looking at that in a positive sense is that if you get the wicket by attacking, then that will actually reduce, in all likelihood, the number of runs you'll be chasing. So
I completely agree, David. If you can get a wicket, yes. But for that, I would think that the bowlers also should be looking to bowl those wicket-taking deliveries. At this stage, at the kind of cricket that is been going on, I would rather feel that if you ask your fielders to come in at least 5 or 6 paces from the boundary and stand in what we more likely call as a 3/4 position to the boundary from the centre, you're more in catching distance, because these two batters, from what I've seen, don't have the physical power to clear the fence to get a 6 run. So in case even if it drops in a no man's land, it's rather you have those fielders in those attacking positions rather than keeping a slip or a forward short leg or a short extra cover.
tracked away through the offside. Should only be one. Good fielding out there. Good throw, got it away quickly. Kept the batters down to a single.
Because I feel that Khadija has bowled really well and she's thinking that she can still get a batsman to edge the ball, which is good. But in all likelihood, in trying to get that, it's not very intelligent if you give a few looseners and you get hit for a couple of boundaries.
That's the end then of the 42nd over. It's been a right battle here this morning between these two sides. Arguably the second and third best sides in Group B. We expect them both to qualify for the Super 6 and maybe push on from there, finish in the top 4. Maybe one of these teams could have a chance of reaching the final. That final on the 21st is really for the glory. By then the teams, the 4 that go through to the finals in England, will have known. Sweep shot around the corner, didn't cash in there. We've been looking to get that one past the fielder, and there's nobody out deep square of the wicket on the leg side. Deep mid wicket is the and a long on. Tosses right up and smashed down the ground. That one just evades deep mid off and away to the boundary for 4. Anjum, you're not happy?
No, I'm definitely not happy because I feel for the bowler, who's also the skipper, just moving her front leg out and making room for herself to hit that shot. And why not? She could chance the arm because there is nobody patrolling the long off boundary. Until now, the fielder is still walking in.
And next delivery swept away. That's going to be another boundary. There's no deep back square with square leg, and I don't really understand that positioning either. I think this is odd, one or two of these field positionings.
And to make amends because she got hit on the long off boundary, to make amends, she's drafted one down the leg side, and there's no deep square. There is no shot fine to stop that boundary. A slip is still stationary. Short extra cover is still waiting in anticipation. It's not making much sense. What's gone wrong here in the last 15 overs?
Next delivery tossed up and pushed back down the pitch. So Pakistan cashing in on some very odd field placings. We have now got the deep square leg, and she's going to be into action there, keeping the batters down to a single. But had she been there before, it wasn't a question of not having the scope to have the extra fielder outside the circles, then would have saved, I think, at least 3 runs. Important overs these. there, but still picks up a single.
End of 43, 186 for 5. Pakistan. Alia Riaz batting on 11. Shah batting on 24 of 22. Being helped with some attacking shots in the previous couple of overs. A little bit of discussion going out there between a couple of Bangladeshi players as to which bowler to come in. The openers went well, 34 and 28 each to both Aisha Zafar and Bibi Nahida. Shaveria Khan just got one. Bisma Maroof batted for 35 and had a nice little partnership coming in with Naina Bidi. But since then, both Alia Riaz and Rabia Shah have held fort to continue with the scoring rate. It's been a little dip since both Naina Bidi and Bisma went in quick succession. But some shoddy field placements and odd bowling changes have let Pakistan team a little off the hook. As Panna Ghosh starts a fresh over.
And gets hit for 4, and what would have been a wide, I think, had the batsman not made contact. Need to stem these runs somehow. What would you be looking to do?
Get the right fielders in the right places. I think that should be the first thing first. A gentle loosener. Both the third man is wide. Fine leg is inside the circle. I think not very intelligent captaincy there.
Panna Ghosh has 5 overs remaining, so you think she might bowl out at this end. First 5 overs going for 19. We've seen that a couple of times, haven't we? A very loose first delivery and then on the money with the second ball. You just can't afford to do that. You've got to be right there from the word go.
The concern will also come for Bangladesh is who's going to be bowling from the other end. Rumana has been taken for a few runs. Panna Ghosh has just come in. Khadiza has also been gone for a few runs. So it's either going to be Jahanara Alam, which she may have a couple of overs left, or Salma Khatun. They surely wouldn't want to go back to Shaila Sharmeen, the ambidextrous bowler.
Well, does she get 10 overs with each arm?
Well, Khadija has definitely bowled out now. She's bowled 10 overs for her, 43, and picking up 2 wickets.
Fierce drive and another bit of misfield in there, and it's you're looking for the skipper to be leading by example, and that's not a very good example. So it's all a little bit ragged out there at the moment. It is very hot. Let's not forget that. Easy for us in our air-conditioned box here. Full toss, eased away past deep backward square for another boundary, and well, we both thought that they would struggle to get to 235, 240, but in the last few overs the runs really have been leaking, and another boundary there. So I don't know, a couple of deep breaths and then right, let's go again. That's a better delivery, and as a result, no runs.
Yeah, these runs would be hurting Bangladesh when they get back into the dressing room. 44 gone, 197 for 5, and an expensive over from Panna Ghosh comes to an end. The reason I say is expensive because the boundaries have actually been achieved by Pakistan team in those areas where there should have been a fielder and there isn't one.
Yeah, skipper's lost it a bit. Oh! Attempted reverse sweep. Well, unconnected, but didn't get it past the field. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, there, my word. Got that one backward a point for 1. That would be confusing if we had Sharman bowling left and right-handed to someone who was reverse sweeping. You wouldn't know where you were, Anjum.
Well, that would have been interesting. I'm surprised that the shot has come out now. We've seen a game yesterday, we've seen a game today, and it's the first reverse sweep that we've seen. A lot of players have been using them over the last few years now to disturb the field placements.
I'd like to see the skipper a bit more animated at this point. She's still got 5, look, inside the circle. Or will have by the time the ball's bowled. Including herself, who fields that one. But you want to see a bit more, you know, hand clapping. Push back to the bowlers. A couple of good deliveries there. Skipper will be pleased with that. Swung away. Should only be 1. Throw comes into the bowler's end. With a bit of applause from Selma Cutton for the throw, for the effort out there at deep backward square. These runs are hurting though, hurting Bangladesh. 5 overs to go after this ball. And there, that one's all in the air over the infielder. Probably should have pushed for the second there, but that brings up the 200. 200 after 45 overs. So, how many can Pakistan push on to? Certainly 225 well within range, maybe even as many as 240. We shall see. This is when the fitness levels really come into play. Need to concentrate, just focus these final 5 overs. Very important time in this game. If Bangladesh chasing 220, they'll think they've got a chance. If they're chasing 250, well, that could be beyond them. Runs being hemorrhaged at the moment. Let's have a look and see what Panagosh can do about it. Hit in the air and just wide off the diving skip. Thought she was going to get to that one for a moment, but Romana. Ebony's back. What do you reckon, Ebony?
I think Pakistan have done very well here. Shah, for me, is actually looked one of the best today. Very attacking, going it over a runner ball.
Let's just line and length and push back to the bowler.
Yeah, if they get themselves to... I think Bangladesh will be hoping for 220. It's going at pretty much nearly 4.5 and over.
And, there, that ball deceiving her outside the off stump. I was going to suggest it was a slower ball, but it would be quite hard for Ghosh to deliver a slower ball because she's not anywhere near quick at her normal pace. Puts a bit more effort into that one, a bit more shoulder.
I think the key here for Pakistan, though, has got to be getting Shah back on strike. Riaz is 17 off 23. You know, has been solid, but not really offered that attacking option. We've seen Shah play some excellent shots. The left-hander over extra cover. There she is there, just getting ready.
Smashed through. That's a cracking shot. Fielder no more than, what, 15 meters away was going to get around to that. That's another boundary.
Well, that's helped her strike rate considerably, hasn't it? Just have a look at this.
She'd obviously got an earpiece in out there and heard you talking about her and said, I'll show that, Ebony.
She cleared that front left leg, didn't she?
And then blocks one back.
Yeah,
which rather negates the previous shot.
Possibly batting by numbers there. But the good news for Pakistan is Shah is back on strike. There's a drink coming out. I'm not sure about this. The umpire must be having a word. You can just see here, I think she's trying to shoo the... Come on, batsman. 3 or 4 overs to go. The umpire had her hands on her hips.
Well, we've seen a well-constructed innings today. We got a well-constructed bit of building going on there in the distance somewhere. What do we think that is? A ski slope, perhaps?
Yeah, some sort of runway. Well, I've never seen a plane runway going up, but it looks good. I wouldn't mind.
A bit of modern architecture, I'm sure.
Well, Shah's on strike.
Another reverse sweep. Didn't make that with that one though. What is it? Not getting it right. Get the single, keep the scoreboard ticking.
Shah's best shots for me have just been the ones that she's hit kind of through extra cover. She's drilled them or gone over the top. Riaz as well now will mostly look to clear that left leg again. Might be difficult with Khatoon, who will be just angling that ball back into her. If she gets the width, I think Riaz could try and hit through that extra cover region, but let's see what Khatoon bowls.
He's pushed back.
Got to show intent
Quietly
here,
enough,
haven't you?
Yeah, I mean every... And that's running away for 4. That Panagosh there.
Great stuff there from Riaz.
She's the tallest player. If anybody was going to reach this, she was. And 4 runs.
Thought you were in pain there, David.
Stretching there, full stretch, couldn't quite.
Going through the range of shots here now, Riaz. Kind of sweep shot. Half sweep shot, half front foot pull. Out to deep backward leg. Shah's got 1 ball left at the end of this over. She needs to look to get on strike. She's been the aggressor all the way through.
See how the chase goes this afternoon. Yesterday's 4 matches, the team batting first all with India, South Africa, Ireland and Bangladesh. Today we've already seen team lose batting first. Thailand, who were bowled out for just 55 by India. That's a massive mismatch, of course. Thailand, obviously, once they decided to bat there, were likely to lose. And will we see another successful chase? Here's the bowlers, the options left. So we're not going to see Panagosh finish from this end. Skipper's brought herself on for the her final over. We are likely to see one more successful run chase today with the Scottish women. Scotland finishing on 142 for 9 against South Africa, the Group B favourites. You would fancy Scotland to you would fancy South Africa to win that, but no such thing as a certainty. And Scotland did bat the overs. They were all out. That's hit in the air, should be gone, it's gone. So down the wicket, Shah didn't get to the pitch of it and has just sliced that one away to point. Here we go, look, she doesn't quite get there and doesn't get a lot of bat on it. And a pretty soft catch. And that's the end of a lively little innings from Shah. More than a run a ball. 34 to her from 32 balls. Exactly, I think, Ebony, what Pakistan needed from her.
Yeah, she's done an excellent job. I mean, she's maybe foxed a little bit there from a wide delivery that's gone across her. Really had to stretch at that one, and she wasn't able to get her body in a position closer to it. But Shah's had a great innings there. Nice little cameo, 34 off 32 deliveries. Let's just have a look here. The captain's tossed it up, but it's wide. She's tried to just push it over point's head, but couldn't. Solid catch, but pretty straightforward there at point, but she's held on well. Important catch that. Could just change the last few overs. So in comes the captain, Sana Mir. She'll be keen to try and give her team a little bit more of a push towards the back end. If they can get near that 225 mark, it changes the game. Captain to captain now here. Ramina Ahmed of Bangladesh bowling to the captain Sana Mir of Pakistan.
Given a wide, that one, not too far away from leg stump, but always very strict with deliveries going down the leg side. Let's see if she can get this one, Romano on target. That's better.
Just got to be positive here. And even the foot movement, when you first come in, you know, you want to be, if you're going forward, you want to get right forward, or if you're going back, right back. Well, she tickled that around nicely there. If they can run 2, possibly 3. No, picked up well. Good 2 there from the captain, nudging it around the corner.
Yeah, nice little tickle that, wasn't it? Just know where the fielders are, where the gaps are. You don't necessarily have to hit it hard, just steer it into that direction. Amazing how similar these two games are with Sri Lanka and Ireland as well today. That's the end. No, it's not the end, quite the end of the 48th over here. After 47 overs, Sri Lanka are 218 for 7, so very similar. Down the pitch, a big shot. Oh, hello, we're going for one. Shot at the stumps, over the top. I think she'd have been home anyway. So,
good efforts all round, but wasn't able to execute there at the end of that over. 216 for 6.
Romana, yeah, they're finishing with 2 for 40.
Yeah, good bowling stint, to be fair, from the captain. She gave it a good bit of loop. Was able to pick up a couple of wickets, but maybe couldn't quite sneak out a few wickets that should have been looking for. Last 2 here. You need some big overs. If they could get one with a 10 in it, that's 2 boundaries and some singles. That'll really make a difference and then give them some weight going into that final over.
Important couple of overs. And out comes the reverse, and skipper's failed to make contact with that one.
Tunes back in to the action.
And an LBW, and it's been given.
Oh, very soft there from the captain, but good appeal there from Katoon.
First look at this, I thought it was going down. Let's have a look.
That's not ideal from the umpire. I think it's the poor shot that kind of got the captain in a bit of a tricky situation there that made the umpire think of it. You know, she's walking off there.
It didn't, admittedly, it didn't deviate after pitching. Might just have clipped the outside of leg stump.
Maybe. I think when you've got a batsman who's stuck on the crease and doesn't move the feet, it can sometimes make the umpire think the ball is more likely to go on straighter, so she did herself no favours there. But it looks like it's Anwar coming in.
7th wicket gone down here, and 8th wicket gone down in the Sri Lankan innings. 221 for 8 with 2 overs left there. Clipped wide of mid-wicket. Not the best effort. Just the single though, the sweeper covering. But again, if that had been tidier bit of fielding at mid-wicket, you could have seen Anwar kept on strike. Well bowled. Fired that one in, and not too many options for the batsman. Batter. Down the pitch. That's a great shot. No there at sweeper on the cover boundary, and that's away for 4.
Well, Riaz has
Let's
really
have a look at
come
this.
into her own.
She know what she making space there. Making space, backing away.
Yeah, that's good work. She's coming to her own now, going at a runner ball. She started slowly. There was a point she was maybe on a 50-60% strike rate, but now she's got that right up to a runner ball. One ball left here to try and make the most of it for the final over.
Bold. So that's the end of Riaz, trying to make a bit of room again and work that one through the onside this time. Let's have a look at that again. All very low key out there. Let's have a look at this replay. How did that get through?
Difficult one there for the captain, walking off. I mean, look at that. Riaz had done a good cameo there for 31, but it looks like that LBW is just caught. It looks very similar to the same as Sanamir's, didn't it? That same sort of just drift, and didn't really get around us. There's a few.
It's also low key out there, and then she's just on her way.
There's no energy from the Bangladesh fielders, is there? I mean, to be...
They've taken it. Maybe they think already this...
Well, need to find a bit of excitement here. 2 new batters pretty much at the crease. Jahanara to take the final over. User experience. And a great bit of fielding there at square leg. And now it's an overthrow. Runs. Is it going to go for 4?
Not quite.
It's not going. Was that a catch? That was unbelievable. I tell you what, that was so quick.
No
I think
idea
it's
what's
confused
going
all
on.
of us. Look at this. Flying and a full stretch dive has got to be the catch of the tournament so far.
Why is she shied at the start?
I'm not sure what the shy was about at the end.
She's just to confuse us, Ebony.
Well, that has to be the catch of the tournament for me. I think she's
Wonderful
just
effort.
confused everybody.
Take a catch and then shy at the stumps rather than throw it up in the air. Well, fabulous catch.
Well,
It's
Bangladesh
Shayla
here.
again. She's trying to do 2 things at the same time again. She bowls left arm, right arm. She takes a catch, tries to affect it. She's no stopping the girl. Last pair at the crease, looking to winkle a few more runs. That was extraordinary.
Well, we said the Bangladesh fielders had been well drilled prior to this game. Saw them in the warm-up before the game. It's a bit of work here now for Sandhu to do, but 222, decent score. But they'll want to add a boundary or 2 to finish this up.
That could finish it up. That's pretty adjacent, I thought.
Maybe just drifting. Just drifting. Jahanara was having a good scream, but
Three balls left. And that's through everything. It's gone. It's just missed off stump. Gone through the keeper and away for 4 byes. Let's have a look at that LBW. Let's have a look at that one that we both thought was close. You thought might have just been drifting down a bit. Here's the LB. Let's have a look.
she's stuck on the
Ooh.
crease. I think that's the key thing here. I think it might have, if anything, clipped leg at most, but solid decision in
I'll
the
put
end.
that down as Ebony's call. Or was it umpire's call? Your finger would have gone up, wouldn't it? That one smashed into the offside, past the skipper. A bit of a fumble there. They're going to come back for... No, they're not. Good, sensible decision. I think your finger would have gone up. You'd have said time for lunch, wouldn't
Yeah,
you? 9
I
wickets
don't
down.
think I'd make the best umpire, if I'm honest.
Right, so the final ball of the innings, it would be tidy to take a wicket and finish with a not out, but oh, hello. Oh!
That's all a bit of a big mix-up,
And,
and they've
run
done
out.
it. They've taken the final wicket with a run out. Well,
Uh,
Bangladesh were hoping to bowl them out. I'm not sure that's the way they would have imagined it would have finished out.
we need a bit of the Benny Hill theme tune there, don't we?
Here we go. Well, she's gone for the big hit, gone through to the keeper. Now this is where the mix-up happens. No communication. But then the bowler has ended up facing the dirt. But it looks like
Wonderful stuff.
might have been Fatima who was able to take that.
So a comical end to what was a very good innings from Pakistan. 227 all out. They got off to a great start. 76 for no wicket, then little collateral wickets, then rebuilt, and accelerated well at the end. So let's just have a look and see There's the scorecard. Nobody's really gone on and dominated, have they? You got a couple of 34, 28s, 27s. Nobody's made that really big innings. Would perhaps have taken to 250, but good all-round contributions.
Yeah, for me, Shah and Riaz in that middle period, just picking up at a runner ball is what got Pakistan back in the game. But you're right, at the end, the last few batters not able to contribute.
No. Bowling, some of it very good, particularly Jahanara at the top of the there with 10 overs, 1 for 27. Skipper bowled some very good leg spin, nice loop, nice tempting down there, 2 for 40. And then we had Shayla Sharmin, 3 overs, I think half right arm, half of it left arm.
Incredible stuff, and I think that will be my biggest memory from today is seeing her bowl ambidextrous.
Yeah, that was really good. So that's it. 227. We'll be back with the Bangladesh reply. So Bangladesh needing 228 to win. You would think Pakistan favourites.
Definitely Pakistan favourites, but for Bangladesh, I think restricting them to around that 228 mark gives them a sniff, but they'll have to bat really well. I'm looking forward to seeing it in the second innings.
We'll be back after lunch.
228 to win. Welcome to the... Yeah. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Sara Oval, where the qualifying round of the Women's World Cup's happening. It's Pakistan versus Bangladesh today. Bangladesh batting first, or Pakistan batting first I should say, has set Bangladesh a target of 228 runs, and the asking rate is 4.56, and the Pakistan team striding out to the middle, and there you are, the two umpires are out there as well, and we should have the Bangladeshi batsman coming out very shortly. And 228 is the target, as I said. Not a difficult target, 4.56 runs and over. With a good batting effort, one can really challenge this target. And there you are, those are the Bangladesh batters, just making sure that they got everything ready, and just making sure that their gear is in the right place. And talking about right place, we got Ebony seated next to me. Good afternoon, Ebony. What do you reckon? 228 gettable on this pitch?
I think it is gettable, but Bangladesh are going to have to bat out of their skin. They are an improving nation. They haven't necessarily got the experience. They've only played 25 ODIs. That's something that I think is still incredible. So they're very new to the ODI game as such. But I think if they've got a chance, I think this is one. It's been a solid wicket. You know, it's not got a lot of pace, but it's been consistent bounce, true bounce. So it's going to be really down to how the batsmen apply themselves.
So Ayman Anwar, he's going to open the bowling for Pakistan. She looks a fairly strongly built lass. I'd like to see the type of pace she generates. The Bangladesh batters are already out there. So 228, that's the target for Bangladesh.
Just taking guard there. Lots of batsmen like to do that, don't they? They take two guards, one right on the crease line and then another a little bit further down. Might be an indication that Sultana might think about using her feet or coming down later. That's something I think you see a lot of batsmen do when they want to put pace onto the ball. So interesting to see how she approaches her innings.
So the two batters, Sharmeen Akhtar and
Sultana.
Sultana is the batter on strike. Here's the first ball of the Bangladesh innings. Oh, that ball jagged back. I'm sure there was an inside edge, I think. They'll get a single, but a lot of inward movement straight away. Good start indeed for Anwar.
Well, we talked about not seeing that much movement in the air, but she clearly with her action is able to extract it. Also the pace, sometimes when you bowl that a little bit slower, it gives it time to move in the air. But that's a dangerous first ball there.
She got all excited, Anwar. She thought she had a scalp. And she's obviously looking to bring the ball in. It was the second delivery that was coming in with the arm. Front on bowlers so generally would bowl in swing.
Again, just looking at the field here as well, she's got a mid-wicket pretty straight. So she, for the bowler, you would expect with that much movement, she might, again, just move that mid-wicket field. You can see there, round to the right slightly. She's gone for that wide outside off stump, so she's going to have to probe. That's very wide. Well, I suppose with this field, she can't afford to get too straight, can she? So maybe she's going to look to, but good movement. I think that's the key. Good movement here.
Again, that's a wide. That's a tight call. There was a little bit of inward movement, but I think it pitched fairly wide of the off stump. That's what got the umpire going. So already an extra So Bangladesh conceded quite a few when they bowled. So what Bangladesh will want is a good start from the two opening batters. Playing it with the inward movement. Another run here. So good running.
She can't afford to get any straighter than that, really, just with that movement, because it goes so far. I think the good thing for the batsman actually is because it's early swing, there's time to see it, so the batsman won't be too worried if they can get in and see a few deliveries.
2 balls to go in the over. Again, goodness gracious, she's certainly getting a lot of inward movement, both in the air and off the pitch. She's not sharp by any means, she's gentle, but she's bringing it in a lot to the right-hander.
Good from Bangladesh as well, good running. I think they need to, they might not be the power hitters, but they're going to have to pick up their singles where they can. So they picked up a good 2, and if they can keep that momentum going.
So last ball of the over from Anwar. Again that inward movement. Good start for Bangladesh. Over number 1, 5 without loss.
Just looking here now at the field, not much energy, is there? The players are just kind of drifting around. There's no, I think good teams, they kind of dart around in the field, don't they? Even if they haven't got much to do themselves, they're running across the wicket. They're just showing energy. So that's something I'd like to see a bit more in this level of competition to make that jump up. Some of the key performances, Zafar started off really nicely, 34, but the key was towards the back end of that innings. Riaz and Shah both were going at just about a runnable, 34 and 31 respectively. Got them to a reasonable total of 227.
And 31 extras in that innings. Bangladesh may regret that. So 5 without loss in the first over. Sundhu will start off. In fact, Pakistan starting with some spin here. Left arm spin. Just a flatter, quicker delivery from Sundhu. So this is an interesting move by Pakistan. They're taking away the pace. I always like left arm spinners to come on.
They did this again as well in their first game yesterday against South Africa, opening with a spinner.
I always have this thing about left arm spin because they can bring the ball in, they can strike the pad, they can be a little bit different to a right armer. Shall we say to a right arm off spinner. I don't think a leg spinner will ever want to start with a new ball.
Good control so far here from Sundhu. A little bit of flight, no real movement off the pitch, but good control so far.
That's through extra cover. She bludgeoned it. There was a lot of power.
I think she saw that very early. Nice. It was floated up. Let's just have a look here. Floated up nicely in the slot. Just dispatched. No hanging around. Well, good from Bangladesh. More of this will be needed.
That's a bludgeon. That wasn't a drive. You would expect an opener to get on the front foot and caress it, but nothing like that.
Yeah, she's very small, diminutive batsman as well, isn't she?
Looking to try and toss it up a little bit. Sundhu. She's already gone for a boundary in the over. Tossing up again. That's a much better looking drive. Straight to the fielder. 2 overs gone. 9 without loss.
Well, nicely up with the run rate. They need to be about 5s or just over, but this is a solid start. Pakistan took their time, actually. We've seen that in both games we've had here. Yesterday we had India playing and they took their time. It is the sort of wicket that you can continue to score runs throughout the innings. It hasn't deteriorated. Like we say, the women don't scuff it up as much as the men do, so it's holding up nicely. But they seem to have used this spin option early in both games, Pakistan, so it must be a tactic they think works for them.
Anwar it is. Just looking to bowl back of a length. Doesn't have a slip, Anwar. Of course, she bowls big in swing, but I would still like to have someone close. At least a forward short leg. Or maybe even a leg slip. If she's going to bowl big in swing.
Well, they have made a change here. Can you see they've got someone in now at square leg? Well, it's still been pumped, hasn't it? There's just so much swing. You need your fielder to be ready and dynamic there because the ball is going to go through that area. It's square. Let's just have a look. This is a bit of a hack, to be fair. But drifting down leg.
Good sweep shot. I thought she played it quite well with the movement. But straight away, so much of breathing space to the two opening batters. Nobody close. There's no aggression, no pressure at all. Pakistan just taking a step back here. Which I really don't think this is good captaincy.
Well, just no control really here, is there? I suppose when it moves so much, and some bowlers, and you know, I still see it in the men's game occasionally, just hold it across seam till you find your line, till you get your rhythm. But here at the moment, it's just struggling to control. It's either too wide or too straight.
She's certainly making her intentions clear. She's not going to hang around, I'll tell you.
I think David Capel's given them a clear directive to get on with it. And sometimes just being positive, doesn't it? It gets you that run. If you've got no slip, why not get your hands through it?
That's a better delivery. Just a bit of inward movement again. She's very one-dimensional, Anwar. Just tends to bowl only the in-swing, so the batsman could really size up the opportunity, size up the bowler. Won't be surprised if the batter really marks the off-stump guard.
And just gets over there.
Yeah, just start looking to work the ball around the leg side. Mid-wicket, mid-wicket square leg. Is that a wide? Yes, I think it's a wide.
It's almost like treating it like an off spinner, isn't it? Is that, you know, when you bat against off spin, you can often get over to that middle and off stump and just work the ball. So just with so much movement, it's early swing. But good to see the batsman looking to be positive.
Another wide, is it? It's quite close to a wide. This happens sometimes. It's the end of the over, 14 without loss. Bowlers sometimes tend to bowl deliveries. When you start moving, start spinning, they tend to bowl hoping for movement. Now like that one, she was possibly wanting to swing it back, but such deliveries don't swing. It tends to hold its line. It's like sometimes you get turn or movement from outside the off stump of a right-hander, but try and bowl middle stump. It might go down the leg side.
It's called praying for wickets or praying for something to happen. It's not quite yet for the Pakistan bowlers.
So 14 without loss, 3 overs completed. More spin. Always bowling spin in the power plays is a challenge. You've got the mid off, mid on in. But of course in this case long on's out. I would have thought long on inside the 30-yard circle, long off out.
Completely agree.
Sometimes captains tend to think very strangely.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well, this is the qualifying, and this is where I think captains will improve, but there's still tactical areas where picked up nicely down. Could they push 2? Just thinking about it, but good bit of fielding. Yeah, I think we'll see in this tournament a different captain. I think, for example, South Africa's a team that have really emerged over the last couple of years. And there'll be some good captaincy there from Dane van Niekerk, who's really recently taken over. But then maybe in games like this, sometimes Sanamir does have a lot of experience though, but you get stuck in a rut sometimes as a captain. Go for the same plans that you've been doing, not necessarily changing or being dynamic.
See, that also happens with the experience. I mean, the type of cricket you play and the amount of cricket you play. When you get exposed. Oh, well bowled. Player a miss. No real turn, but just playing down the wrong line.
Let's have a look here. Tossed up again, wide. No real movement, but it was a good flirt outside.
I don't think she's really trying to put in any revs on the ball, Sandhu. She's just sort of floating the ball. She's just really rolling it.
So tempting to look to knock that one up the ground, isn't it? The batsmen haven't taken that option yet, but it is there.
So another single. 16 without loss. 4 overs completed.
Talking about experience, so one thing that's Pakistan are improving. They started ODI cricket in 1997. Incredibly, actually, I was reading yesterday that I didn't realise their first tour, the government stopped them touring because of obviously issues of women playing sport and stuff like that. But it's amazing to think how far they've come. They've now got contracts in place. They beat India in the World T20, which it was a massive game, and so of course they got supported, which often happens. You see success and out comes the money, but really good to see that 22 players have been awarded a contract which will help them grow as a team.
So on it is. I suppose there's always a lot of interest when Pakistan plays India, and when Pakistan beats India there must be a lot of interest, vice versa.
It's the biggest rivalry in sport, isn't it? I mean, obviously there's Ashes and stuff like that, but since I've come to the subcontinent and watched cricket here, I love the contest. Pakistan, India, it gets the fans going. Obviously there's history there as well. So
I think it's a different kind of contest. Ashes is more cricketing, and it's more of a cricketing battle more than anything else. I don't think the pride of the respective states are at stake at all. But India, Pakistan, it's completely different. I mean, it's more than cricket. I was speaking to Ramiz Raja, and he was saying you'll never understand it. You see, the dressing rooms are all pumped up, and it's all about wanting. It's I don't know whether there is any friendly rival. It's more like a animosity, I guess, because of the situation the two countries are in, politically and otherwise. So that's why I think the interest levels are so high.
yeah, I've been in the crowd and been at a number of games, been in India, for example, and seen games, and it's just electric. And obviously big stadiums as well. I've been at Eden Gardens, for example. It's just the crowd are going wild.
So you were there during the World T20 game. I missed it at Eden Gardens.
There was a massive fanfare, by the way. Tendulkar came out with Amitabh Bachchan.
Yeah.
There was just all these dignitaries being rolled out. There was this whole ceremony before
Saurav
the game.
Ganguly.
Yeah, he was out there. They just brought every legend out. It was incredible. It's incredible. It wasn't just cricket, like you say. There was a lot more.
That's definitely a wide. And imagine they were trying to have that game at Dharamshala with just 15,000 people or 20,000 people. No chance.
Yeah, I've been up to Dharamshala. Lovely ground, but
remember the size of the roads? So small. Imagine the vehicles coming through.
And it's like a mountain as well, isn't it? You have to go up to get to where the local kind of
It
town
would have
is.
been mayhem. India-Pakistan mayhem in Dharamshala. But I think Eden Gardens was the best place to play that game.
It was a very last-minute change as well, but the right decision. Like you say, that passion there, you can't play at the smaller venues. It's
I'll tell you a story. We were driving up to Nagpur. I can't remember the name of the stadium, Nagpur, and I did see fairly senior people, senior men. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Threading a gap between extra cover and wide mid-off. That's a lovely way to end the over. A boundary. 22 without loss. 5 overs gone. Take another look.
great stuff there, really leaned into it. Bottom hand came into play just to open it up through that extra cover region, but that was well picked. End of the over. Score 22 for naught after 5.
So on the subject of the passion they have, I did see senior people just changing into t-shirts with the names of Dhoni and Kohli, and I would have thought this is for the youngsters, but these were senior guys stopping by the wayside on the way to Nagpur.
Like kids in a candy store.
My goodness me, I was just wondering what passion, what interest. I don't think we can find that kind of thing in Sri Lanka,
No.
though we have so much of following.
Well, it's good to see that passion's there and it's rolling into the women's game, as we say. So, wow.
So change of bowling. We've got an off spinner coming on. Near
As Anjum Chopra is about to come in, it will be good to hear her thoughts on the India-Pakistan rivalry.
I think she might be the right person to talk to. India-Pakistan. What about India-Pakistan? We were just saying it's definitely more than a cricketing battle. So Mir straight away on the money. 3 balls. She's been good. So Sultana hasn't been able to get her away. This is 6th over. Well bowled again. Nice easy approach, easy action. Just a very easy, simple delivery. We're talking about off spin being easy to try and master, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Nothing complicated, just running in, spinning it a little bit, dropping it in the right place.
She's a seasoned campaigner, Sanamir, captain of the Pakistan team for since 2009, if my memory serves right. So she's seen many summers. She knows. Oh, there's a loud appeal or a polite inquiry, whatever may be.
What's happening here? I think she's going to confer with the head umpire. We're asking for a run out. What do you think she's asking for? Or what do you think she's discussing? Let's take a look. This was the drive. Good piece of fielding, good aggressive return. Oh, I think she's gone. She has to be out. She has to be out. I think she's on the line. Looks like she's on the line. So what's happening here? No, what are they discussing? What are they discussing? What seemed to be the problem? Are you out? Do you want to stay, or do you like to consider? What do you think they're discussing?
That's a very valid question, Roshan, because I think that can be asking, how did you achieve the decision that you did? She may be asking the umpire, since there are no TV replays, how did you decide that I should walk back, and why?
And also, what did the head umpire have to do in that? Anyway, 22 for 1 Bangladesh. They've just lost Sarmin Sultana, run out for 9.
Yeah, but when she goes back, Sharmin Sultana, she'll realize that she was missing her ground. And it was fantastic work from Javeria Khan with the fielder, very alert to throw the ball back. It may have been a very routine throwing the ball back, but alert wicket-keeper there of the Pakistan team, Nigar Sultana, in quick removement of the bails.
22 for 1. Bangladesh have just lost a wicket. Sultana, run out. Courtesy some outstanding fielding and wicket keeping. Sanjida is the new batter. Let's take another look at that replay. Now this is the point that the umpire decided that she's out. Now she consulted the bowler Mir, and now she's giving it out. Now that's definitely a baffling decision. I mean, I wonder what she had to consult with the head umpire and the Pakistan fielders.
I think the umpires do discuss it with the fielders as well when there were no TV replays as to, did you touch the boundary rope, do you think it was a fair catch, did you catch it not on the bounce. So there are some times that the umpire does discuss it with those fielders. It's just now that we have those TV replays whereby the third umpire, the fourth umpire, the TV umpire can communicate it with the on-ground umpires. Otherwise, it was always a discussion with the fielder who was involved, whether it was a catch, run out, or a dodgy decision, and the umpires used to consult him and take their word for it.
I'm fine with a catch or a boundary, but I'm just wondering what she would have been asking the Pakistan fielders.
She may have been asking that, do you really think that you took the bails off and the batter had not reached the ground? There's no harm in that question. There's no harm in asking, I feel, if you don't know. The only thing is that the question should have been referred to the TV umpire over here, which has not existed.
Well. Let's give the umpire the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, but that was a run out was excellent. I think just look at the stumps flashing and Khatun just bending for just a slight second to make way for the ball to reach the wicketkeeper because she didn't want to get hurt. And that was the downfall.
Anyway, strange things seem to be happening in cricket.
We are learning each day, isn't it?
It's a big learning curve, I'll tell you. But I also feel that the umpires are wanting to be absolutely safe before they make a decision.
And one does go feel for them because, they're in a position where they have to give a decision. They can't act like certain people who are in fortunate positions where they can delay a decision. An umpire has to say a yes or a no.
That's true, and also the other thing is that they get exposed so much, technology, television. So, well, we sympathize with the umpire.
Maybe the next time the coverage happens, we'll have those run-out cameras fixed and maybe a TV umpire as well.
Yep.
Or if not a TV umpire, the commentators can do their job.
Well bowled, very well bowled. Good piece of work again by the keeper. Very quick to take the bails off.
I like the way she's bowling, Eman Anwar. She's been taken to the boundary a couple of times, especially the one with a cross-batted shot. But she's not shy of pitching the ball up. She's not shy of bending her back in at all times.
Asking the question, but I think it's just slipping down the leg side. But good Yorker, very good Yorker. 24 for 1, 7 overs completed.
A pitched up delivery, just going down the leg side. Head in no position, nor was a foot movement from the Bangladeshi batter, Akhtar. That was just a polite inquiry again. No difficulties in sharing that was a not out decision by the umpire this time.
Samir will continue. Now we were talking about this very interesting subject, India versus Pakistan rivalry and cricket. How many India-Pakistan games have you played?
Is the discussion still continuing?
I think it's worth when someone like you sits next to me. We need to try and pick your brain and try and understand it. Because you know why? Ramesh Raja said we'll never understand it. India will never understand it.
Okay.
You think so?
Look, I've played quite a few number of games with Pakistan, and I won't say that they were not one of those games, or they were just those games that were played on a friendly lookout or just preparing for a tournament. No, they were competitive games, and each time you played that game, you had not an external pressure, but just an internal pressure within the team that you cannot lose, and one must do well.
What about the fans? I mean, Indians hate losing to Pakistan, and so are the Pakistanis.
And vice versa, yeah. I think the fans have always been supporting their teams, whichever country they've been supporting, and it adds on to the game's excitement. I won't say that the India-Pakistan women's games have been very close till whatever time I've played against them. That has been till almost 2012. They've been pretty one-sided games. But off late, I should also confess that off late, the T20 format has been very competitive. Pakistan has beaten India twice in a T20 competition in a World Cup. And so now even because they've tasted success, so they come out even harder and in a much more competitive manner against the Indian team. But having said that, the rivalry, whether you're playing in Australia, England, is pretty much the same. It's just that when you're playing against a Pakistan team, the rivalry becomes a little more intense, a little more focused, because the intensity cannot be dropped at any point of time.
Interesting, very interesting. 27 for 1, 8 overs completed.
And just to add, I think it's also a great opportunity for any batter or any bowler to get noticed and to get acclaim, because if you're a Pakistani player and you do well against an Indian team, I'm sure they're going to get a lot of attention and eyebrows back home in their country, and vice versa. I mean, if I have to go out there and score 100 or a half century and play a match-winning knock, the next day for sure my name and the Indian team will be covered because you've beaten a Pakistan team. It might not happen if you beat a New Zealand in that manner, but if you become a hero in a Pakistan-India encounter, it's a great chance of hogging all the limelight.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant, really, because it's the media attention, it's the attention of the crowd, it's the attention of the fan. Yeah, it's so big. Amazing, India-Pakistan. Shame that they don't play more often now.
Yeah, you can say that. I think they still play quite a bit, but it's just that the intensity has just... I wouldn't want to use the word called reduced, but it's yes.
We don't have Test cricket anymore between India and Pakistan. No bilateral series. Sad. That's sad. I mean, I think sports cricket deserves a contest between India and Pakistan, which is now becoming the biggest rivalry in the world.
And also this competition, the Women's World Cup qualifiers, the Indian team, I won't say that they would have beaten Pakistan very easily, but at least they had a chance. The Indian team missed out on a chance of qualifying for the World Cup as one of the top 4 teams because they didn't have a complete series, or they didn't have a series at all with Pakistan women in the ICC Women's Championship. And just at one point, they missed out on the qualification mark, and they're here in Sri Lanka playing the qualifiers.
So what do you reckon? Do you think there's any chance of India-Pakistan recommencing the bilateral series, or is it still a very distant dream?
In the men's format, for sure. I think I'm sure in the future they would want to consider it, but it does happen, it doesn't. Well, it's only the future that knows what the result could be. But yes, in the women's format, I'm sure somewhere in the future, the bilateral series don't happen now. The ICC Women's Championship happened. But if outside either of the nations, if there is an opportunity, I'm sure the cricket board would want to consider it. Whether it's possible or not, that is what the future will show.
Sanva now settling into a much better rhythm. Her line's much better. Just looking to try and bowl outside the off stump. Looking to pitch the ball up. Just a bit of inward curve. Right arm, medium pace. So 9th over of the Bangladesh innings. Seem to be probing around that off stump.
Yeah, she's impressive. Eman, she's been impressive with her bowling spell. A new talent in this lineup for the Pakistan team, Eman Anwar. But there seems to be a change at the other end. (27) the total for Bangladesh at the completion of 9 overs.
Yeah, Alia Riaz coming on at the far end. So that's the historic scoreboard of the Sara Oval for all our viewers. It's been standing there for a very long time.
Yeah, there's one question, Roshan, that while we were discussing yesterday about the cricket grounds around Colombo, it's one question I meant to ask is why is there a distinction, you mentioned that all the test matches happen at P Sara Oval, and all the one-day matches, largely all the one-day matches happen at the Premadasa. Why is there a distinction or a difference between these two grounds which get either of these competitive matches?
Well, test matches have been played at the SSC as well. So SSC and the Oval, Sara Oval, are the test venues. They go to the Premadasa because it's a floodlit venue. So that's really the reason why the one-day cricket gets shifted there. And it's kind of established as a one-day venue with its floodlit facilities. So day-night cricket and all that. And I also believe that it has a bigger capacity, and one-day cricket and T20 cricket attracts greater attention.
But it's very admirable, I think, for a city like Colombo, big city, or to have 3 international grounds within one city.
We had 5.
Yeah.
We're not using 2. See, that's the issue with our economy, and that's the issue with our cricketing structure. We spoke about it yesterday. We don't have provincial or district or state cricket. See, because the economy of Sri Lanka is largely based in Colombo. It's the main hub. It's the economic hub. So most youngsters have to come from the outer areas, and they settle down in Colombo. So when the British were here, they started Tamil Union, the SSC, the Colombo Cricket Club, the Nondescript Cricket Club, the Burger Recreation. So all these first-class clubs were started by the British, and that tradition has continued. So what the cricket board has done is, when Sri Lanka got first-class cricket, what they did was they elevated these clubs to first-class status from a 2-day tournament. We used to play 2-day cricket on a choir matting some clubs. They changed it all. They brought in turf pitches, and they elevated it into a 3-day first-class tournament. So our first-class structure and our cricket still at the senior level is based around Colombo, though the school structure is very strong outside. So that's the reason why we have a few grounds in the city of Colombo.
And all the youngsters, when I say youngsters, I mean all the aspirants who want to go and play for the country one day, have the fortune of playing at recognized test or ODI venues.
Yeah, that's a huge thing. They have an opportunity of playing here, which is the first test venue. They have the opportunity of playing at the Premadasa, which is an international venue, at the SSC. So that's a huge thing.
Yeah, and you get acclimatized because you've grown up playing on those grounds. One day when you go and walk in and you have a partnership with one of the senior pros there, like an Opul Taranga, the captain in one of the youngsters goes and has a partnership. He would have played on these wickets. He would have taken his run-up or his garden so many times that you just feel you're at home.
Why do you think Mahela Jayawardene loved the SSC so much? He played all his cricket there. It's 27 for 1, 10 overs completed.
That's also one of the reasons how Sri Lanka dominates over all the teams which are touring Sri Lanka. Dominating factor, apart from good play.
Home advantage. Just what you did to the Englishman. Come on. It should have been 5-0. I think you sympathized and gave them the first game, and then it was 4-0.
Yeah, that's because Indians are fantastic hosts.
I'll let David talk about the English team. It's time for me to move.
Time for me to get out my Australian passport, I think. Too. Haven't lost that series since the mid-90s. 27 for no wicket, 10 overs, or 27 for 1 rather, for 1 wicket after 10 overs, and that's a nice little tickle away down to long leg there for a single. And I just wonder whether Bangladesh need to be a little bit more positive here. One thing, obviously, you don't want to lose too many wickets early doors, but you can get into a rut. Very hard to change gears. Big shout for LBW there. He's gone! She's gone! Oh! Let's have a look at the replay here. Just a question for me, whether was it just missing leg stump? It's come across, and I think that was. Well, you do look at the keeper, don't you? Maybe just hitting leg stump.
Yeah, I think if there was a tracking, it would have just clipped leg stump. If anything, it does move a long way, though. We said how early she's been swinging the ball. So, looks like Eamon got the wicket.
(28 for 2) then, and we saw that rather strange run out. Well, it wasn't strange in the sense that the umpires did give the opposition captain the chance to recall the batsman, so maybe that's just thrown Bangladesh a little bit as well at the moment. And losing 2 wickets really does make you think that they're up against it at the moment. A couple of LBW shouts, but that one clearly out on the way back to the pavilion.
So Sharman Akhtar's gone. So we've got a new batter coming in, taking guard.
Half as much. That's it there.
Is that for Ghana Hook coming in?
Down the leg side, just I think flick the pad on the way through, otherwise the umpire would have given an LB there. So we're 2 wickets down in this Bangladesh chase, and I don't know about you, Ebony, but to me they don't look as though they think they can get these runs. They haven't got that positivity about them at the moment. Ball through outside the off stump, very nearly another one there. Yeah, let's have a look at this replay again. And that ball just angling in, and you always look at the keeper, don't you?
The batsman could feel aggrieved here. We've seen how much it's been swinging. And a big celebration because they got the breakthrough, but batsmen feel aggrieved. Well, number 99 for Ghana Hook is in.
And comfortable enough single there.
I'm intrigued by Pinky, the name Pinky. Just looking at Ghana Hook, I went to check if there were any middle names that would suggest Pinky was one of them. And so far I haven't found anything on the old stats pages. But if anyone tuned in does know, please feel free to get in touch via Twitter.
That one's eased into the offside.
It can't be a nickname, can it? I mean, I don't think that's allowed. I mean, for Ghana Hook, I can't see. Oh, yeah, early days of T20, they had nicknames on the back of their shirts. What would you have had, David?
On the back of my shirt?
Legend.
Are you a mind reader? No, I would have. I suppose did they have nicknames, or did they have? In actual fact, did they have like? Did they have like what you were in the team, like the finisher, or the the Terminator, or
I like the Terminator.
that sort of thing? Were you the Terminator?
I'm not even going to answer that. I'm going to say the score is 29 for 2. The Terminator.
I mean, what would you?
What would I be referred to as?
You've been a bit difficult.
Impatient? I don't know. Difficult.
With your name, or should I say names?
Well, I wouldn't mind having my initials on my
What did you
back.
have on the back of your shirt anyway?
Actually, saying that, the hyphenator, that could work.
Yep.
Oh, great shot here. Very short, very, very short, and sat up to be dispatched, and well done there for Ghana making the most of it. Let's just have a look at this here. Very, very short delivery there. Banged in halfway down. Big swivel. No one out there to stop it. Job done. Yeah, so my biggest worry actually when I first was going to get my England shirt is just whether my name would actually fit on the back of my England shirt. Yeah, I have. But it did, they got it on there. I did notice the lettering was slightly smaller, but they got the full Rainford-Brent curved around. Yeah, double-barreled.
I mean,
Sounds very posh when you have
you've got so many
it does sound very posh, doesn't it? I've got 3 hyphenated names, or double-barreled names, as you say.
as well, just for a single this time. Yes, that's Miss
You did well. You did well. Good effort. Do you have any middle names?
John.
John.
Simple.
Very simple.
DJT, quite famous initials at the moment. Little edge there, didn't quite carry to slip.
Living a little bit dangerously there, Sanjida.
What did you do in exams then when you had to write down your full name? You were halfway through the...
It just took ages. I'll tell you the worst is telephone banking. When you call up and they say, what's your name? I just start by going, can you just prepare yourself? Because you usually have to give your first, middle and last, and all 3 of those are double-barreled. So then you have to try and spell it, which is even worse.
Square of the wicket. One again, they could have been pushing for a second there, but not the strongest arm out there in the deep.
The longest in cricket, longest initials, I was told yesterday, Chaminda Vas has 47 initials, I've got 45. So he pips it. Sri Lankan names...
7
characters even.
Characters, yeah.
That's a lot of initials.
Yeah, indeed. You've got more initials than Chaminda. Did you ask your mum how it came about, or was she just a bit indecisive at the time?
No, she end of the over, 36 for 2. Bangladesh struggling just a little bit here. Yeah, no, my mum had always wanted a girl, basically, and 3 boys first. She just saved up a load of names until the girl came. There were actually meant to be more.
The first 3 times she was pregnant, she was thinking of a name for a girl. Maybe that's what it was, and then she kept the 3 names from the 3 boys that could have been girls and gave them all to you. Wonderful.
There were meant to be a few more names, actually. Dion Randall, but apparently my mum was told to stop at the registry office.
Oh dear. You do get those the father who decides to sneak down to the registry office and register Jim, followed by the 11 names from his football team, don't you? I mean, and that's happened before now, and that's pushed into the offside. I know some Liverpool fan back in the 1960s that named his child after the Liverpool team that won the FA Cup in 1965. So that would have actually 11, probably had his own name as well, so he would have had about 11, 12 initials, 30. So compared with that, you're not too bad. Overpitched, gets away with it. It must be a bit of a burden. Really gaps in the field here. Form at the moment, isn't it?
Surprised they've sent out another fielder now, deep fielder. Cover's just gone out.
That's way down for just the one run. Might have to have a look. 2 out on the.
Here's that
the
cover fielder
offside.
who's just gone out into the deep. I'm not sure it's necessary, but she's now patrolling there. It's all just slowed right down here for Bangladesh. They looked positive when they first came out to bat. Look at that, Sanjida's 6 off 19. Pagana's done okay coming in.
End of the over. 13 overs gone, 37 for 2.
Same stage. Pakistan were 56 for no wicket down. So a good way ahead.
Have a look at the games in Group A. India have already beaten Thailand, as we know, and Sri Lanka going well. They got up to 239 for 8. We thought that would be a few too many for Ireland. Ireland 27 for 3 after 13 overs. So, if anything, they've made a poorer start to their chase than Bangladesh have today. We've been making comparisons with those two games throughout the day. And Scotland made 142 against South Africa. South Africa well on their way, 57 for 2 there in the 7th over. Runs there, or certainly a single. Bowled good lines, haven't they, though, the Pakistan
Yeah, they've kept
attack
things tight.
so far.
Completely agree. It's hard as well. You know, the Bangladeshi batsmen aren't the biggest as well, so it's hard for them to generate pace. So if there's no width to get their hands through, it's been hard to score. You still feel there's plenty of singles on offer. There's one just can be nudged out to cover on the offside.
Yeah, they're not exactly moving around the crease. We talk. It's wonderful, isn't it? You talk about bowling really good lines, and then next delivery, you get a wide, and a very easy decision to be made there. But I don't feel there's not a lot of footwork around the crease, trying to make a few options for yourself, as you say. When you haven't got the power, you've got to work the ball. And that's a cracking shot. Shot of this innings so far. Let's have a look at that one.
There we go, nice and wide. Just got out onto the front foot, full stretch. And they just slapped it really pretty straight through extra cover region. You'll take that for 4. Much needed for Bangladesh. They've got some catching up to do. You felt this is their opportunity by restricting Pakistan to only 228.
I think they let it get away, didn't they, towards the end of that Pakistan innings. Another good shot, but this time no run. Riaz, one of the batters, the bowler now, but one of the batters towards the end of the innings who did make a significant difference and got Pakistan just beyond what Bangladesh would have felt. Yes, we can get these. And another wide there. And as you know, Ebony, there's a big difference between yes, we can get these and yes, we might get these. You know, there's that little bit of confidence when you go out and you're chasing 180, 190 as they could have been at one stage. Then you're expecting to get them. You've got that bit more confidence. The bowlers are that much more on the back foot. That could well be a wide as well as another one.
Oh dear, well, Riaz has done well with the bat today, but losing it a little bit with the ball now. Yeah, it's one of those things that actually just her action, sometimes her front arm just seems a little bit loose and it's dragging her away to that offside, which is not ideal. She'll have to take a little bit of time now to compose herself.
And not push it down the leg side and overcompensate. Well done.
Much better. Notice she bowled that as well. She looked like she completed her action there previously. Just got a bit floaty. But good to see. Whoever gave her a good word and spoken to her the ball before. Looks like she's got a nice fielder up there at Fatima, next to her at mid-off. Uh-oh.
Maybe you have to have another good word or a couple of bad ones.
Send the captain up there. Where's Sanamir?
Sort it out, Riaz.
Just look at this. 4 wides, and they're dotted all through the over as well.
And again.
Oh no, this is a meltdown, really.
And if we see that graphic again with the number of wides in this over,
It's 5 so far.
is that 5 wides in this over?
Yeah, that was
Oh
the
dear.
5th one we just saw.
Come on, sort it out, Riaz. That's better. Well done.
It's a tough one as well when you do lose it. You know, we've seen plenty of bowlers who are very skillful, but then after a couple you just don't trust yourself. Your body starts doing odd things, but just look at that breakdown. Wide, dot 4, more wides. Painful.
Nice.
I've lost
Little
count.
push for one.
How's your maths? I've lost count.
Well, if you see after the first ball of the over, that was when I said she was bowling a good line.
That's a good point, actually. 47 for 2.
Followed by 5 in the next 5 balls. Or 10 balls. And
Well, I think
5
the batsman
legitimate
might
balls.
say, if we stay here and let them keep doing the same, we might catch up.
I certainly there.
Well, that's tough
A few
going
bonus
for Riaz.
there. I think she'll probably take a little blow at this stage.
We talked about bargaining power yesterday when we saw Vader score 89, and that was a positive bit of bargaining power. Well, I think after bowling an over like that, there's not much you can say to your captain to get yourself back on.
Skipper perhaps saying, well, have a little blow, and maybe somebody else warm up next over the next turn.
Sandhu going to take over. She's going to have to find a way to just tidy things back up after that pour over there.
Well, just to tidy over. Line and length. And she starts with a full toss. I'm going to keep quiet.
Talking about where we are, we're in a sort of lovely ground, P Sara in Colombo. Fantastic ground, a good place to tour. Actually, a team will be touring here in a couple of weeks.
Just wide of slip, that's racing away, that'll be 4. Don't think there was a chance, went very quickly.
Just too wide from the bowler, especially after that last over. You can't do that. Look at this here, and coming round arm as well. Bowled it about 6th stump even. Just easy to put away. But yet another team will be coming over here shortly. The Wales Women's Development Team are coming over from the 12th of February. They're going to be playing and touring Sri Lanka, which will be lovely. Bit of sunshine.
Fantastic. of the world to come to Sri Lanka to get out here. Another one to tick off the list, Ebony. Done all the test countries now apart from Bangladesh. And I haven't avoided Bangladesh, just haven't had the chance to go there. So, but glorious here.
A bit of running here. They're going to have to go quickly. That was a good bit of running there. Really good bit of running. Just dropped it in there for Ghana. Good communication. Very quick. And they took the opportunity. Yeah, I've managed to do all the test playing nations now. Been to Bangladesh twice. India, untold amount of times. Australia, New Zealand. It's good sport cricket when you've got countries like this to be able to.
Zimbabwe, you done Zimbabwe?
Oh no, that's a really good point. You're good. You're good. Nudged in nicely. They're going to have to go quickly if they want to. And they say no.
Cracking spot, Zimbabwe. Was there last year. Harare. Not watching test cricket, watching a bit of the old 4-day stuff. Ireland had a warm-up game down there. There's Pinky. She's looking. She's actually looking fairly perky, to be fair. That's a little line for our older listeners. 55 for 2. Just about back on track, this chase. If they were 55 for no wicket after 15, you'd think, oh well, definitely in with a chance here. But a couple of loose overs. Now, of course, we've got the inevitable change of bowling. Skipper deciding that she's the right person to bowl a tight over and get this defence back on track. Outside the off stump, angled away. Could have been one there if they'd have both gone quickly, but decided no. We'll stay where we are. Sanjida not backing up. Next delivery right on the spot. The skipper's doing what exactly what she wanted. And that's pushed into the onside, of course. 1 run. Can accept that.
Well, Bangladesh will be looking to get a move on here. The required rate is just climbing up. It's gone above 5.
Pushed into the offside. No run to be had there. They've had a couple of decent overs. That disaster sides in it obviously helped them. But the skipper did what she needed to do there, didn't she, from a Pakistan point of view? Bring yourself on, want a cheap over, hurried through that one, and there's only 1 run coming from it. So back on course. Have you all the test playing nations, countries? Watched cricket in each of them?
Yes, largely. Zimbabwe?
Yes, largely.
Zimbabwe is the only nation I haven't played cricket yet in. Well, I haven't played cricket in, but well, the argument can be that Zimbabwe is not playing a test or is just coming back to playing a test. But yes, apart from that, I have.
Round the wicket. Bowls, and that's eased into the offside for a single. Yeah, I've done Zimbabwe, haven't done Bangladesh yet, So that's the one out of the 10 that I can't claim.
I haven't played in Bangladesh myself, but been there for work.
If you that counts. That counts. I haven't played in a lot of these.
Yeah.
A lot of those countries, but as long as you've watched the game and you've, I think you can count it.
Yeah, but it's excellent to go and play with the increase in women's cricket around the globe. I think it's a great opportunity for all the players to not only visit the different nations, but also visit all the test playing centres and play on one.
Swung away out into the deep, just the single though. And, can't find the gaps at the moment. It's got to be close to a wide. Got away with that one.
That should have been one. You're just being very kind here, David.
Well, I'm not being kind. I'd have given it. I think the umpire's being kind. It was very wide, wasn't it? Because the little, the second line there gives the umpires an indication where they should be calling wides, and they often call a wide if it's even just inside that. And I think that one was either on the line or outside it. But another tidy over, another over slips by. 2 runs off that over. 17 overs bowled, so we're roughly just past a third of the way through the innings, and you'd think, well, maybe they would have wanted to have been 10, 15 runs further on here and a wicket fewer down. And that's drinks. So we'll take a brief have a look at the batting card whilst we're doing drinks. There you go, that's the reply. 17 overs gone, a third of the way through the innings. Again, none of those strike rates anywhere near 100%. And that's the Bangladesh bowling there. I think we probably want the Pakistan bowling. There is the Pakistan bowling. Anwar very tidy up the top there. So Riaz the expensive one, and 5 of those coming from wides in 1 over. So I think we can. So we'll just take a short break here. We'll be back at the end of the drinks break. Ready to resume again here with the Pakistan captain. So Mia, the skipper, needs 2 more wickets for 100 in ODIs. Going to continue when the batsmen are ready. There's more chatting going on. I'm not sure the batsmen know which end they're supposed to be, do they? I think they'd had that drinks break and forgotten which end they'd be going, which end each of them had been going into the drinks. $58 for 2. Important next set of overs coming up. That's over pitched and worked away square. Got 1. Not going to get a second there. But work the singles round. Next 7 or 8 overs, go along at 4 and over. 4.5 if you can. And then have a look then and see where you are at the halfway stage. Again trying to work that, but this time straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Well, the other game we thought was going to give us a competitive match today is certainly not turning out that way. Anjum with Ireland 36 for 4, needing 240 to beat Sri Lanka. So you and I having a little chat off air this morning, we both thought that Ireland might just be a sneaky little chance there to cause an upset against one of the Test nations.
Yeah, for sure. You need to be scoring runs and defending totals if you are looking to qualify from here for the all-important World Cup that's going to coming up in England later this year.
The first objective for Ireland, and I'm sure for Bangladesh in this tournament as well, is to qualify for the Super 6 next week. And the teams that qualify for the Super 6 get ODI status. So that's important for Bangladesh and Ireland, who both have ODI status but obviously want to retain it. And of course that's the goal for the Zimbabwe's and Thailand's and Scotland's and Papua New Guinea's. Can they get in? Can they get that ODI status for the first time?
I agree. I think that's definitely going to be one of the
and then of
targets.
Then of course once you get into that situation, can we get in the top 4? Can we qualify for the World Cup? But at the moment Bangladesh look to have a lot of work to do here in this game, and Ireland, well, they've got at least double the work to do in theirs, and probably a bit more after that. Swung around to deep backward square. Nice bit of fielding out there in the deep from. Well, you call her Khan, don't you, Javira? Javira Khan, you call her? Or,
yeah, Javira Khan.
And she's on the scorecard as Wadood, but
I've always known her as Javira Khan, but if it's here, so we can change it to Javira Wadood.
Back defending.
$166 runs is a lot of runs, but once you start scoring them, then you realize that the target can be achieved. But an important word, what I said, is when.
Well, that's it. And there seem to be too many nice-looking forward defensive shots. Oh, that's why I learned to play that one at school type shots. You know, whereas now you've got to think There, more of that, but I'm afraid that's going to be out. So that's the end of Pinky. Disappearing. Fargano has gone. Round the wicket, tossed up. And a big smear at that one. And a straightforward catch and a little bit of, what's that? What do you call that? Hand tennis or something? And straightforward catch. And that's the end of Pinky. Court Maroof bowled Sandhu for 17. See, 17. It's a start at roughly a strike rate of roughly 50, but then you've got to go on from that, haven't you? You've got to build on it.
That's what the problem has been. Too many dot balls, too many defensive shots, and once you decide to start scoring runs, the only shot that comes to mind is a lofted shot. In no position to play that was Fargana, and just wanted to muscle it over. Something that she's not done for the entire knock.
Welcome wicket for Pakistan. They know they're in control of this game, but of course the more wickets fall, the more control they'll be in. The skipper's in, Rimana. A lot on her shoulders. Just composing herself. Having a look around the field, sees 5 fielders, which is the maximum they can have, of course. Sorry, it's the minimum they can have inside the circle. That's just pushed to mid-wicket. Let's have a look at this again from side on. She just doesn't get there, does she? Not quite sure she needed to sort of be pushing forward with that with a straighter bat. And Maroof there showing us our juggling skills. Oh, bit of a problem with the hair. Skipper's getting it sorted out. That's it, get it under the helmet, you'll be alright. Bit of hairspray called for, perhaps. "19 overs gone." At this stage, would you have been tempted to perhaps put one of the tail enders in, one of the bigger hit, someone who can come in and just give the ball a bit of a swing, try and get some momentum going, or would you have stuck with the batting order and just said let's be a bit more positive?
I would stick with the batting order because it's a situation where batters need to come and score, and they need to take up the onus of keeping the scoreboard moving. There's nothing wrong with the one that has got out or the one that has just walked in. It's just that the intent of scoring comes at a time when they've played almost 30 or 40 dot balls, or they've just played 15 or 16 runs, and then they try to play the aggressive shot, and taking the aerial route is leading to the downfall. I think it's just a matter of rotating ones and twos and keeping the scoreboard moving without a lot of risks involved in that shot. So I would definitely go in with, especially if a specialist batter cannot get me the runs, then I think it's asking for too much for a pinch hitter to come in and use the long handle.
I'd agree with that, but I have seen occasions where perhaps a lower order one, just to break it up a little bit, just to make the opposition, oh, well, hello, what's going on here? Why have they sent so and so in? As we were discussing before, you always think, well, something just to put a spanner in the works of the opposition, who are quite clearly on top at the moment. A little change in the field going on. That's again not a great deal of intent. Riaz moved to short third man there. Short third man and backward points. Bowls, and again just beating outside the off stump. 20 overs gone. 65 for 3.
How many overs? Yeah, so that's me.
Let's have a look at the wickets that have fallen so far then. This was sort of a little bit of a controversial run out in a way, in that taking evasive action, and knew she was short of her ground, and Pakistan went through with it. An LBW there that clipping off stump maybe, and that was just now, and tried to be aggressive but it didn't quite work. Just spooned it up in the air to backward point. So that's the situation. We're about to start the 21st over. I'll slip out and let Roshan come in.
Down the ground, again trying to pierce the field to get a maximum. Not many would be required by the Bangladesh batters. Rumana Ahmed coming in earlier will be required to take the onus of scoring. Sanjida has been out there for a while.
Bangladesh seem to have lost their way a little bit here. Those 3 quick wickets haven't helped their cause, and the target not out of their reach if they bat well here, but the point is they can't afford to lose wickets in heaps. They lost 2 quick wickets. The 21st over, 67 for 3. Oh, that's unfortunate because it was hit firmly. Hit the non-striker. It would have been a single down to long on, but that was very well played off the middle of the bat. Nicely looped. Yep, I think it hit the non-strike on the thigh. One thing that has really not been too impressive with the Pakistan captaincy is that they haven't really looked to be aggressive. At the moment, Rumana is on 1 and Sanjida on 20, and Rumana on strike, and there's nobody close in. They're not even looking to try and dismiss her. It appears to be a very defensive mindset here, Ebony.
You're completely right. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it? I mean, like I was saying earlier, it does take time for these captains to learn and develop, but in this scenario, you would think it's time to go in for the kill.
That's poor fielding. That's really poor fielding. Straightforward. Just allowed the ball to go through her. That's not good cricket at all from Pakistan. 69 for 3 gives Bangladesh some kind of a reprieve. The asking rate's gone up to 5.48.
Well, interestingly enough, I was just having a look at the scorecard. Whereas, say, 5-10 overs ago, at this stage, say, let's take, for example, at the 15th over, Pakistan was 65 for 0. And then they actually slowed down and lost 3 wickets quite quickly. Do you remember when the captain came in, Rumana Ahmed? So actually, the comparative score now was 78 for 3 versus 69 for 3. So there's a little window here for Bangladesh if they're able to find a way. It's just that they've gone into their shell. Well, it's going to be a change of bowling. So having a look Another bowler in a cap. Seen a lot of comments on social media about bowlers in a cap, but it's Fatima, Ghulam Fatima.
I think it's a good way of bowling. Bowl in a cap because they got long hair. That's
Just
the way
keeps
of
it out of the way.
Yeah, they're just making sure. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. What was she playing for? Was she playing for some off spin?
I don't know what she was playing for, but that is brilliant. Look at this. A good bit of pace, actually. Bowled at a good pace, really fizzed. The batsman was nowhere near it. Poor footwork.
Down to a steep extra cover. That goes down to the boundary. That was tossed up. And Romana looking to go through the offside. And just managing to beat the fielder at deep extra cover.
Yeah, look at this here. The captain, well, she saw it earlier. It was very, very wide and full. Very easy. Maybe the fielder could have just got a hand to it there. Got her feet tangled. But it was a big four and much needed.
Well bowled, well bowled. Just playing a little bit late, allowing the ball to pitch and turn.
I think Fatima could have come on a little bit earlier, actually. We saw Rumar Ahmed, the Bangladesh captain, coming on in the first innings and got purchased. His leg spinners are getting the most out of the wicket.
Yeah, there's so much of revs on the ball, isn't it? With the wrist turning, that's how they get so much of revs on the ball. So obviously, they'll start to get more turn.
Yeah.
That's against the a finger spinner.
But they've just looked more threatening. And I think right now, Pakistan want to close this down. So if Fatima can control it, probe that middle and off line, could be interesting.
She's getting a bit of turn. That's the natural turn of the leg spinner. It's nothing dangerous in terms of turn. It's slow turn. Shouldn't worry the batsman too much as long as they play the line. Last ball of the over. Oh, is that out? I think it is. It is a juggling act. And Fatima has got the breakthrough. Romana, not very convincing cut shot. Just take a look at this. Feet went nowhere. She just went away, drew away. She was not in any good position to play the shot. And in the end, a good sharp chance by the keeper.
Yeah, well, a good bit of juggling as well from Shah, Rabia Shah, who's the keeper. But look at Ahmed. She's walking off disappointed. No real foot movement, as you said. Got herself in a bit of a pickle. But I just felt Fatima looked threatening from the minute she came on. Got a bit more turn. You just felt if she could get the line right. Well, Pakistan, I hope the captain here is rallying them up, saying, look, we can really get into them now. New batsman coming in is Nigar Sultana.
Interesting name on the back of the t-shirt. It says Jyoti.
Well, we were talking about this earlier, that one of the other batters for Ghana, Hock, her name said Pinky on the back of her shirt. So I was thinking maybe, like, you know, Sri Lankans have a lot of names. So I went on to check from stats if there's no name in the middle that says Pinky. I don't think it can be a nickname.
No.
I wouldn't. I would have thought
you wouldn't carry nicknames on the back of his t-shirt.
No, exactly. So I just thought, where does Pinky come from? You know, it's not on any sort of stat anywhere, but must be some sort of name. So maybe Jyoti's the same as...
Yeah, Jyoti, because Jyoti's a fairly common name in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
You see, we've got people that, the shortened form of the name Jyotipala is called Jyoti. Mm-hmm. So that's why I was a bit surprised when I saw Joti. So Wadud continues. Well, Pakistan needs to go in for the kill. I'm telling you, bring in a short leg, bring in a slip, come on, try and go for the wickets. Seem to be quite pleased to play the waiting game, just taking a step back and just waiting for things to happen. And even here, nicely looped, was never really in position to play the
juggling as well. The keeper, if the keeper would have put that down, I think there would have been a lot of people disappointed. She's done well there. You just see one drift down the leg and she's moving pretty nicely. Is Shah. batted well, Shah, today. She was one of the few that went at a runner ball.
I think it's important that you try and convey a message to the Bangladesh batters, and that is to say that we are attacking you. We are out there to dismiss you. But look at a new batsman just in, Sultana. And how many fielders on the boundary?
Count, all 4 are out. All 4 are out.
Come on, get someone to square leg, stop the single. Get someone into forward short leg, maybe bat pad. That's the way you try and attack, especially with the new batsman Bangladesh on the back foot here.
The other thing to remember as well for these guys is there's a lot of cricket to be played in the next 2 weeks. And so if I was one of the fielders, I'd be saying, Captain, I want to get off as quick as possible, get in the ice bath, get rested. And the longer you're out here in the heat, just, running around, it wears your body down. If you could wrap this up in 25 overs, that's plenty of time back to relax.
Yeah, this has been a little bit defensive in terms of the captaincy by Pakistan. I think they've already seen an opening. They can easily slice through what they've got, but they're just waiting for things to happen. And Bangladesh too quite content, and they'll be looking to bat out the 50 overs. 75 for 4, 23 overs completed.
But to an extent as well for Bangladesh, there's supposed to be some success if they can, maybe if they pick up 150, 160, helps their net run rate. And if they get into that Super 6 stage, it just keeps them ticking. Actually, looking at the required run rate, 5.67, I mean, that is very doable. Let's just compare as well where Pakistan were at this stage. It was 79. 79 for 3. So in terms of actual time, Bangladesh are set well. It's just that they've gone into their skin. Pakistan's fielding and approach is very lackluster. So you just feel the game will drift rather than someone taking control.
Yep, Fatima continues. She's a big leg spinner. Turns the ball a lot. Like to see whether she has a googly. Oh, this is slice just over cover. Always an attacking kind of option, the leg spinner who turns the ball. She can be a bit erratic. She can give you the loose ball, the odd loose ball, 1 or 2 and over, but she's the one who's going to get you wickets. The rotation of the wrist just puts in so much of revs on the ball, so that's the reason why that the ball turns a little bit more for a leg spinner than an off spinner.
If she's got the change up as well, the googly, that would be interesting. Get one to kick on or go the other way.
Oh, she's really turning it. She's turning it. Good pace as well.
Talking about spinners, when I was watching the England men had a tough subcontinent winter, but they showed the variations of Ashwin. I know he's an off spinner, but his variations that he had as a spinner. And he had pretty much 5 different deliveries that he executed with perfection, control. It just shows you if a spinner you can be, obviously you can turn it, but if you've got that ability to change it up, whether it's through the flight or spin, it's just, you become a powerful tool.
Interestingly, Pakistan has bowled 11 wides, which means they've almost bowled 2 extra overs. That seemed to be an area that they'll have to work on. But in terms of subcontinent spinners, we've discussed this off air. I think it's very important. It's not about being a spinner. It's about how you bowl in the subcontinent. It's just like how you bowl in countries like England or even South Africa or Australia, because pitches and surfaces could be so different. 77 for 4, 24 overs gone. Subcontinent pitches are so different. I mean, they're brown and they tend to crumble. So you need to really know how to bowl on those pitches and what pace to bowl on. Whilst, shall we say, a more greenish top in England might need a little bit more pace, the way Moeen Ali used to bowl. And I used to be quite surprised at the pace he used to bowl in England, but he was good. He used to spin the odd ball, he used to hurry on to the batsman. But in the subcontinent, you need to slow it down a little bit, Let the ball do the work. And that's the mistake Nathan Lyon committed when he was here on that last tour. We completely lost it, I thought, because he was bowling the real Australian type on Sri Lankan pitches.
Well, interestingly enough, I wonder what your thoughts are on this. I remember I came over to India a couple of times for some training camps, and when we turn up, there'd be a number of net bowlers, young kids a lot, often 14 up to 18, just nudged around to the fine leg boundary, and these guys would bowl at us, say, from 8 in the morning through to 6 at night. We'd have a couple of breaks for lunch, but they bowled so many overs and they loved it. And I've never seen in England kids or growing up put that many hours in, and I wonder, to learn an art and craft such as spin bowling like that, and to be able to master it, whether also not only the skill set's better here, of course, because of the conditions, but also just more hours, just more commitment to bowling the art.
See, I think it's to do with wanting to be associated with the top stars in the world. See, kids, I think, get inspired when they like to go play with national players, their heroes, and be there and want to bowl. So I think the hunger for such things in the subcontinent is greater than in England. I mean, that's seen even if you see a Ben Stokes or a Kevin Peterson or a Graham Swan or someone like that, an Alistair Cook, just walking through the crowds. I mean, I don't think the crowds would get excited as much as, shall we say, the subcontinental crowds. So that's the nature of the people. So that's really the reason why you would see this passion in the subcontinent. So single to end the over. It's 80 for 4 at the halfway stage.
Yeah, and just adding on that as well, we talked about the World T20 last year, both men and women. And I remember being in the airport when India were flying, I can't remember where from to, and the hysteria of the locals wanting selfies, going crazy for them. And yes, I think with the England players, in a cricket environment, people would stop them for signatures. But just generally walking around, there wouldn't be that level of hysteria that you do see in the subcontinent. It's a passion that runs so deep. And also, I think another thing I like about the subcontinent is you see players coming from all walks of life and make it to the top end. A lot more in. Good dive there. I think there's a lot of talk in, say, for example, in England, a lot of cricketers might go to certain types of schools or come from certain communities, and I think it just seems very diverse in the subcontinent. You take someone like Dhoni, I think he was a train driver before, and to become that's what I heard.
I heard he worked in the railways. I don't know whether he was a train driver.
Is that good or bad? Being a train driver is cool, isn't it?
He worked in the railway. I don't know what he did.
He worked for the railways.
Yeah, I don't know what he did.
Sorry, Dhoni, if you're listening. He's got a film out, actually. I want to see that.
Brilliant, outstanding.
Punched. Extra cover just a little bit too deep, so they'll allow the single. But again, you could see that Bangladesh, the rate of scoring now, just creeping. It's now at around 6, and it should go beyond 6 in a matter of time. Where do you get your information from, Ebony? They're asking for the question. They're asking for a catch. Well, another looking to sweep. I think it was off the shoulder. Well, it's like Michael Holding wanting to run for the Olympics for Jamaica. That story was not true. It was written all over. It was written in books, and Mikey himself said, I was an athlete, but I was never in line to represent Jamaica in the Olympics. Yeah. So it's just like Ebony Rainford was Miss England. 81 for 4, 26 overs completed.
When did this Miss England thing happen? Now I missed it. I think we definitely need a third mic here where Ebony can complete the story about being Miss England.
Yes, she's Miss England.
She
was Miss England.
Is she missing England?
No,
or
she
she's
was
Miss
Miss
England? There's a
England.
difference.
She was Miss England.
All right. Multi-talented. See, we've got a multi-talented commentator here. Of course, he's also a multi-talented one, Roshan.
I like that. But I was never Mr. Sri Lanka.
No, but there are different talents, you see.
Okay,
You're a
all right.
commentator, you're a businessman,
All
you're a
right.
marketing professional.
Right. Okay.
And Mr. Sri Lanka.
In line for it. I like this opportunity being given to Javeria Vadud as well by her skipper of turning her arm over. Haven't seen her do that very many often in international matches, so I can only say that it's an opportunity given to her. I'm sure she must have been one of those net bowlers who bowled throughout after her batting, but it's nice. And I like the field setting that has been given as well. There are 5 fielders inside the circle. There is a protection in the deep as well for even a loosener or a bad delivery. Smart captaincy.
I just want to ask you about captaincy, because we were talking about the fact that Pakistan should have looked to try and be a little bit more aggressive, because we got Sultana just in and Bangladesh falling behind the required run. You reckon, I mean, you've been India's captain, you reckon that she should have attacked a little bit more, maybe with a close field slip or a forward short leg, just to try and get into the batsman's mind, create a little bit more pressure?
See, ideally on a pedestal where you have a bowler in control of her bowling, a batter who's in control of her batting as well, knows exactly that this is a set plan, this is how usually a top order bat plays, that's the time you would want to experiment with something like that. But given the scenario where you don't know what kind of a shot is coming out from a bat, whether it's an attacking one, a defensive one, whether she is going to dance down the track to take on the bowler at all or not, at that point of time it becomes a little difficult scenario, because you can't risk your player standing at a silly mid-off or a forward shot like position, or even a short extra cover where you don't know what kind of a shot is taken. But having said that, a slip is definitely one of the options which I as a skipper definitely portrayed and liked to implement, because I always felt I know my bowler, and my bowler is definitely going to bowl to a certain line and length, irrespective how the batter plays. So I would set a field on the strength of my bowler.
Interesting thoughts. 85 for 4. That's a look at the Bangladesh card. Well, they've had a few starts. They've 17, 12. So this is Fatima continuing. She's been an attacking option as a leg spinner. She's looked good. She's got a wicket already. Bowling to a slip. Certainly getting turned, but that pitched outside the leg stump, so you can never get an LBW when the ball pitches outside the leg stump.
Pitched up, straightening, but doing a lot more than what was required to impress the umpire. Another youngster being called up in the Pakistan team, as we're seeing more and more of them being introduced to international cricket. This is her first tournament, Ghulam Fatima, which means that this is her second match that she's playing for Pakistan.
She's looked good. She's bowled with good control. She spun the ball.
And very young as well. Very, very young, and having a young leg spinner being thrown the ball in these scenarios, and who's not shy of throwing the ball up, to tossing it up or inviting the drive or a lofted shot. I think it shows great courage. And also the courage of the skipper, who has backed her to bowl with a mid-on and mid-off up.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Certainly has all the confidence in the young bowler. Also given a slip, a good offside field. So that tells you a story that she has so much of confidence, and the bowler is in control of things.
I always felt it works in tandem. You know, the bowler gets confidence from the skipper, and the skipper gets confidence in how the bowler is operating. And that operation starts when you're practicing in the nets. When you start getting the batters out, when you start bowling good deliveries, wicket-taking deliveries, and when you come and replicate that same performance in a match scenario, which is completely opposite to your net scenario, that's the time the captain starts looking at you and saying, look, this is my front-line bowler, I can always fall back on this play. And when you start delivering, that's the time both the bowler and the captain take each other's confidence.
And the over rate has been brilliant too. 28 overs gone. 87 for 4. I thought the Pakistan over rate was 15 or 16 overs an hour with the spinners bowling. So that's encouraging. But one thing about Anjum, one thing about the batters, particularly chasing, we haven't really seen that aggression coming into play. They haven't really looked to be wanting to chase a target. It's more like surviving, more like building an innings rather than really planning to overhaul a target. And even in this case of the Bangladeshis, I get the feeling that they're quite content to stay there and if possible bat the 50 overs. There's no urgency in the batting, or at least that's what I tend to think.
You know, I always felt that when you're training for something and training for a competition or you have to assess yourself in a match given scenario. I've always felt that a lot of these players, however, again I repeat, I might be ill-informed and might be wrong on this, but that's just my observation. I do feel that when you're training in the nets, and when these players train in the nets, they learn to survive. They learn to play the ball on its merit, a front foot ball or a back foot ball, and just learn to survive. They are not training to attack. They're not training to dominate. Now, there's a difference when you approach that. When you walk into a net and you say, okay, I'm going to dominate the bowling, doesn't mean that you're going to loft every ball out of the park or just going to take the aerial. It's about attacking the ball, even playing aggressive shots along the ground. And that training translates into what you do actually in the match. So there's a big difference that we've seen yesterday. We've seen Sri Lanka. We've seen a bit of India as well, barring a few brilliant knocks. We've seen Bangladesh, Pakistan earlier, now Bangladesh, and there's like four teams on display, and we've clearly seen the difference between India and the other three because India has been much more experienced side. But how you train in a net shows what you go out there and deliver in a match.
Yeah, I couldn't have agreed more with you. Just looking at the way these batters have battered and the way they have approached their task, it's been a little bit baffling. Because they seem to be all right as batters, you know, they don't seem to have too much of flaws. They seem to be able to look after themselves, they're able to just push it around. It's just that they don't seem to have that urgency about them.
It's also got to do a lot with their fitness and the strength in your own self. I mean, a lot of these players wouldn't muscle the ball over the fence like many international players are able to do that. A lot of these players have to depend on the proper cricketing shots to get the power behind those cricketing the shots that they take. So the technique has to be learned. It's just that when you've learned the technique, it's going to the next level of using that technique to making a defensive shot into an attacking one. That transition has to be done in the nets, and that transition has to be practiced day in and day out.
So in the 30th over, Bangladesh now looks like they're falling behind the required rate. Now it's 6.62. They got 6 wickets standing, but there don't seem to be the energy in the Bangladesh batting. Nicely looped and well fielded. Good piece of work at extra cover. Just looking to ease it through the gap. So this is over number 30. Sanjida has made 27. Sultana 7 of 21. That is a high percentage of balls she's used up. Going at about exactly just under 33%. The rate of scoring, which is not encouraging when you need about 4.5 runs and over.
And all of match practice, match exposure needs to be given. You say that not only international matches, it's also about playing club cricket, playing weekend cricket against a boys team, or making sure that you combine yourself with a under 15 or under 19 men's team and play practice matches. A lot of such kind of cricket happens over the weekends in the holiday season. So when a player gets into the groove of playing matches day in and day out, and you're faced with a different opportunity every day, that's the time you learn combating them and identifying with them. And then you're not scared to probably put your left foot out and play a sweep shot even to a leg spinner, because you've done that before.
So a good over comes to an end. It's 90 for 4, 30 overs completed.
This went fast. Oh no, because we were chatting.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Thanks, Roshan. Need to really see a bit of energy from Bangladesh in these next 10 overs. The equation's still not impossible if you look. 138 off 120. Would they get 138 in a T20 match with all their wickets in hand against this very good Pakistan attack? Penetrating attack. They were businesslike, aren't they? They get through their overs. And here we've got Bisma on.
Guy enjoying the sunshine out there. Got the sunnies on. Nice cool drink.
Indeed.
And the shorts.
Yeah, we are. Oh, my word. Bisma bowls that one down the leg side. Umpire must have thought about a wide there. Maybe it just flicked the pad on the way through.
Bisma Maroof nearly hit the roof with that one.
Oh! Let's just hope the roof doesn't fall in on you like it did yesterday, Abs. This is an interesting action, and that one's eased through the offside. Maroof giving the ball a little bit of a polish. What's she trying to bowl here? Is it a bit of off spin or a few leggies or something? Or haven't quite worked her out yet. It's leg spin, isn't it? It's a little bit of a leggy going up there, and what they call a moon ball. It's going zooming up into orbit and coming back down. Whoa! Where's that one gone? Well bowled.
I tell you what, this is the hardest type of bowling, I think, to face. I mean, you know, you're practicing the nets for the seam ball coming on or your average spin bowler, but when it gets chucked up like that, you have about 10 shots going through your head. Even the bowler's laughing, I think. She thinks it's funny. She's foxing the batsman Sultan. I didn't really know what to do with it there.
So look, I'm enjoying this. Big smear across the line now. That's out to mid wicket. But as you say, sometimes the ball can be in the air almost too long, can't it? And you sort of, hold on, and then it gets there, and then you thought, well, shall I do this? Shall I do that? And you end up doing very little. I think you'd probably want to be using your feet and getting down the pitch. Go quickly. There's two there. Go on. Oh dear. I think you and I could have come back for a second there, Webbs. Only if I'd have been backing up well, though.
Of course you would have been, because I'd have been calling you through.
Well, the old hammies might not have gone too well. 31 overs gone then, 95 for 4.
Well, just look at the batsmen. They're having a chat at the moment. I mean, what can they be saying to themselves? And now the rate is up to 7, which is it's pretty much unheard of so far in this competition we've seen so far. A few conversations going on there. 12th man. Maybe talking about an injury. Yeah.
Getting a bit of expert advice by the look of it.
One person I'd expect to see bowl a bit more today is Sana Mir. I talked to you about the fact that she's on this milestone, isn't she? She's
98 wickets.
98 wickets. She's the captain. I say bring yourself on.
and away. Reach the boundary, it does, it pops up and there's a welcome boundary for Bangladesh.
Good old clonk in that shot, just again got the length, tossed up, plenty of time to get on the back foot. She did the right thing committing through the shot, just hit the toe end, but enough to race away. Yeah, I spoke to Sanamir in the toss this morning as well about coming up to the milestone. She should be the only, or only one of the 15th.
Did she do what players normally do and pretend she didn't really know that it was coming up? Or?
No, she completely knew it was coming up. I think what she actually did is
like
she gave me the cliche, I'm only thinking about the team, I only care about today's game. But secretly you want to go, really, come on, mate. It's all about the wicket, isn't it? But she's nearly there. I'm sure she'll get it in this tournament.
That one's struck away through the offside for one more. She'll certainly get it during this tournament. She's got another 5 games to play, at least. As if they don't get to the final. No. Yes, I was right the first time. Disagreeing with myself and I was wrong.
This is up.
Yeah, and gone.
And it's well held by the captain. We were just talking about her. She had to move quite a bit actually to her left. The ball went up into the sun. Let's have a look at it here. Poor shot. No real foot movement, just a full slice. It's flown in the air, but look at this. Sanamir does the hard work. Almost drops it, just an almost. She holds on to it enough. Well done, the captain.
Yeah, she would have really been cursing having done all the hard work and actually getting round and getting under that one. But that's the end of Sanjida. Sanjida has gone for 33. Good contribution, but really the one thing to look at there is that strike rate, isn't it? Not quite up to 1 run every 2 balls. Needed to be going a bit quicker than that, but she's on her way.
Well, must be frustrating. She's stuck out there for a good while. Look at the Pakistani team. They're lying down. I think they're knackered. They must be ready to get home. They've got 5 more wickets to get. But in comes the new batsman, Salma Khatun. And here we go. This is why she's here now.
Here we go again. Up in the air again, as you say, waiting ages for it. She's given it a good slap. It's a good dozen paces she's made towards that, and then a little bit of a whir before she holds on to it. Well done.
Well, Salma Khatun's got a bit of work to do. 100 for 5. Plenty of time left, but that run rate is just creeping up. Well over 7 now.
Need somebody to come in here and just put energy into the innings. Get it going. Start scoring it to run a ball. Start finding the boundary. Maybe even a maximum somewhere. And then all of a sudden, Pakistan are thinking, oh, this isn't straightforward. And but it needs that sort of 15 off 12 balls or something like that, just to give it that little bit of a kick start. And
you often see those big overs as well, don't you? We saw in the game yesterday there was a couple of overs which went for about 12, 15 or so. She's looking at 127 off 108 balls needed to get to that score, to get anywhere near it. You do need a couple of big overs, and that needs boundaries. It needs running between the wickets. And right now things have just stifled.
And our favourite is back on, Maroof, who sends the ball up to the roof when she bowls, as Ebony said. Well, the disappointingly one-sided games today, all across Colombo. That's just eased out for a single. Well, you've probably heard I've told you several times, Thailand bowled out for 55, India romping to victory there in 12.4 overs. That was finished well before lunch. South Africa have also won. Scotland putting up a better effort though. They made 142. It took South Africa 33 overs and a ball to get there, and they lost 4 wickets. So a 6-wicket win for South Africa. They're the standout favourites to win this group, Group B. And I'm afraid Irish fans, you should be covering your ears as well now, because Ireland must have just fancied the chance of giving Sri Lanka a good game today, and we certainly all thought that in the box. 75 for 7, requiring 240 to win. So that's a disappointing one for Irish fans, and also fans of close games of cricket. Pushed into the offside. I think what we've seen these first couple of days is that South Africa and India are the 2 strong teams, followed by Pakistan and Sri Lanka from the results, and then India and Bangladesh. So those are the 3 tiers, it would appear, at the moment. And then would you say I mean, you've seen a lot of the top 4 teams, the teams that are already qualified for the World Cup, qualified automatically. England, New Zealand, Australia and the West Indies. Would you say they were a tier above again from this?
Yeah, I would. I think there's so many differences. I think the key one, the most noticeable, is actually in the field, just in terms of the athleticism running around the field. I mean, the Australians, the West Indians, the English, they're all diving around and making it look. Oh, here we go. There's David Capel. He's on the right. The English. He was former England cricketer, and also he was assistant coach for England women. He's got I don't know who his assistant coach is, but I could hear him earlier, and he sounded like he had an Australian accent. I'll have to find out who he is. But David Capel's had a 4-month stint with Bangladesh women. It's good to see so much. Well, here we are. We talked about the captain. She's on 98 wickets. If she picks up 2 more, she'll be the 15th international to get 100 ODI wickets.
I'm backing her to do it in this game. I have.
Big call. When you previously called a bowler to bowl a nice tight delivery, she proceeded to bowl 5 wides today. So let's see if one of your predictions will come to light.
No, I said she had been bowling tight lines, didn't she? You say she was going to continue bowling tight lines.
Good bit of fielding there. Maybe just lost her knees and footing. David, you'll have to work on your Mystic Meg routine.
Oh, bit of turn and a bit of pop there. I think the skipper's thinking, oh, I'll hold myself back a bit, because at some point they're going to have to really go for it. And then she's got the experience, obviously, just to keep the handbrake on the innings. Seems to be a little bit of a trend bowling in the caps, though, doesn't it?
Sounds really simple, but I wonder if it's just anything to do with the heat in the subcontinent, that you just don't want to take your cap off. I mean, obviously we know it helps hold your hair back, but there's plenty of hairbands that could be used. I just wonder if it...
We saw it earlier, of course.
Oh, very quick and tidy over there. 104 for 5 at the end of the 34th over. Sanamir keeping things tight. Run rate just creeping up. And there we are. Jyoti, also known as Nigar Sultana. Oh, look at this. We've got a photographer out and about. It must be hot out there. But he's making the most.
You were out earlier with your camera, weren't you? That was up in the air for ages, that delivery. I think that's the one that's the slowest one she's bowled yet. And as you say, it's not always easy to get these away. There's no pace in the ball, but got to work the ball around. But you're a keen photographer.
I am.
It looks a very impressive bit of equipment you've got.
Oh, I'd like to say it's very expensive, but it's not. It's pretty standard. But I've got a good zoom lens on there.
How do you get? Because you tweeted earlier the that sort of split screen, different photos.
Yeah.
Is that,
Magic.
is that what it is? Yeah.
No,
I need a 9-year-old to explain to me. I don't know the technology of it. Look really impressive. What's your Twitter handle if anybody wants to have a look at that?
Yeah, it's at EJ Rainford-Brent, and you'll find the picture of the bowler we talked about today, who was bowling both left arm and right arm, which is something I've never seen before.
EJ Rainford-Brent.
Yeah.
Okay. That's easy. You know, you should have just have something like Ebbs Cricket.
That was my first Twitter ID, and then I got told it wasn't very.
I've got DT
personal.
Cricket.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, I mean that works.
Celebrity followers?
No, I can't really claim celebrity followers. The biggest celebrity I've got following me is a sort of 1980s snooker star who nobody's heard of. Neil Folds, who has appeared on TV a few times. That's my biggest celebrity, I think. Other than Fred Boycott, of course, but Fred Boycott follows everybody.
He's pretty funny, Fred Boycott. Oh, it's still tough.
What about your celebrity followers then?
I'm not really that sort of person to
give out names.
Yeah, just say go and
drop a name or Beyonce. Does she follow you?
Of course she does. Of course she does.
104 for 5.
Here we go. Well, the final power play. Not that it's going to have that much of an impact.
Here comes Mia. That's bowled and pushed to backward point. The slip now coming out to block that area of runs on the onside. That's swung away out to deep mid wicket. Ebbs is moving out. She's probably going off to do a bit of train spotting, see if she can see any celebrity drivers. 105 for 5. And Anjum will be back in shortly. That's played firmly up to extra cover, no run. Mir again, swept away down to deep backward square. Keeping it tidy, but still 2 wickets short of that 100 in ODIs. Anjum's back in. Do you have any celebrity followers on Twitter? Or perhaps you're not even on Twitter, are you?
I don't keep a tab about the followers, David.
They
follow.
So many, I suppose.
Yeah.
And there goes a very good catch. That is wicket number 99. Wicket number 99. Excellent catch there. And that was. We'll have a look again. You can talk us through this one, Anjum.
Yeah, tried again for an aggressive shot. The area was correct that you have to go behind the bowler, but Ghulam Fatima was a very, very straight mid-off fielder. But that effort, full marks for that. Excellent catch. It's never easy diving forward when your body is just readjusting to the momentum. Excellent. Salma Khatun has to walk back for 3. Got Fatima, bowled Sanamir.
106 for 6, and as Ebony's been reminding us, that's Mia's 99th ODI wicket. So one more. I made a big call in the start of the last over and said I think she'll get there today. So one more to go, and she's got, I think, 3 overs remaining to get that 1 wicket.
Okay.
Be something to celebrate, something to look forward to. Perhaps go out and treat herself to a nice meal somewhere tonight. Sure, she'll do that anyway. There's the equation. Now, 8 wickets in hand, and you think that was still possible. 4 wickets in hand, probably not. Yeah, we've got the drinks on there, so at the moment we shall take a look at the wicket whilst we're there. There again, gets through that action nicely. That's a very good catch, low down, and delighted to hold on to it. And we'll take a short break there, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes at the end of this drinks break.
That there's a tea break going on there. No, I'm waiting for the train to come. Watching trains in. That's about 5 minutes before we start watching trains.
That's probably where you don't need it.
No, I've been told he was a train driver.
But you can understand how I went from working in the railways to train drivers.
No, I can understand anybody's working in the railways has to be a driver or a bicycle. Way back.
Yes, and here we are back after that relatively short drinks break. There, 14 overs remaining in the day, and Bangladesh need to try and get that run rate up a little bit. Can't see in any great attempt on winning the game, but we were talking yesterday. Set yourself a target and say, right, we'll try and get 150. We'll try and get 160. We'll try and make this look respectable. And who knows, if we go well for the next 5 or 6 overs, find a couple of boundaries. Well, I think we all know. So 106 for 6. Beautiful little ground here. Proper cricket ground. A lot of cricket grounds these days are becoming very much stadiums, aren't they? And one or two of the bigger grounds around the world now, just proper stadiums. Whereas this is a cricket ground. You can see the. I always like to see a grass bank on a cricket ground. And you know the lovely thing about the redevelopment in Adelaide. I don't know whether you've had the chance to get down there, Anjum. They still have one end open. They still have the grass banks there, and it's retained that bit of charm with the redevelopment of the South Australian cricket ground. Massive stadium now on 3 sides, but the old scoreboard's still there and still beating the electronic scoreboard. That could be close. If that had hit, I think she was gone. I think if the bowler had taken it cleanly, it might have been close.
Yeah, surely she would have been gone, because I don't think she had reached and grounded her bat. Would have been running all the way back to the pavilion had that hit.
Spinning from finger to finger, Sundhu. Quietly pushed into the offside. I suppose you can allow Shaila that. Is she going to bat this entire innings right-handed, do you think? Or is she going to bat right-handed throughout her innings? Or do you think halfway through the over she might have a swap round?
We'll just have to wait and watch for that.
Pushed up to mid-off. This is Shayla. Tossed up and patted away. You can't run for patting one away. It's not allowed, even if you can bowl left and right-handed.
Certain rules.
Some rules, yes. This is when she bowled this morning, Charmin. Let's have a look at this. This is her first over, and yeah, left arm, yeah, reasonable. Okay, that one was a bit wide. And then later in the over, right arm. We'll have a look at that again in a minute. That's played firmly into the offside by Charmin. And then off spin look. And I had a look at the two deliveries later on, and I reckon she's a natural right-hander, and the left arm is the
Stronger one.
no. I reckon the left arm is the one that she's actually developing. If you look at the different action, she seems to be far more comfortable, far more sort of natural, if you like, with the right arm. But it is a wonderful technique, isn't it? I wonder if any men will start to have a look at that and think, oh yes, this could be a new. Oh, that was the 100th one going down there. That was the 100th dismissal, and the keeper's put it down. So Mia's thinking to herself, there we go. Tossed up, look, little nick. Keeper, where are you? Oh dear, she missed it again.
That's pretty straightforward. Easy.
As far as keeper's catches go. And,
Absolutely. In terms of what the keeper's catches can be, that's a pretty straightforward opportunity for her. For the skill the keepers possess and the hard work that they put in, this was a sitter for them.
Nice drive, little bobble to take it past cover, and a couple of runs out to the extra cover boundary. So could have been the 100th ODI victim for Pakistan skipper Sana Mia. She knows it'll come sooner or later. That's pushed into the onside for the single, straightforward enough. I'd love it now if Shayla took guard. Shayla Sharmin took guard. Left-handed. That would really make my day, that would. Cut away. Backward a point. No run for you there. She's not off the mark yet.
With a lot of youngsters as well coming in for Pakistan team, the standard of fielding has also improved. This tournament, one player making their debut, a few youngsters coming in terms of bowlers as well, 19-year-olds, 21-year-olds. Maniba Ali, 18-year-old, she's not playing in this game, but Ghulam Fatima, it's her debut tournament. Tariq is not there in this match, but quite a few changes coming through for Pakistan.
Diving effort there from Maroof. Sorry, Riaz failed to get the ball. Hot out there still. I don't think it's actually quite as hot as it was this morning, but it doesn't mean it isn't hot. Batsmen having a little natter. What are they thinking to themselves? 9.5 runs and over. Never really looked as though they thought they could win this, Bangladesh, from when they came out to bat. They didn't have that air about them that they knew how they were going to go about getting the runs, and that that just sort of the body language that, yep, we're in this game. And there wasn't the confidence there. They were certainly in the game right up until what, 35th, 40th over, something like that, and then it started to disappear away from them as Pakistan put on those runs, got up to 228, and we thought that was a few too many, so to move with. Halfway there, the 39th over. Tossed right up, and this time a straightforward single down the ground. Riaz does the fielding this time. Outside the off stump, crashed into the offside, but picks out the fielder.
That was a half tracker. She would be gutted for missing a boundary ball.
I could see your eyes lighting up there. You just smack that one away.
Absolutely. Don't miss such loose deliveries when you get very few opportunities.
Is that I think that's being very harsh. That would have been a wonderful catch, but I think that just carried, and I think she just got a hand to that. At short mid-wicket. It was in the air, dived, got a bit of hand on it, but can't really put that down as a chance. Oh, well bowled. Saw the batsman coming, beat them in the flight, and back they go. There to complete the over with 116 for 6 on the board. Will it be Sanamir to continue? Or are we going to see some bowling from Riaz now? Skipper's probably saying, well, they're going to drop chances off my bowling, I'll give somebody else a go.
Maybe save this 100th wicket for the next match.
Quite possible.
I do feel she may come back. She might just have a change of ends and comes back in later to bowl next couple of overs as Alia Riaz is being introduced back. She's bowled 3 overs already.
Expensive earlier on, of course, had the problem with five wides in the over. Lost it a little bit and was obviously taken off. Now coming back to try and get things straightened up. And talking about future fixtures, Pakistan next in action on Friday against Papua New Guinea, and on Friday we'll be back here with the India versus Ireland game from the P Sara Oval. It's pushed into the offside for a single. Looking forward to that one because I've followed the Ireland women's team over the last 18 months or so and seen them make good progress under the coaching first of Trent Johnson and then later Aaron Hamilton, who's the coach now. Good to see them, the team clearly progressing, clearly making progress, but obviously clearly today not going to beat Sri Lanka in a game that they must have thought they had a chance, indeed as Bangladesh would have done in this game. That's nicely stroked through the offside. 118 now for 6. And then the other games on Friday, there's Thailand versus Zimbabwe in Group A. That could actually be a game. It could be a good contest. What we're looking for, isn't it, is two teams that are equally matched. And that's hit away. That's a boundary. That's going to deep back to backward point boundary for a 4. So more runs coming there. What we need are two teams that are equally matched. The skill level not necessary for a good game of cricket. Very often you can see two teams that are
absolutely
that
a good shot
are
that
in a just developing stage, and they're similar levels of development, and you can have a cracking match. I remember when Ireland played Bangladesh in the final of the T20 qualifiers, which would have been sort of about 15 months ago, 16 months ago. As he found the gap again, that's another boundary. That was a cracking game of cricket. Went right to the last ball. So 2 boundaries in a row, and it's not really poor old Riaz Day, is it? She's driven away there through the backward a point. Riaz bowls pushed into the onside this time. They might fancy a second. They're not going to come back for one though. But some positive batting there from Naga Sultana. And drop chance, played at that one outside the off stump, got a straightforward edge through to the keeper and down it went. Let's see this one again. Look at that. They don't come a lot more straightforward than that, do they?
Rabia Shah, the wicket keeper. That was a sharp chance. Bottom of the edge. It's always travelling. It's never easy. As a keeper, if you've stayed low, you will continue to be in the momentum of catching that ball. But unhappy. The bowler is unhappy, the wicketkeeper is unhappy, and guess what? The bowler has just walked up to the wicketkeeper to take her cap.
Well, that's the end of the 40th over. We'll have Ebony back in now to see if Bangladesh are going to get back on track with this run chase and various other train-related references. And now we're going to see Javira into the attack. Pitches that one up and pushes it, and it's just pushed away back with a point for a single. So the runs coming a little more frequently, but obviously still a very difficult run chase. As soon as Ebony's got herself sorted out, I'll hand over to her, and then we'll it's in the air and straight down the ground, and that's 4 runs. So certainly Sultana starting to find the boundaries and just showing what can be done. Tossed up, but find the middle of the bat, find the gap, and you're away there for.
So when you see shots like that,
runs.
you get frustrated, don't you? Just knowing that if you have the ability to hit the ball like that, just want to see it happen a little bit more. I'm waiting for her to turn around and start batting left-handed.
That's in the air and out.
Gone.
So that's the end there of Shaila. Oh. Indeed, that wasn't Sultana who played that previous 4. It's Shaila Sharmin, and she's gone. And that's the 7th wicket to fall. So I'll move out. I'll let Roshan come back in as we look at a replay of that.
Well, pretty straightforward catch there. Sharmin will be disappointed. She just hit a lovely shot down the ground, gone straight, but then decided to play across the line. Not the prettiest. 7 runs off 14 balls. Took her time to get going and then tried to explode. Well, Pakistan must be feeling pretty excited about what they've just seen. And there's a chance for them to try and wrap this up quickly. 3 more wickets needed. And in comes Jahanara Alam. Well, she bowled well with the ball today. We saw her open up the bowling. But will she be able to hang around for Bangladesh and have the impact? Often when you see batters without a sponsor name, can indicate batting
how good
skill.
they are.
Good to have you back, Roshan. Let's just have a look at this wicket quickly. Here we go. It's a pretty straightforward delivery. Just tried to go across the line. Should have gone straight again. Simple catch. Only had to move to her right there. Knocked out. Did you have a sponsor on your bat?
Never. I wasn't good enough to play at that level. So it didn't matter. I used to carry my own bat. So, so I remember I used to Slazenger bat as a kid. And that used to be the thing. Jeff Boycott batted with it. So Slazenger was big. That was the name I remembered. And then after that, it's been Mids, it's been CA, quite a few names.
End of the over, 132 for 7 after 41. In terms of bats, as a batter, in the end, I loved bats. I mean, I had this bat collection, but I started off most of my career with a number of typical English sponsors. But towards the end of my career, actually, when I discovered Indian bats, that's when it changed. Because especially as a woman, to be able to find these meaty bats, but very light, you know, that slightly lower middle as well. Because in the women's game, the ball didn't bounce as much as it did for the men. So, I then started getting bats sent over from left, right, and centre. My sponsor would then have to put the stickers over it. But once I found really good bats, then it became the future.
Well, during our time, it was like pieces of wood or plank. It was it's so thin, so we never had the meat at the bottom. So, but still they were good. I mean, they still travel. But the point is, the Indian bats have become very light. But of course, it doesn't last too long.
No, they break a lot quicker, don't they?
But they crack.
But they're light and big. The edges are incredible.
And also, it gives you the confidence, isn't it? I mean, when you have a kind of a thick, sweet spot, you tend to think that that's something that's going to give you a little bit more power.
Question for you as well over here. So obviously, there's English willow, and we get there's also Kashmir willow. But what in Sri Lanka is it
English willow?
English willow still.
Yeah, Kashmir willow is not really great. I think it's more like with the juniors.
Okay, and is it manufactured here?
No.
We in India.
Yeah, it's all from India. People just hand carry it. It's very convenient. I don't think there is any tax on sports equipment, so you could just import them, which is good.
I was going to say that's really good. Always good to go to a bat factory and see the art behind making these bits of sporting equipment. This one is just nudged out, but not taken for the single.
Also excites you, isn't it? I mean, nice equipment, shiny equipment. I still remember the first time I got my hands on a helmet. It excited me, just to see these guys batting in helmet, and here I have one.
So you batted in a helmet then? That's good to know.
I did, but then later on, I just couldn't bat with it. The visor was a problem. So, just the old-fashioned cap.
I'd imagine you scoring lots of runs, stand and deliver style.
Number 8.
Number 8.
So you wouldn't give me. I wouldn't get too much of runs. But I used to open at a lower level, and love the ball coming onto the bat. Like to go over cover. Like to go over extra cover.
Use the feet, open up a little bit.
Yeah, like the ball coming onto the bat.
We'll have to dig into the archives there, Roshan.
Sadly, we didn't have anything filmed, so you got to take my word. I'm
going to speak to anyone I can find in Sri Lanka who may have some footage of Roshan batting. Number 8, smashing it over cover.
Yeah, I used to enjoy it. And a bit of off spin. Love to drift the ball, love to just get it going.
Yeah.
Love to beat the batsman with the drift. Where they come down the pitch and they get beaten in the air and it just keeps going and gets stumped.
Were you slightly round arm or you just?
Yeah, a bit, and I just knew how to bowl the drifter. So with the shine on the ball, it just tends to drift away.
I hated bowlers like you.
It's that's why I love an old-fashioned off spin.
Yeah.
Peter Lewington from England, who played for Warwickshire Seconds. I remember he came over, and he just taught us how to bowl off spin. And the old-fashioned off-spinner would land his foot in front of the off stump of the right-hander. Now it's very different, and then he would pivot, and then he would drift rather than spin. So that used to be the principle those days.
And what about, just having a look here at Sanamir bowling a little bit, did you get the arm ball going?
Yeah, it used to be the arm ball, the one that goes away.
So is it changing the seam a little bit? Is it?
You would either have your wrist straight, or it could be the seam. But basically it would be the wrist. You bowl with a straighter wrist where you'll expect the ball to just pitch and either go straight, and that's it. Well, she had her wrist straight and it went straight through.
And she's got her 100th wicket, ODI wicket in international. Look at that massive celebration. I think she's welling up, and so she should. Only the 15th international in history, ODI history, to get 100 wickets in ODIs. Unbelievable. Let's just have a look at it again. The 100th wicket, she's tossed it up. The batsman's nowhere to be found, completely misses it. But what an achievement, 100 ODI wickets.
Absolutely, fantastic achievement. Well done to her. So that's a 100 scalp. Alarm bowl mare for 2. It's 137 for 8.
I suppose breaking, breaking boundaries, I guess, especially for a team like Pakistan, you think about the short history they've had compared to, say, England and Australia. Something like this, it starts to set players in your team in the history books. People will start to talk about you, and it's really important, these sort of milestones. So no doubt there she is. She still looks like she's about business. Now it's done. She's thinking about 101. Let's get on with it. But there does look like a sense of relief.
Yeah, but what about Bangladesh? They should be disappointed. I mean, they had a good start. They promised. I was not going to back them to win, but I thought they might get closer. They might have more of a contest. But sadly, they've just fallen away.
Yeah, and as it stands now, it looks like they could wrap this up quickly if Sanamir. I mean, still, she could be a lot more aggressive. Look at this. Panagosh has just come in, and there's still 1, 2, 3 on the boundary. No foot movement. Yeah, you would think there's an opportunity to just completely make sure there's a slip in there. Maybe have one more catching in at mid-wicket.
I think that's one thing that's been one of the negative factors of this tournament, where we have seen the captains a little bit defensive. They haven't sort of had a thinking out of a box approach. They've been very rigid. They've just gone with one plan. That's what I think needs to change as women's cricket kicks on, and they need more thinking captains. Maybe with more cricket, more exposure, good domestic competitions, things will change. 137 for 8.
Well, there she is, the woman of the moment, Sanamir, not only captaining her side and really leading them. She's a lovely person. Anyone who's had a chance to meet her will know how nice and friendly she is. Yeah, 15 other females have got, she's the 15th, should I say, so 14 previously have got 100 wickets in internationals. And here's how she got it. Let's just have another quick look.
Big moment, no doubt.
Big swipe, but it was straight. Fired in. Pretty straightforward delivery. And there we go. I'm sure that'll be a weight on the mind. Another cricketer, Isha Guha, who was an England bowler. She sat on 99 wickets for the longest amount of times, and then I think she got dropped and then came back. I mean, she had to wait, and it became one of these things that just preyed on her mind. Desperate for this wicket, and then you start to search for it and couldn't find it, and then finally when she got it, the big relief for her and the team.
Yeah, that can happen sometimes. I've seen bowlers struggling for wickets, and you see, every bowler, when they struggle for wickets, they don't stick to the basics. They're not patient. They, as you say, just keep searching and searching, and as a result of it, you err a lot. And just like captains sometimes, when they have an established batsman and a tail-ender batting, invariably they fall into the age-old mistake of attacking the tail-ender and letting the established batsman off the hook. And that allows partnerships to progress and scores to come up from nowhere. I mean, it's a thing that happens all the time. You look at any situation.
Well, that was a filthy delivery there for Fatima. Tossed really high up. Only managed to pick up 2. Didn't fully connect and get the hands through, but got enough on it to pick up 2. But you're right, it's an art bowling, and to be able to, like you say, keep calm, keep your game plans, and execute your plan. And that's why also, some of the bowlers that I really like, yes, they're good at taking wickets up the front, but they can clean up at the back end, keep things simple, which is great to see. Well, the captain's coming in there, just trying to give a little bit of information to Fatima, and I'm sure she'll want to listen after knowing she's got 100 ODI wickets.
So, 44 overs completed. It's 141 for 8. 36 balls remaining, and 87 runs is what they require. So that's a huge ask. So that's about 14 runs per over. That's asking for too much from Bangladesh.
And it's, in some ways, I mean, especially for a lot of these teams in the qualifiers, in some ways T20 is actually a good medium to develop the game because it forces you to have to get on with it, forces you have to learn the skill of batting quickly. And I think that's what we're seeing in the nations that are at the top 4. They've really kicked on in T20 and it's had an impact on their one-day game.
Got a bit of left arm spin here.
Nashra Sandhu's back in. Had an okay day. Lots of variety in the Indian bowling lineup, isn't there? There's leg spin, a slow left arm, a bit of off spin. That's a big slash.
Where is the slip? Where is the slip? This is number 10 batting. Get the slip in, for heaven's sake. That should have been 9 down.
I'd love to see you as a coach. I bet you would have been screaming the orders from the side.
I'm the president of my first class club.
Oh, are you?
I don't get involved too much in coaching, but
Yeah,
I
right.
sometimes just pass on a few tips.
Get on with it.
Yeah, we've got some good coaches in. Always that extra inch can contribute a bit.
Oh, they're thinking about it. Just maybe getting a bit excited there. Panagosh, desperate for runs. At the moment in a very big hole.
Slash and a miss. Get in a slip. Have long off and long on out. I have no problem about it. Even deep mid wicket. It's not about where your fielders are, but making sure that they're in the right place. Whether they're out in the boundary or whether they're in catching. That's, I believe that blocking a stroke is also a way of attacking. It's not just close catches. So if you just understand the hitting zone of Ghosh, just try and block them. Make the batter do something different, and invariably as a tail-ender, she's bound to make a mistake. 144 for 8.
Yeah, there's so much opportunity, isn't it? And there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse as a bowler when you can't get out that tail ender. They just hang around, just nudge it about. Don't necessarily look very good at times, but they just seem to be there. It's just painful at times for a bowler.
I believe dismissing tail-enders are an art. Good bowlers don't dismiss them. You know, because they're too good. The ball doesn't find the outside edge or it misses the stumps. So you need real specialists. Ask Ian Botham. He knows exactly how to dismiss tail-enders. He's got a whole heap of tail-end wickets. And sometimes, did she drop the ball or was she a little bit slow there?
Yeah, she didn't quite get into a good position either by the stumps. I think she was about a metre or so away. Needed to be closer. Needed to take that cleanly. Just nudged out there. Let's just have a quick look at that. She was miles away, Fatima. Look at that, and she's had to throw the ball. That, again, that's basics, isn't it? That's absolute basics.
And the batsman was nowhere in the frame. Should have had a run out effected. Another friendly full toss.
Sultana here is mostly kind of a lone soldier. She's 39 off 66 in the context of this game. She's holding it together for Bangladesh with the bat, but wasn't able to get that other person supporting.
Get the feeling that most of these teams have this intention of wanting to bat out the 50 overs, irrespective of what the result is. I'm not really sure whether that's the right way to go. You need to go out there and compete. It's not about batting the 50 overs and being happy that they have batted the 50 overs. But what about the result?
It also depends on what the message the coach sends. I've been in teams where you've got coaches who say, do you know what, guys? I want you to express yourself. I don't worry if you're all out for 100. I prefer you to go out and play positively. And when you get a coach who says those sort of things to you, as a batsman, it's freed me up in the past where you think, do you know what, I'm not going to worry about my wicket, I'm not going to worry about... And you see teams develop. So I think, especially now when these teams are in their their stage of growth. They're learning about this. You know, you hope the message is coming through. Really encourage the players to play with freedom.
She's bowled a few bad balls in the over. Oh, there was another opportunity, I think. That second run was slow, and the misfield allowing the batters to cross.
Let's have a quick look at that. Yeah, picked up, and just the feet, it actually looked like she hit it with her boot. Didn't get into a good clean position, didn't get low enough when picking up the ball. Oh, another missed opportunity there. But Pakistan's still in control.
Very much in control now. 79 runs of 4 overs is way out of Bangladesh's reach, and that has to be conceded. 46 overs completed.
Quick bit of running here. That's good stuff. And is she gone? It looks... No, the umpire's saying no. Oh. Interesting here. I felt like Panagosh was definitely gone there. Let's just have a look at some of this. Let's see. Gone by a good metre. Oh, the fielder. Sandhu will be frustrated with that. There's nothing worse than... Because she would have had such a good angle. She would have seen that the batsman was a good way out in front of her. Took it cleanly. But she's done the damage now. Plum. Straight in front of the stumps. Very little foot movement there from Sultana. Sultana's batted well today, but just wasn't able to do it. Big moment here for Pakistan. They're closing in. But here we go. Left arm round. Very straight. Ball just carries on. Still maybe on that knee roll, but she's not very tall. It looks like it would have gone on to hit the bails. She done well in the context of this game. 41 Anjum of 69 is not too bad.
Now it just seems that she needed a few partners around to help her get closer to the target that they required to be achieving it. But at the end of the day, the team planning needs to have a relook of how are they going to go about in future games achieving this tie in total, because I don't think if they're playing any good sides that they will get any total in less than 200 or around 200. They will be chasing more than that, so they have the task cut out, the Bangladesh team.
Oh, is Khadija Kubra coming in? Well, I always think when you come in at number 11, it's just license, isn't it? If the game's either won or lost, it's, you know, unless you have to get one off the last ball, just give a good swipe, see what happens. So let's see if she's got any excitement in the batting to come.
Oh, what a shot. That just tells you that, listen, hey, I might be number 11, but I can still bat.
I think this is perfect for her. You come in, nothing to lose. You can say to your teammates it's your job, you haven't done the hard work, so I'll show you how it's done, girls.
And how often you don't give me batting in the nets, saying that I'm just a bowler, I'm supposed to be bowling at you, but hey, listen, you want me to score those around 70 odd runs for you to win, and then you say, listen, make sure that you play for 50 overs and you don't lose your wicket. That's too much. I picked 2 wickets and then you don't even give batting in the nets.
Sounding like you're sympathising there, Anjum.
I do sympathise with all the bowlers.
You never batted 11 in your career.
No, but I always sympathise with bowlers.
Big swipe there again. Gosh, hasn't looked great. She's gone across the line. You wouldn't have played a shot like that, would you, Anjum? It would have been...
No, that would have missed me.
Straight down the line.
No, that would have missed me completely. My toe pointing to the cover region and the bat going down the line would have definitely missed me.
47 gone, 153 for 9. Pakistan just hunting for that last wicket. I think it could be the captain coming back on. Let's just see, or is it Fatima to continue? No, it is the captain. Now she's got 100 wickets, she'll be looking for 101. Determined look on the face. Slightly wide delivery. And just get your thoughts on 100th wicket. Just not necessarily the wicket, but just in terms of an achievement.
I think just the matter that you're reaching a milestone figure in international cricket and coming from one of the Asian teams, it's always a landmark. I remember when Neetu David, a left-arm spinner, you may remember her.
I remember her, yeah.
The two plat one, an outstanding bowler when she reached a
Mystery, a
milestone.
lot of mystery spin, wasn't it?
Well, she had the cleanest action in women's cricket over the years that I've seen. A very rhythmic action. And when she reached a line mark, it was like, oh, somebody in Indian cricket has reached a 100 figure at that point of time, which has been achieved by various other players around the world. So, yeah, I think as a player, you definitely feel happy and proud of yourself. It's just that you feel that I hope it's not come too late, and it should have come in much earlier, that I've been playing international cricket for a while. But at the end of the day, once you hang up your boots and you say you've got 100 wickets and more than 100 wickets against your name, you do feel happy and you have a sense of achievement.
Well, she still looks like she's got the hunger there. You're just seeing her diving around, trying to stop the ball off her own bowling, which she did pretty well, to be fair. Got to have hunger to do that.
Yeah, and shortly she'll be the winning skipper as well. We'll be talking to Roshan in a while, saying thank you very much to her team for winning another contest. They didn't have a good outing yesterday against South Africa. They lost that game, so this will be their first win in this Women's World Cup qualifier.
They're just going through the motions here, though, aren't they? You just feel, especially the captain, who should be G'd up, she should be saying to her players, come on, let's get this last one. I think they will be disappointed that, yes, they have won and they're going to clearly win this with time, but they could have mostly wrapped it up in 35 overs.
I agree. I think that's one of the things that, at least in this competition, we have seen in the last two games, or whatever few matches we've been covering over the years. I haven't seen many teams really press for that. One team which really stands out in the mind, which presses for any team to go all out, is Australia. They will not leave any stone unturned if they have a chance of getting an opposition out in 30 overs or 35 overs, whatever number of overs. They always go for the press.
Some serious flight there. Javeri Wadood into the attack.
And a lot of the other teams wait for the opposition to make a mistake because they know the result is inevitable. It's not going to change much. Okay, let's just play out. Either the batters will want to play 50 overs, the bowlers will want to go out and just try their arms at it. Okay, give every bowler an opportunity to go and bowl.
I think one thing I think about this tournament, actually, I think South Africa, so yesterday, I'll go back as watching India, I thought they did the same. Mitali Raj just kind of waited a bit like this similar sort of field, no urgency. Looking to take the shot, the run there, but no chance. But actually, I think South Africa, who've progressed and maybe now overtaken all these teams, they have that hunger. And I think if you look at bowlers like Marizanne Kapp, Dane van Niekerk, she knocks one nicely up the ground, and it could go. It goes for 4. Well, we haven't seen one of those in a while. It was actually a pretty decent shot as well. Going straight, you can't go wrong. Let's have a look. Ball tossed up, little use of the feet. Gave herself some room just to get the hands through, but back past the bowler over the head. Doesn't get better than that, really.
No, it just goes back to that same point. If in the 48th over, or the 49th over, you can hit a shot like that, why can't you do the same thing in the 35th over or the 25th over?
Yeah, very frustrating. Nice solid defence. Yeah, but just to finish up that point, I think South Africa will be much more hungry to close out games. They've got maybe quicker bowlers and maybe at times more skillful. I think Marizanne Kapp is an example. Good shot there out to cover. We talked about seeing some nice shots so far. Dane van Niekerk is a leg spinner who's very, very skillful. And I just think if it was India and South Africa and you needed someone to close it out, at the moment I just think India will sit on the fence a little bit longer. It'll be good to see how it goes through this competition, and it really will show who has progressed.
Yeah, I couldn't agree less. I think you're bang on target when you say that India will sit on the fence, and we've seen that approach. If it wasn't for that approach, probably yesterday's game was the biggest example that they should have closed out that match. And it's not that the desire or the hunger to succeed is not there. I think it's just the way that you play the game. Some teams go out, as I said, Australia is one of those examples who will go out and go for that kill because they know they back their skill good enough, whether they're good enough at the opposition to kill it or not, but they will try to do that. And I think South Africa, you're very right. They've got some outstanding players. Marizanne Kapp, I do feel that she should be amongst the top rated all-rounders in world cricket. And that's something that world around is learning, because they know that you can't sit on the fence and close matches anymore. Any team has an opportunity to come back.
Fatima's just tossing it up there, not getting as much. We saw a little bit of spin from her earlier. I suppose what's worth noting actually is this pitch. If they play on this same strip again, it's not really changed much, has it? It seems to have a little bit of turn here and there, but been consistent.
Yeah, and just an odd ball, I think, in the game, just keeping low. The opportunity there to close out, and in the last over, Bisma Maroof accepts an easy catch to dismiss Bangladesh, who have wrapped up at a total of 160.
Well, big congratulations, and there's the captain giving the handshakes all around to Bangladesh. She must be delighted today. Not only have they won, especially after losing yesterday's game, but their captain has really led from the front, picking up her 100th wicket. Here we go. Pretty simple dismissal. Fatima just tossed it up, as she does. Just opening up there too much. Ball it was too full actually. Couldn't get the elevation. You had to knock that on the floor. But well done to Pakistan. They'll be happy to chalk up their first win.
Yeah, absolutely. For Sana Mir as well, a good game, because it's her first victory. She's done 100 wickets. A small little chat with her teammates out there in the centre. Obviously talking about the positives that have happened, and not so very positives, which they need to quickly change around and come back stronger, because going from here will definitely be much more stronger teams.
Let's have a look at how the wickets were taken today. Here we go. First one. It looks like the run out here. Great throw. And that was one of those ones she was just trying to avoid actually protect herself. The next one here. Nice LBW. Just tailing in. That was Ayman Anwar. And then here we've got the catch. Bismaroof taking it nicely. And then we have the keeper juggling it. She was frustrated, but well done there. Lots of juggling. Ball was tossed up. And then the next one, trying to clear the boundary. That was the captain. I remember she ran around, juggled it a few times. And this is where she came in. This was her 99th wicket. Well caught. The ball was dying on the batsman. And then here we go. This is her 100th wicket. Look at the celebration, and her team come in to celebrate with Sana Mir, who deserved it. And then this was a nice LBW straight in from the left arm spinner. And there we go, finished up. Final wicket and the game done. Question for you, Anjum. You've seen maybe more of Pakistan than us. I would, you mostly through India playing Pakistan. Where do you see their progress? Are they moving? Are they static? Where do you see their progress at the moment? Let's have a quick look at the scorecard as well before we finish. Really, the main batter today was Sultana, 41 of 69. The only one who really held it together in the innings. It was actually a positive start. Both Sultana and Akhtar scored a few boundaries, got things moving, but then the run rate just dried up. It moved down quite quickly to about 3 and over, and then just felt like it didn't move. And, well, tough for Bangladesh. All out for 160 and couldn't see out the 50 overs. Let's talk about some of the key wickets today. They opened up with Anwar and Sundhu, one spinner and one seamer. Then it was the captain coming in with experience. But let's not forget Fatima, the leg spinner today, picking up 3 wickets, tossing it up, really foxing some of those Bangladesh batsmen and coming in towards the end of the game just to clean things up. So great work from Pakistan. They'll be very pleased today with their efforts. So let's just remind you there, Pakistan in the first innings scored 227 off their 50 overs. Bangladesh just couldn't get there, finishing 67 runs behind. So yeah, just wanted to get your thoughts. Pakistan, where do you see them now?
I think there was a time when it was Pakistan really coming up with contracts and the Pakistan team really progressing. There was a time in the Asia Cup that they went on to win. Indian team wasn't participating in that. I think it was almost about 4 or 5 years back. And that was a time that I felt that Pakistan cricket really went strength to strength. And they were upsetting. They were, if not the best, they were at least the second best team in the competition in case India was playing. But from there on, since 2011, 2012 or so, it's just that in the longer format, they have not impressed much. They have been up and down the ladder. If they've gone 2 steps forward, they've come back 1 step. The nucleus of the team has been chopped and changed around. There have been few youngsters, but again, not many changes happening. So yes, at one point of time, you would say that Pakistan is one team that you don't want to discount getting into any competition because they can pull an upset. But I do feel that in a longer format of this game, you know for sure that they don't have enough batters in their lineup to go out there and score those quick 220s, 230s and make a score in excess of that every time they go and bat. And the experience that is required. So I would not say that they're static, but if they're moving forward, it's not making rapid progress.
It's interesting. I looked at some of the history in terms of the year. They started cricket in 1997, and they didn't actually. They played in the World Cup around that time, and then they had a massive gap and didn't qualify till 2009, where they finished 6th. So that was Australia as well. I think we were both out there. And I think we'll soon be having a presentation. Not quite there yet. Yeah, so there was a big gap. So in terms of the 50 overs, they played, finished 11th, then finished 6th in 2009, but a big gap. But interestingly, like you say, they've qualified for every World T20. They just got to the final of the Asia Cup where they just missed out to India. So maybe the T20 format, because it's shorter, sharper, maybe that format allows it to be one that you can develop in quicker. But 50 overs, you really need to graft.
Yes, and T20 format allows you to free those arms, use the muscle strength to really muscle the ball over the boundary. But there again, I would come and say that when you're rating your team against the opposition, something like an Australia or an English girl or even New Zealand, I've always felt that T20 is always going to be easier for those players who can muscle the ball. Even if you don't have those skills to play the ball in the right technical format that we would call it, you can still get the job done. When you compare player versus player, that's the area where you would tend to lose out on, because you're not going to be competing to a strong New Zealand player or an Australian player, and you lose out there. So you have to fall back on your skills. You have to fall back on your technique. Thereafter, if your technique is not conducive enough to last you in a shorter format or in a longer format, then you're neither here nor there, and you're losing out on both places.
See, interestingly enough, there's been a conversation, maybe more so to the men's game, but about whether now Test cricket and T20 are the products that excite people and whether there's a need for 50 overs. But I think that when you've got developing nations, actually where you see most progress and where you see the skill develop is over the 50 over game. It's an interesting one where you need to have the skills to not only bat long innings, 3 hours, 4 hours, but also you need the now skills to play T20. And I still think there's a place for 50 over cricket, and I think for women's cricket in particular, we see this championship now which allows teams to play bilateral tournaments which didn't exist before. I think it's really crucial for women's cricket to have this sort of competition still in place.
Oh, I couldn't agree less, because for women's format of the game to develop, you need to have T20s to get the crowds in, to attract people, because they're more tuned to T20 format of cricket. So you need to have the women playing that format. But at the same time, for the sport to develop and looking at a longer term perspective, say 5 years, 7 years, 10 years down the line, you need to have those crowds come back for even a 50 over format cricket. I'm pretty sure, I'm not working for the ICC, but I'm pretty sure ICC wouldn't want only a T20 format to develop and go on forward for cricket development. We're looking at Test cricket and the pink ball, which means we still want people to come and watch the longer format. in the middle there is a 50 over format, and I think that's the area which if women's cricket can actually target to improve and go by far in selling the game to the crowds. That's one format that really needs to be looked at.
I want to ask you your thoughts on this championship. We both played in an era where it didn't exist, and so I had most of the same experience of you, as playing the top four nations over and over again. Whereas what this championship has allowed us to do is, or not us, but the game to do, is actually see more competitions against Sri Lanka playing England. That didn't happen during my era. What do you think of the format? Do you think it's right? Do you think there's any tweaks that need to be in place, or are you happy with what you've seen over these last 2 or 3 years?
The format is definitely right, because as you said that the ICC has definitely started this program in order to go and encourage more bilateral series amongst all nations, whether it's Australia, Pakistan or New Zealand, everyone. But at the end of the day, because the scores are very ordinary, it's like largely one-sided games, you would want to reconsider the option. But having said that, if a team has to develop, you have to give them time as well. So it's like if Pakistan is playing Australia and they're having one-sided contest, I thought Pakistan went to Australia and played good cricket. For 150 runs to score was good cricket, but they have to look at 300. So when they play more each other, I'm sure in 2 or 3 years down the line, we'll see Pakistan also improving in a much more standard that they would want to achieve.
Brilliant stuff. Well, just to confirm, Pakistan have won, and Roshan is down with the guests to do the presentation. Let's go to him now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation between Pakistan and Bangladesh, where Pakistan won quite comprehensively in the women's qualifying round of the World Cup. So it's my pleasure to first invite the losing captain from Bangladesh, Rumana Ahmed, to have a few words with us. Bad luck, Rumana. Disappointed with your performance?
Actually, I'm not disappointed. Obviously, it was a big game for us, and Pakistan did well. And our bowling set was awesome today, but unfortunately, our batting wasn't good. But yesterday, if I played like yesterday, we can win. But we are happy, not happy fully. Actually, we need more attack batting.
All right, all the best for the next game.
Okay, thank you.
That's the losing captain from Bangladesh. Can I now invite the winning captain, Sana Mir from Pakistan, to have a quick word with us? Congratulations, you're smiling.
Yeah, finally we have got a win under the belt. All credit to Bangladesh, the way they bowled today. They kept things very tight throughout the match, and I'm happy with the way the girls played till the end and exploited the last 10 overs, last 15 overs, and overall there are a lot of areas we need to improve before we go to the next round.
Happy with your score. At one stage you looked like getting something big, but in the end not as big as what you would have expected.
Yes, the way the openers gave us a start, we were 70 odd for no wicket. At that point we were thinking that we can touch 250, but then Bangladesh spinners came in. They bowled on very good areas, very disciplined bowling. So yeah, that's something we need to improve in the next games.
All right, all the best.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, now our player of the match today is Ghulam Fatima. She'll receive her appreciation token from Mr. Selvaratnam, Ground Secretary of Tamil Union Cricket and Athletic Club, for outstanding bowling. Would you mind having a word with us? Yeah, no problems. Obviously, she's quite young. What about, was she excited bowling today?
तुम बहुत यंग हो तो एक्साइटेड थी आज बॉलिंग करने के लिए?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अल्लाह का बहुत बहुत शुक्र है, और मुझे कोच ने, कैप्टन ने बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस दिया, और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मैंने जो प्लान था उसके मुताबिक बॉलिंग करने की, और शुक्र है अल्लाह का कि
she just wanted to thank God, and she wants to tell that the coach and the captain gave her confidence, and she bowled in the right areas and got wickets for the country.
So what about going forward for you in this side?
आगे जाते वक्त क्या सोचती हो, अपना क्या रोल समझती हो?
यही कि बॉल जो है डॉट करूं और अपनी टीम के लिए अच्छा करूं, पाकिस्तान के लिए एक अच्छा हो, जीते हम लोग.
She just wants to bowl as many dot balls as possible and do well for Pakistan.
All right, all the best. Very well done. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentation.
which will be live from the P Sara Oval on the 10th of February. That's going to be live and happening because India come back to P Sara Oval and play the Irish team. That's it for today. See you on 10th.